Hello everyone, welcome. It's February the 10th. It's the Magic Mates 2023 Cup and my name is Miles.
And my name is Adrian, and we have got some fantastic Magic lined up for everyone tonight.
Yeah, we're going to have a great day of Magic. It's kicking off very soon. We've got 8 of the best players in Sydney.
In Sydney, absolutely. There's no question about it.
And we're just going to do one draft, 3 rounds.
Single draft, 3 rounds of play, and then some finals, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And
We'll be bringing you one live draft. Then as they build decks, we'll be bringing you the second draft that we've taken. And I think it's probably almost time to meet the players.
Shall we meet them?
Yes.
I'm excited.
Me too. Oh, we already know that. But the
Yeah,
people
we don't know who's coming up. Wow, will we see it?
I hope so not, because then something's gone terribly wrong
He
with the
snuck
list.
it into the draft.
Somehow. We'll have to check on those packs. So this is one of our players. The next player is
Drum roll.
Jim
Ah,
Bandis.
Jim.
The runner-up in Brothers War with 37 tournaments this year and 5 trophies. 324 tournaments. He's the Magic Mates GOAT by all metrics.
Absolutely. A stalwart of the drafting
You've
community.
played against Jim before?
I have played against Jim many times. I have been destroyed many times by Jim. And maybe we'll see some Jim Bandis destruction tonight as well.
I hope so. If there's removal in this draft, Jim
He will be
will
drafting
have it.
He will be drafting it. There is no question.
The next player is... I'll leave it for you.
We've got Johan Barati, and Johan is maybe the sort of the premier drafter at the moment. Johan is an unstoppable force. Qualified as the March of the Machine runner-up, has 42 tournaments, 6 trophies with a 5.2 on average, and
he's been paid by Magic before.
It's insane.
Cashing out at the Arena Open is an incredible achievement. And this man just squeezes every bit of juice out of the card. He's never out of it until he's out of it. He could draw 7 lands, I could draw 7 spells, and he would still win the game.
He would still win the game, and I've played against Johan many times, and there have been drafts that I've seen him play in where he drafts decks that aren't even like legal. They're not even allowed.
It's not real. You can't do that.
He drafts archetypes that are not on like even the little list that Wizards give you. He's beyond.
He's a format breaker.
Yes.
Our next player is, of course, the young boy of the Magic Mates. It's Nino.
We've got Nino. Nino is qualified as the Brothers War champion, and he is maybe not, coming to every tournament.
No.
But when he comes, he wins.
Look at that average. 6.13.
That average is insane.
He's a great player. He knows what he's doing with the cards. And he won the Ultimate Magic Tournament. He's getting married.
It's unbelievable. So maybe champion of life and champion
of the cards. Then, coming up next is Damon Meredith, the champion of 1, which is a set that he hated. 42 tournaments this year, 220 tournaments since the beginning, and number 29 at the last Paper Magic Players Tour. He's also an incredibly calculating player, I think.
Incredibly calculating. The nicest man you will ever meet, but will destroy you on the table.
He's one of the ones that like you think you have a chance, but the game
it's over before you began.
It's done.
Before you rolled the dice.
Before you roll the dice, before you do the cards,
over.
It's done.
You have no chance. But no, you could call Damon a pro even.
Yeah. It
truly long list of achievements, and is maybe going to add tonight to that list.
Who knows? Coming up next, we got Dom Ellis, one of the Ellis siblings, one of the early Magic Mates as well. 34 tournaments, the DMU runner-up, 270 tournaments. since the beginning of the ladder, and Magic Mates Cup champion 21 and runner-up in 2022.
Big numbers.
Yeah.
Big everything.
Big, tallest guy in the pod.
Biggest, I think. Does anyone else have as many champions and runners-up as Dom?
Of the players we've seen so far? No. But who can say?
Who can say?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to say it wrong. Who's next?
Who we got?
Oh.
I feel like I'm going to take the lead on this one.
Yeah.
Samuel is my partner in crime. We have a YouTube channel together at the Draft Punks. He has been drafting up a storm, qualified as the March of the Machine runner-up. Sam firmly believes that March of the Machine is the GOAT draft format of all time, and will draft it at a hat's drop.
Just for fun.
Just for fun. If March of the Machine is up on Arena, he's drafting it. 41 trophies, 58 tournaments since the beginning of the ladder. First season qualified with the Magic Mates into the tournament. Phenomenal. And he has a YouTube channel with me. So, Sam, I'm looking for excellent work from Sam.
If there's someone who you wanted to take out the tournament, it'd be Sam?
Yeah, okay, it would
Let's
be.
be honest.
But let's be honest, Sam, I feel like represents me in a big way, so I've got to like give him the kudos that are
very considered
warranted.
player as well.
Very considered, much like Damon, nice guy, but will annihilate you without mercy.
I would love to see a Damon Sam.
Oh my god,
matchup.
a Damon Sam matchup.
That'd be a good game.
That would be a treat.
All right, rounding out. Rounding out the team, it's Chris Lynn, the DMU champion, the winner of last year's cup, defeated Dom. So we do have a grudge match here.
Reigning champ.
41 tournaments, 181 tournaments since the beginning of the ladder, and the highest amount of trophies for this season.
Which is nuts.
Yeah, he finds his lane and he plays that lane, and he can shuffle cards like nobody else.
I've never seen anyone shuffle cards as fast as Chris can.
It's crazy, right?
It's a talent. It truly is a talent. Not only is he winning with the cards, he's shuffling.
Cards go from near mint to well played in a matter of one match.
Microseconds.
And it's done.
You couldn't believe it. You can smell the smoke in the room before you see him.
So these are our 8 players today. We've got a lot of great matches. The draft is about to happen. But first, we've got we got a
message from our sponsors.
Of course, Pat and Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar. I hope they're watching because I fucked that up.
Yeah, it's too late now, but all suspended cards. There's no instance with suspended.
That makes sense.
That works very well.
Because it interacts weirdly with the wording of suspended.
I actually haven't.
Yeah, it's too late now, but all suspended cards. There's no instance with suspended.
That makes sense.
That works very well.
Because it interacts weirdly with the wording of suspended.
I actually haven't.
Stifling Athasa's Oracle trigger, it is priceless. For the rest, the best deals are on Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar.
Hello everyone. We're about to kick off the draft in 2 minutes, so please just stick with us. It's very exciting. So we're going to be watching Chris Lynn drafting. I'm a big fan of his. I think he plays like he's got luck on his side.
I think he actually does. I feel like luck might just indeed be on his side.
Yeah. I would almost describe his playstyle as arrogant. He's tried things that other people would refuse to take the risk on.
That shouldn't work.
Yeah.
Things that shouldn't work.
And obviously it's working for him. He's very high upside player.
Very high upside. Yeah, we've got, everyone who's playing tonight, I think I've played with at least once or many times, and we've got a lot of talented players and drafters with us. Looking to see some, exciting stuff in a more or less new format. Only a week since the set released.
Yeah, these guys have all been grinding it online. It's been a month for them, basically.
Maybe a week of time, but a month of magic. And
yeah, they've been in the hyperbolic time chamber.
Yeah, exactly. Training, like their lives depended on it. And some would say that their lives do depend on it.
There's a lot of pride riding on it.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but maybe everyone who comes, bottom half of the pack gets thrown off the building.
Yeah. I think you're onto something there.
I don't know exactly how the competition rules have been set up, but this may be what happens as part of the Magic Mates tradition. Bottom 4, off you go, off the building. Who knows?
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on the format before we kick into it?
I do. So I woke up in a cold sweat the other night, and after doing a couple of drafts, I'm like, the set's too bomby. It's got too many bombs. All I'm doing is drafting normal cards, and everyone's got crazy bombs, and I'm just losing, and I'm just dying instantly. I came down off of that opinion pretty quickly, so I reckon the set's interesting. I haven't yet done enough drafts to fully evaluate it yet, but I'm starting to like it. I think there are some pretty full-on bombs. Have you encountered the dragon? I think it's the Devourer of the Guilty.
I've witnessed it a bit. Old Balefire Dragon.
Yep.
Reincarnated. There's a really heinous equipment. Makes 3/2 unblockables. Basically unkillable.
Yes, the cryptic coat.
Yes.
There's
some very scary cards in the format.
Super scary, but I think the rest of the cards are pretty strong and strong enough to let you make a functional, synergistic, performant deck that'll, won't be relying on the super duper bomb rares.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're about to begin the draft. Everything is in place. The players have been assembled, so to speak.
Yep, we've lined up 8 of the best drafters in Sydney. Get some magic out of them.
I would say the best 8 drafters in Sydney.
The best. There is a game store hidden away in some suburb somewhere that is ready to fight you on those words.
That's all
but
right.
I also agree.
Bring it on. Bring it on. I'm ready. And everyone watching should also be ready for... we're about to get started. Whose draft are we watching, by the way?
So we're on Chris Lynn for the first draft, and then during deck building, I believe we'll be watching... I'm not sure who, but we'll be watching another draft. So there'll be plenty of drafting, and then all 3 matches.
Excellent. He's got his water ready. All the packs are about to be opened. We're ready to get started.
So this is the first set where you can open multiple rares from the same set in a single pack. So there's quite a lot of things Chris is hoping for. Multiple rares is not actually that great because it means your neighbor gets the second one.
But there's also the special guests. We've got the list. We've got a lot of curveballs that could be thrown into this draft. I heard you can open Ghostly Prison.
Yeah, we've seen that in person. We've seen a vampire tribal card from Ixalan for some reason.
Perfect. Very, very synergistic with this set. I'm sure there's a vampire or two.
Yeah. I think Chris is hoping to rip open something that he can slot into whatever various deck he winds up throwing together. Something very flexible. You don't want to get pigeonholed. And it's terrifying in such a high-stakes draft.
Terrible. It's terrible. It's terrifying. But I feel like we're going to see a considered, maybe a powerful pick from Chris in the first pack, and then we'll see how the draft develops from there.
Yeah. I think they're just making sure everyone's on the same page. It's very strict about the rules when drafting at high tables.
Absolutely, whether the land's in or out.
Yes, lots of argument about that.
Lots of argument about that. My friend Sam is adamant that the land should remain in because Sam wants to draft the lands.
He would not concede a single inch.
Never. And never concede a single full art land either.
No.
So people... we're still sort of figuring out what to do. I can see a token at the bottom of the pack that people are figuring out whether to leave in or out.
I have some theories about the format. If you've ever played Khans of Tarkir, that as a morph format was quite different because in Khans, morph was a way to... Well, let's skip ahead to what Chris is up to. So his rares aren't too impressive. He's got Coveted Falcon, which is not... It's okay, but it's not great.
Not the best. Okay, back to front, front to back.
He hasn't got a great direction in this pack. He's looking at quite a weak colorless card, a red combat trick.
White uncommons. Yeah, nothing super powerful in this pack. So maybe just trying to pick something that'll keep him open.
Yeah, I think the bird's an option, but whatever he picks, he's going to pick something that's kind of filler. He's not going to build a deck around.
Yeah, I agree. Taking his time. He's got time to take. What do you think of
Expose the culprits?
Yes, the red flip your guys card.
So it's quite a tricksy card. It kind of promises to do a lot. I think on average it's going to do very little.
Yeah, okay.
People are very tempted by the possibility. I could see it working in a kind of slow, grindy strategy.
I could too.
Yeah, so he's pulled the artifact creature to the front. So this is a land fixer and also a bit of graveyard hate. But something we've seen it used for as well is there's a green-black enchantment that makes plant tokens when you exile cards from graveyards. It's very good with that because it triggers it twice. So if he picks up that, it looks like quite a flexible card, but there's one specific deck that's really
Still considering the bird, still go. Ooh, and he's picked it.
I mean, the bird's got the rare expansion symbol on it. It's very tempting.
And I agree. I often just don't even ask questions. I just pick it.
Yeah.
If it's got a gold or red symbol, I pick it.
There's probably no birds in the other packs.
That's true. There's a high likelihood that there are no birds in the packs. All right. Second pack.
Yeah. So he's really hoping whoever sitting on his right opened 2 rares, so maybe he can get a bit of direction for this draft.
Agreed. Also, maybe looking to stay white.
Yeah, that is one of the stronger colors in the format.
One of the stronger colors in the format, and also just lets you play more epics. Always a good thing.
Yeah.
All right.
A lot of drafters have preferences. I think Chris is quite a flexible drafter overall.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, Lightning Helix.
We've got our Lightning Helix. We've also got the red-black kill spell.
We've got the blue-red morph and an Evolving Wilds type effect.
I believe the black-red spell is called Deadly Complication. Allows you to put counters on your creatures and kill something. Very powerful.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Chris is considering maybe some fixing with our strictly better Evolving Wilds.
Strictly better. This is more filler cards, so he's still keeping his options open.
Absolutely.
Lightning Helix is exciting, but it's not quite something you build a whole deck around.
No, and picking it early can hurt you.
Yeah. The blue-red morph is quite good. It's, you know, it's part of the cycle of hybrid morphs, so it can go in a lot of different strategies, and the surprise Thopter token is relevant more than you might expect.
Agreed. So Chris has gone and picked up some fixing there, which is very, very disciplined. I respect it.
Yeah, it might be hinting at an undisciplined deck later on, as Chris is known to draft 4 and 5 color concoctions.
Well, a disciplined way of moving away into an undisciplined deck.
Yes, yes.
So we're waiting for pack 3 now.
It's important all the players shuffle their packs, pass at the same time. If things get mixed up, there's basically no way to amend it.
There is so we're high stakes today.
Yeah.
Okay, pulls to front the Samala Sentry, one of the hotter cards of the set. People are very high on it.
Among the gold cards, it's one of the cards that's actually worth committing to the color combination. It's so potent with morph creatures.
Absolutely.
I've been crushed by it. So this might be the signal that Chris is looking for to commit to some kind of coherent strategy.
Also considering the blue 3/2 that can, you know, loot when it attacks, can be unblockable if you've sacked an artifact.
Yeah.
But I think we're going to see a pick for the Samala Sentry. It's easily the stronger card, and although I haven't really picked any green up yet, now's the time.
Well, he hasn't picked up any of anything yet.
I mean, that's true. We've picked a white card and a colorless card.
I think green-white is often quite a maligned color combo in draft formats. I'm always terrified to go into it.
It's true. I felt the same. It always feels a bit, you know, Wizards gives it a archetype that's like, oh, it's +1/+1 counters, like it has been for the past 5 years. But I think in this format, I think we're going to see some interesting stuff. I think green-white, you know, very powerful. Morphs, very powerful. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, a Samala Sentry or 2 is a good reason to be in it.
Absolutely.
So we've got another one of the hybrid morphs in this pack. This one's quite popular.
The blue-black, the fairy?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's an expensive 1/4 flyer that lets you draw an extra card, do a bit of card selection. It just smooths things out quite a lot and can sometimes finish the game off.
Very much does. Having a look at that white morph, I think this is the one that dies into a 2/2 detective.
Yeah, both of them very good with this Samala Sentry.
Very, very good. we'll see which one we see Chris end up going for. I reckon he's going to pick the white one.
It's a tough choice because the blue-black one is stronger with Samala Sentry, but much harder to have the mana colors for it.
Absolutely, yep.
So he's taking the safe choice on this. He's not exploiting all of the luck that he has.
Not taking full advantage of every ounce of luck that he could produce. All right.
Yeah.
Next pack, what have we got?
He's still got quite a bit of white flowing, which is a good sign.
Very decent green card I can see in there. The Tunnel Tipster.
Oh, yep. Also good with the morph strategy.
Very good with the morph strategy. So if I was a betting man, because of it being a tipster,
Yeah.
my tip would be the Tunnel Tipster.
Yeah, tipped off.
Tipped off. We've been tipped off ahead of time.
Chris is not so sure, though. He's been considering quite a lot of the cards in the pack.
Oh, there's also, there's the black-white hybrid morph.
Yeah, so flying and lifelink are both very potent keywords on a morph with Samala Sentry.
Absolutely.
So that's another card that he really wants with Samala Sentry, and this time it is actually in his colors.
Ooh, yeah, now this is tough. I can see this being tough. Mana Dork that grows as you flip morphs. Very powerful, very relevant, but a key 2-1 flyer that could become a 3-2 flyer.
Yeah.
Hard to pass up. So he takes the tipster. I called it.
Yeah,
I
correctly
called
called. You win.
I win. Thank you. I'll go home now. But so we're definitely seeing the beginnings of a green-white morph deck.
Yeah.
Okay, pulls out the Hellion. Hellion
another morph.
is quite strong.
We're just having a momentary technical issue. There we go.
And I think there's not much of a question in this pack other than the Hellion. I think it's the Hellion.
Yeah, I mean, Chris is a fan of combat tricks, but the Hellion is quite high impact here. He's seeing a bit of black and red being passed, which might be a sign that he could have a different direction to go.
That's true. That's very true. I'm saying we even saw that really powerful removal spell at the start of the pack, so who knows? Who knows how this is going to go? But at the moment, we're sticking to green, we're sticking to white. There's another tipster. Nice pickup.
And the Trampled Garden is quite potent.
Oh, absolutely, it is. You can generate quite a big board and be able to push through a lot of damage without too much of a hassle.
Yeah, the Trampled Garden is the kind of somewhat unfair card that green-white doesn't usually get. It lets you push through kind of the stalled, grindy games, get a lot of extra advantage. Hard to interact with.
And he's taken it. Very good. Very good.
So he's got enough tipsters. I think another point in favor of the earlier tipster pick is if it's the choice between things that work with morphs and morphs, the things that work with them are a lot scarcer. So he's going to get more morphs than tipsters.
That's true. You're gonna get way more morphs than you are like morph payoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So look at a removal spell, looking at the thing that makes a free Thopter every
Each
turn.
turn. Yeah. Yeah, so he's seeing all the red coming and he's considering a bit of a switch.
A little bit of dexterity there. Good to see.
So his only green commitments are the Sentry and the Tunnel Tipstar, so he can ditch the green and play red-white, which is quite a strong color combo in the format.
Seeing more red, more green come around. Red-green, maybe the direction he ends up following, and with a splash for white, but we've got a couple of white cards.
I could see it. So he's picking up this. This is the Trixie card, right?
This is Expose the Culprit.
Yeah.
So, I can always just imagine, like, you attack with your morph, and it's the Hellion, and then they go and block it with their decent creature, and then you only have 2 mana up, but they're like, of course I'm going to win this. This is no problem, of course. And then you flip it, and you destroy everything that they've ever loved or owned. Picks up the Monkey.
A bit of a filler card, but sometimes good out of the sideboard.
I agree, especially if maybe you've got a Cryptic Coat.
Yeah.
Wouldn't want that hanging around.
No.
So here's we've got a counter spell. We've got 2 mana, 3/2 defender.
A lot of cards he's unlikely to play, but there's just no options for him.
There's no options.
It's all bad this late in the pack. The Alibi is pretty reasonable. I could see him playing that.
I haven't played with the Alibi yet, but I can see it being decent.
I've lost to Chris specifically casting Alibi against me, which is an omen of things to come.
Hopefully, for Chris's sake, that is how it goes. It doesn't just end up being a random aura in your hand that doesn't do a lot.
Aura's quite good with the amount of ward floating around in the format.
And picks up a mountain in the close, so pack 1 is looking interesting.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a push in different directions, but it looks like red and green, you're right, are the most open.
Yes. So, interesting to see how this develops, but picking up what seems to be the beginning of a pretty nice green-red, maybe splash-white morph deck.
Yeah, so he's pulled the mana fixer to the front in case he is going to be playing a third color.
Yes, and I would almost say certainly he will probably be.
Almost certainly. And this pack is flush with options for him.
Absolutely. So, interesting to see how this is going to develop into pack 2 as we pass to the right.
He's going to get very different signals passing to the right.
Extremely different, always confusing. Maybe we see a switch, maybe we see a bomb opened, who knows.
Yeah, Chris still hasn't packed any particularly individually powerful cards.
No, we've got like a theme at the moment. We've got sort of like an idea, nothing individually potent.
Yeah, that 6/7 morph is quite tempting because with Expose the Culprits it looks like he's going for more of the aggro strategy where you use it as a ritual to flip your disguised creatures quickly. And if you're doing that, the big 6/7 is probably your best choice.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't think there's many other morphs that are that big.
Yeah.
So
Or that expensive to flip up.
yes, exactly. So
Oh, we may have lost the video feed for a moment. There we go. And it looks like he's still having quite a tough decision in pack 1 because he's got so many options and a lot of them are cards that he would really be missing if he didn't have.
this is absolutely true. So shall be interesting to see what the other players have got so far. We've only got Chris's draft at the moment, but I'm sure everyone else has got their own little battles, little stories going on. And here we come into pack number 2. Counting him out, just in case. Just lost the video briefly, apologies.
Well, in the meantime, so what do
In
you
the
think he'd
darkness.
be in the darkness? What do you think he's looking out for a kind of aggressive red-green deck with some morphs lying around?
For an aggressive green-red deck with some morphs lying around. I don't know. I haven't drafted the green-red deck personally, but I feel like if you're going for that, you want to pick up... Do you like the fish? Do you like the red herring?
I've been impressed by the fish so far.
I have been impressed by the fish. I played the fish a couple of times. I'm a big fan. I think you're looking for a bit more removal. I don't think we saw Chris draft any removal.
No, I mean, the removal in this set is all quite high rate, so it's unlikely to get past, even if you're in the open colors.
Absolutely, that's true. So I would like to see maybe some shocks, maybe some galvanizers, maybe a couple of the fight spells in green.
Yeah.
Well, they're not fights, they're all bites, but yeah, just sort of to shore up those combat steps.
Yeah, because currently he's only leaning on his combat tricks to get through tough block situations.
100%. All right.
Looks like we're back in action.
2. What have we got?
Dogwalker is a nice aggressive morph. And there's
One
the
of
big
the
topiary
best
panther.
morphs, I think. I believe that is Fuss and Bother.
Yeah, so
Lets you make a ton of tokens.
a ton of flyers. In Chris's red-green deck, he'd just be using the mode to put a +1 counter on each of his creatures, which is also pretty reasonable. He might not be going wide enough for it to be worth it.
Might not be, which is why I think we're gonna see Dogwalker get.
We're gonna walk those dogs.
We're gonna walk him.
Yeah.
It's hard to pass up. It's one of the better morphs. It's cheap to flip. It just spits out bodies. It does it all.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise your opponent so much the instant you flip it, but the next turn when you get to untap and attack for 5, it's quite rude.
Quite rude. It's also got vigilance, so you know you can make sure that you don't get beaten by the crackback with it. Fantastic card, great card.
Yeah, a lot of his morphs aren't that great with Samala Sentry at the moment. I've been noticing. I mean, the +1 counter on the 6/7 is not so impactful, and on the Dog Walker, the second toughness doesn't really matter.
No, this is true. This is true. Ooh, okay. So immediately picked up the case where you get to have a board full of creatures and kill something.
So that's a removal spell for his deck, which he has been looking for.
Yes.
And he's also got the Figure of Destiny type rare creature.
Oh, the yes. I forgot what it's called. The 10th District something.
One of many detectives.
One of many detectives. 10th District Hero. Yes. So, will we go for the arguably powerful rare card or our first piece of removal?
Yeah, it is an individually strong card, but in the deck he's drafted so far, it's not the right place for it.
I would tend to agree. I would really be eagerly keeping up that removal, and with all that token generation, with that one card of token generation he's picked so far,
it's a lot of tokens.
That final stage of the solved case is tempting.
So he did go for the case?
Did go for the case, as we all would have. Next pack,
He's very...
more. Okay, we've got the Gargoyle. Gargoyle, another strong morph.
It's one of the better hybrid morphs to play without being able to cast it face up.
100%. Yep. You almost don't want to cast it face up. You can only get the tap effect when you flip it, and
it's only 1 extra mana.
Only 1 extra mana. I think it's probably what we're going to see him pick right now. Our black rare I'm not familiar with.
So it's the Hunted some kind of skeleton. It's a 3 mana 5/2 and it gives your opponent 2 1/1s. So it's an interesting creature. It's quite hard to evaluate. You really want a way to push through the 1/1s, which Chris has got with his combat tricks.
And
you can also it's also a reasonable morph. So he might just be playing it for that. He's also having some trouble with colors because he seemed quite locked into red-green at the end of pack 1, and then these packs have just had not much for him in red or green.
No, green seems to have dried up almost entirely. Good green card in this pack, but interesting choices ahead.
Yeah, so his split card is quite a nice finisher. It's also a removal spell, which he is still hurting for a little bit.
And another deadly complication. Red-black in this seat could have been quite potent.
Yeah, that might be why he's been picking up this black rare, just in case he keeps getting past more good black cards.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Cruz considering the split card right now.
It's quite a good option. I mean, these double hybrid split cards, you can cast them in almost every single deck.
Yeah, they're really easy to cast.
Yeah. So with a basically colorless card, it lets him delay choosing his colors even further.
This is true. Keeps you open, keeps your options as broad as they could possibly be. And okay, now we see some green cards turn up.
So this is a better sign for his pack 1 decision.
We've got the elephant that cares about when you draw extra cards. We've got the flip morph. I believe it's another Hellion or worm of some sort that makes...
I think it forces blocks.
That's right, yeah, it means something has to block this turn.
So it's kind of unreliable removal. I think he's doing alright for removal at this point, though.
Yeah, not terribly, not terribly. Interested to see what he picks up here, because this is, there's a couple of good picks in this pack.
Yeah. Drafting with these guys is quite tough. You just never get past anything that's that exciting, because they're always hopping colors and stealing your best cards.
This is true, this is true. So, as we move through, we've got the ley line.
Some very interesting cards in this pack.
The ley line, is that the really expensive morph?
Yeah, the crocodile guy. So that would be good with his Expose the Culprits, if he wants to lean that direction. He's got a combat trick pulled to the front, and he might be considering this green-black enchantment, which would go well with his first pick. I don't know how much else he's got that works with it, though.
Yeah, it seems like we're just gonna see a medium safe pick of a combat trick. You're probably always gonna play it.
Yeah, it has very high upside because it scales with the number of creatures, so with his Dog
true.
Walker, it can get quite good.
Absolutely.
If a game stalls out completely, sometimes you can just swing with everything, and if one creature gets through, it domes them for 10 or 12.
And then you maybe you just win that
Yeah.
way. Easy.
So then you don't have to worry about dealing with these stalled board states.
So we've got the black-white morph once again, and the green-blue counterspell.
Very interesting to be considering that. It's quite far out of what he's drafted so far, but it is individually quite a powerful card.
Yep, can really ruin their day, counter a big thing, put a bunch of counters on your guy, and then get you a big swing on the following turn.
Yeah, it looks like the Lifelinker aligns a lot better with his other cards.
I agree. I would have been really surprised if he picked up the counterspell there. And
Chris is always ready to change strategy.
always ready. What have we got here? We've got the...
I think that's the Troublesome Kids.
that's the hasty big 5/4?
4/5.
4/5.
Yeah, a big hasty creature. It's kind of what Chris has got a lot of already, but it is quite potent.
Quite potent. When you attack with 3 or more creatures, you investigate.
I believe so, yes.
Nice. So it
Really
does
testing our knowledge of this format that's been out for a week.
Really getting... I feel like we're getting it right, though, so, you know.
Yeah. So Crocodile is quite, as we mentioned, quite good with Expose the Culprits. Topiary Panther, but a bit of mana fixing, bit of big creature.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a draft classic, right? It's a card you can draw early to, you know, fix some mana, or you can play it later, just beat face.
They've printed almost exactly this card at least 3 times.
Absolutely, yeah. It's seen play in many draft formats, and
All
it's
the
been
way
good
back to Alara.
almost each time.
Pretty good, yeah. I mean, a 6-drop that does anything on turn 2 is quite exceptional.
So it looks like we've got the Defenestrated Phantom, which is another morph. A little bit boring. It's big and it flies and it's expensive, but it's not inspiring.
It covers a lot for his deck, though. He
That's
doesn't have
true.
great ways to push through a board stall. It's good with counters.
Does the job.
Does the job. I think he'll be happy to draw at most games.
Blue cards and black cards. Probably just going to pick random stuff here. Try and cut the other drafters out of cards. Wow, a premium red-black removal spell this late in the draft.
That is a solid sign.
It's a massive sign.
The question is, can he capitalize on it?
Picks the morph.
It's still a pretty good option for his deck.
To our right, if to our right we have a red-black player, they're going to be cheering.
Yeah, absolutely thrilled.
And picks up an island in the close. All right, so after pack 2, we're definitely playing a morph deck. Not super heavy on morph payoffs, but we've got a lot of good morphs. We've got a bit of a go wide strategy.
He's considering the black morph.
He's looking at it. We may see a bit of a multicolor pile here today, and I'm excited for that.
Yeah. A 5/2 menace is pretty intense, and even if he doesn't have black, you can flip it up with Expose the Culprits.
This is
not
true.
ideal.
Very good point. Got a decent amount of fixing. Got the big Topiary Panther to, find that one-off swamp.
Yeah, it looks like he's less committed to red. He might just be, base green, playing some white, and then maybe splashing some of the later red cards.
That's true. That's a good point. Well, excited for pack 3. Excited for the games. I'm really excited to see our first game. Excited to see our deck building. I believe our deck building will be following Nino? I could be wrong.
Perhaps. We'll need some inside information for that.
Oh, we're going to be following Samuel. Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
So I believe...
So just something you see Chris doing here is he's just checking his playables, making a rough count of them. This is often good to know going into pack 3, so you know whether you have spare picks to try on something more speculative. Because if you're quite short on playables, you can't afford to be highly picking lands and cards in other colors and that kind of thing.
This is true. So into pack 3 we go, and what will we see?
Hopefully some more coherent signals now that we're back to the same direction as Pack 1.
Back to the same direction. Everyone's sort of firmly in a lane now. But that can all get thrown out by the bombs that you can open in the final pack.
Yeah. So this pack, he's got the 1-2 Investigator, which is quite good filler. It's a very high rate on it. And he's got
the blue-white land,
which is playable even if he's not playing blue.
This is true. So what are we going to be looking for?
He's got Prophet's Insight, which is quite a powerful blue card. It doesn't seem great in his deck, but as an impactful rare, he might be looking for just to splash it or find some reason to play it.
Something big, something to push him over the edge.
Yeah, but I think the Inspector is such a good rate on a card. It costs
Absolutely.
basically nothing.
Costs basically nothing. You get a 1-2, which is not nothing, and you get basically a card later.
Yeah, a small creature divided by 0, very good.
Very good.
Yeah, I think despite the waffling, his green-white deck is coming together quite well. He just needs a little something to maybe push it over the top in a stalled situation because he's not super aggressive. He's playing a lot of 3-mana 2/2s.
This is true. And in the second pack...
Looks like we've got another Dog Walker, a Combat Trick.
And a fish? We've got a fish as well.
The famous fish. I feel like the fish is so much stronger in the hands of better players. It's so easy to make mistakes with.
This is true, but if I was Chris in this situation, I would be slamming that Dog Walker.
Yeah, this is another piece. He's got a decent number of things that pay him off for having lots of creatures, and not many ways to have lots of creatures.
Yep, 100%.
And it might be one of his few 2-drops, as hard as it is to cast for 2 mana.
This is true. It's really passing up those doggos is a hard ask.
Heckin' boyos.
So I think we're going to see a Dog Walker get picked here. Absolutely. Wouldn't have it any other way. So we're going wide.
We're going very wide. We have some synergies that kind of stack up over a long game, but kind of don't. We've got some ways to push through damage. We've got some combat tricks. It's leaning a little bit in lots of different directions.
Yes. Whether that's diverse or whether that's unfocused, that's up to you. But foil fish and
a bit of removal.
Little bit of removal, and some fixing as well. I think Chris might be looking keenly at this fixing to help maybe play that black card.
I think the white card is the one that lets you play disguised creatures from the top of your library, which could be a really good engine for him as well.
Oh, absolutely, that's true. Assemble the players.
Assemble the players.
There we go.
If he can assemble players turn after turn and then expose them,
oof, he may not be able to be stopped. So carefully considering the rare versus the green common mana fixer.
So the green common, it works with a lot of things in his deck.
Absolutely.
He needs the fixing, and it's also one of the few cards he can proactively play on turn 2 and get on the board.
Yep. So very interesting to see what he ends up picking here. He's staring at the green card.
I think he's considering whether the white enchantment, he has enough time to work with it, or if a long game is just not going to favor him, and it looks like...
We're picking up fixing. That felt disciplined to me. I would have found it hard to pick up the infinite card advantage engine.
Yeah. I wanna run out of cards in my library.
Yes. 100%. Then you play the big 5-mana blue guy, and then it's a 10/10. Perfect.
Yeah, it's a flawless strategy. I don't see any fault with it.
So we've got Vitu-Ghazi Inspector here. Decent green 2-drop.
Yeah, it does a bit of blocking flyers. So this disguise card is quite weird. It's a 1/10 that gives your creatures hexproof.
All I want to do is combo it with the spider, so I can gain 11 life.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's all I want to do. The only card in the set that cares about toughness. Vitu-Ghazi Inspector, good 2-drop. Fine, does the job.
Yeah.
Stops those pesky flyers. Also gains you a bit of life in the later part of the game.
Yeah, collect evidence is quite hard to do in a green-white deck because most of your cards don't go straight to the graveyard.
Yeah, they tend to, hang around on the battlefield. Oh, and here we
chilling.
have
Kellen,
Kellen's in.
big
And
flyer.
could be worth considering for Chris.
He certainly didn't seem very excited about the other cards in the pack.
He's reading.
It's a weirdo.
It is a weird card. I don't even know what it does.
So you can pay 2 mana on the adventure to investigate, and you get an extra land drop. And then the creature is a 4 mana 4/4 flying vigilance that destroys artifacts and enchantments.
Okay.
So very high rate card, bit of card advantage. It's just hard for him to cast.
That's
He's only
true.
got. So far, he's got his land fetches, which would make him have to actually get an island. And it
Oh, I
looks
don't
like
even
he's
know what
making
he
a
just picked
disciplined
there.
pick. Well, we'll find out a bit later.
White card at least. Interesting to see.
Yeah. So having another look at this land, largely for the surveil, but getting a bit of red mana is nice.
And also, there's Vitu-Ghazi Inspector again, which he's picked before. Maybe he picks up another one.
It gets a bit redundant in multiples.
Yeah, it does. It's hard to repeatedly collect evidence. You can have one big instance of collect evidence that's quite impactful, but then after that, you've probably run out of stuff.
Yeah, and in the situations where the 1/3 reach is good, you often just need the one.
100%. And I think we're going to see a pick of the land here. Yes, we did.
Yeah, very good for his colors, bit of mana filtering. Obviously, he's done his playables count, so he knows he can spend picks on lands.
And few more red cards. We got some removal here, which may be what ends up getting picked up. It's not the most efficient piece of removal in the set, but when you're light on removal, it may be just what you need.
Yeah, one of many spells in the set that cannot be countered, so that it gets around ward.
Yes, crucially sometimes.
And he knows someone at the table is picking up a good red deck with all these black-red decks cards getting passed, so he might just not want to play against it.
This is true.
But he's picked up another powerful disguise creature instead.
Is that the one that flips up for artifacts and enchantments?
Yeah, a little naturalize effect.
Ooh, another Hellion. Could be a slam pick of the Hellion here.
Yeah, this is looking like a good place for expose the culprits.
Yes. Like, if you're going to have that card, you may as well flip up possibly the biggest morph in the set.
Yeah. The tricky thing might be that as a red card, he might not be able to cast it until turn 6 anyway.
This is true. Considering the 1-drop and takes it, though.
I mean, he doesn't have a lot to get on the board early.
That's true. So, maybe a way of doing that. Also, comes out of the graveyard later for some value.
And Surveil is kind of mana fixing.
That's true. This is true.
So once again, considering the 2-drop, he's got so many 3-drops with his disguised creatures. He is probably just looking to fill out his curve here, make sure he gets out on board. Get some small crappy creatures out so that his cards that benefit from lots of creatures can get charged up early in the game.
This is true. He's looking to go wide, so you don't want to go wide on turn 8. You want to go wide early.
Yeah. Because if you leave it too long, some of these blue, black, and green decks are just going to make what you're doing irrelevant.
Now, is this the case of the cases?
The case of the Pilfered Proof.
Ah, yes.
Yes. So you get a little investigate, I believe, and I'm not going to pretend to have read the rest of the card.
No, I haven't read it either. I know that there's one case that cares about other cases. Or maybe that's a creature. It's early in the format. Also, there's this guy who I've seen go around. Big beefy 5-drop. Makes your 2-power creatures bigger.
I quite like him. I think he adds quite a lot to the board. He's fairly quick. People don't like the wrench. I'm one of them. Chris is barely looking at the wrench. He's already got one of these hexproof guys, right?
He's picking another one. Doesn't want the wrench. Not a fan of the wrench.
It is so much mana.
And what basic land do we get? Ooh, island. Nice.
An island.
Okay.
All right. So this was a fairly straightforward deck when all things were said and done. You know, he waffled a lot. He considered a lot of things.
I think tough table, super tough table.
As always.
Really, really hard to just pick a lane early and get fed into it. I think it'd be really interesting to see in our deck building with Sam what he picked up and what the average deck looks like in this draft.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, if just looking at the pile and the picks, you know, the first colored card he picked was green-white, and he wound up playing green-white. but there was so much temptation and waffling along the way.
Absolutely. A lot of difficult picks, different strategies you could go into. It's going to be interesting to see how the games play out and what the actual deck looks like after deck building.
Yeah, and to see where some of those black and red cards wound up.
Yes, absolutely. Will they see play? Will they be relegated to the sideboard? Who knows?
Yeah.
So we're packing up now as we go into deck building. I believe we will be back momentarily as we get to deck building with Sam. Fantastic.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Hello, Magic Players. This is Brendan.
Hello, nice to meet you, Stream. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, you got some great draft action then. While they're deck building, we're going to watch the other draft of Sam. But we should announce the players, or announce the matches for the first round.
Right after this, we're going to be watching Chris versus Sam on the feature table.
And if they finish up early,
then we're going to go to Dom and Damon. And then also the pairings Nino versus Alex and Johan versus Jim, all round one. And this is a single elimination tournament.
yes.
So it's all on the line.
That's where it matters. If you saw in the background of the drafting, there was huge piles of boxes of Magic cards. That is what they are playing for today.
Yeah, there's a lot of stakes, a lot of prizes, a lot of booster boxes, and a lot more drafting to be done down the line with all those packs.
It's going to be great, and it's actually an interesting draft. I caught a look at Sam's draft while we were out there, and there are some interesting choices there.
It's really interesting. He went into a Timo list.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, I feel like this there's a lot of opportunity.
Yes.
And people are going in 3 colours. We saw Chris sort of in a Naya.
I don't know
combo.
anything about Chris's cards.
Well, yeah.
Tell me.
I was on Chris's camera, and Chris was drafting sort of a red-green morph list, but then also with a bit of white for removal and some Selesnya creatures. So it was quite interesting.
Some of the cards in this set are very splashable. Those split cards that are across a whole wedge, you can play it in. There's a primary color you can play both, but then the secondary colors you can play in any other deck. So they're very splashable.
Yeah, absolutely, and also a lot of the morph cards. You can play them face down, colorless, and then eventually, as the game goes, you'll build up your mana base.
Flippity do, get them up there.
Absolutely. So yeah, I'm really keen to see what Sam drafted.
Yeah, me too.
And then we'll get to see Sam versus Chris in round 1. So that'll
You get to see the decks. You're going to see the second deck that will be in your first feature match.
Yeah, and the players are all out there right now doing their deck building. It's very stressful that we've separated them into 2 halves so they can't see each other's decks before the round 1.
Yep.
It's
very
a lot
professional
of secret
here.
information. We're trying to keep it down in here so they can't hear what we're talking about the deck lists.
We actually had to play music out there because the players could hear the commentary.
Yeah, we don't want to give away too much information, but I think we managed to keep it under wraps.
Now, how is that video going? We're ready to go.
Alrighty,
Let's go to
check
the
out Sam's
draft.
draft.
First pick. Time starts now.
Now,
No, I wouldn't first pick a foil island.
no.
But
Maybe second.
Sam does like to pick the lands.
He does like to get his full art lands in there.
All right, let's see. So you've seen this before, but this is all new to me.
Oh yeah, so obviously he's popped that Kellen, the Inquisitor's Prodigy. So that's the card that has the adventure, the only card with an adventure in a set.
Because Kellen's from LCI,
Yes.
now you're planeswalking or moving into this set.
Going
So
through that tree.
You make a clue on the adventure side, and then when he comes into play, when he attacks, you can crack your clues for free, basically.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so pretty powerful card. I believe it has flying as well. So
It's very interesting the other card he's looking at here, one of those morphs, Sanguine Savior.
yeah, that's a pretty solid white one, lifelink.
And flying.
And flying, yeah. So a good rate, even if you don't play it as a morph face down, I think it's a solid one for sure.
Yeah, there's also the dual land in there, which is interesting, fixing
Staying
a lot better than you
open.
think. And that tipster, the tunnel tipster, the mole that can...
Oh yeah,
It gets bigger, I think, when you cast more morphs. Is that right?
I
On the end
believe
step?
so. Yeah. So the green morph theme is really comes through in Selesnya. But yep, here we are.
There
He's
with the
gone
Kellen.
with Kellen, which I mean I would have picked that too. It's the
Yeah.
rare. There's a lot going on it.
And that Simic, maybe it comes back later on. Who knows?
Yeah, well, I also feel like Simic might be more on the underdrafted side.
Mm-hmm.
I think not everyone wants to go for that color combo because it's a little bit blue-green. Kind of notoriously
It's weak.
can be weak.
AF, I
Yeah.
hear.
So if Sam knows it's a very tough pod, he might actually find the lane straight away.
Boom.
Yeah.
Also, something to look for the viewers there. Sam's watch is so classy. It's a very nice watch that he has. I think it's Skagen is the brand. The wrist strap is very nice, but more about the watch between the packs.
Yeah, we'll see if it slips into frame. So he's looking at Fairy Snoop here,
Yep.
and also
Surveillance monitor. Bring that to the
Surveillance
front.
Monitor. That's a blue uncommon, and maybe for the detective deck.
Yeah.
Fairy Snoop. It's 1/4 flying, and it draws you a card. So
Oh, he's in it. It's not just draw a card though, right? You
yeah,
look at the top two, so
and
you
you
get a bit of
pick
selection.
your favorite one. It's even better than drawing a card, really.
But it's interesting that for his second pick, he's not wedded to Kellen yet. Because
No.
that galvanized at the front, premium red removal.
Yeah.
Very good, can do 3 or 5 damage depending on how many cards you've looked at on that turn.
It's quite flexible.
Yeah, 2 mana for 5 damage is very good. And there he goes, picking up that red.
Yeah, and I think
Galvanized.
on this table, removal's hard to come by. Everyone's picking it really high.
Really high, because in this set, removal is having a bit of a comeback.
Yeah, I think so. Well, compared with our previous sets, it's a little slower, and there are some bombs that are quite...
You have to deal with it.
Yeah, you got to take them out, and you're going to want to have a reasonable amount of removal in your
Chris
deck.
didn't open that bonkers dragon, did he?
No,
okay, thank God.
no. Chris, his pack one, pick one. If I can reach back in time. No, I don't remember.
All right. Well, we'll find out.
That
when
was
we
before I
find
got
out.
on the camera,
Yeah.
unfortunately. But I'm sure we'll see it in the match coming up.
Also interesting to note the placement on the table. Sam is, to his right is Johan, and to his left is Alex Periphenos. Makeshift binding, premium white removal right there. That isn't that the enchantment?
Yeah, exile,
stick it
and
under?
I think you gain 2 life as well. So
That's pretty good.
absolutely.
Chalk outline, also looking at that. Full art swamp, classic Sam.
He's taking a long time looking at the full art swamp, even
Another-
in this time draft.
Tunnel tipster, and the projector inspector. The
Every time you cast a detective, you get to loot.
yep.
So draw a card, discard a card, and it does it on itself too. I've been a fan of that one. It's a 3/2 for 3.
Oh, nice.
So yeah.
And this trampled garden is the one that when you get power of 8 or more, the case is solved. And then at the beginning of combat, every one of your turns, you get a 1/1 counter on target creature, and it gains trample. Very powerful if you can solve it, but if you can't solve it, it's just a 3 mana 2+1/+1.
Kind of
counters.
a green build around.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very much so.
But it looks like he's thinking about that or the inspector.
Yeah, it's still very early in the draft. Like, we're about to go for the 3rd card, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was any. There we go, Projector Inspector.
Yeah, I think that's a really solid one. I mean, a lot of people want to get into the blue-white detectives deck, so if you can hedge in that direction, that's certainly something good to look at.
But there are detectives through every color in this set as well.
Very
so,
true. Yeah, it doesn't have to be blue-white.
Yeah. And a 3 mana, whatever it is, that draws
3/2
and discards is still not bad.
It's quite a good bargain.
But now every card that has detective written on it becomes that. Ooh, that's the Shattered Pact, the 5-color crazy card.
Yeah, I mean it's great fixing. 2 mana goes and gets you a land. There's not that much to be doing on turn 2, so it's really good to set up and make sure you can always hit your morph on turn 3, and then later on, if you do have a permanent of each color,
It just
you start going wild.
yeah.
I think it's flying double
vigilance,
strike.
double strike
Yeah.
as well. Yeah.
So you're getting in, and you can activate it straight away if you happen to have Niv Mizzet.
Oh, that's very good.
Yeah.
Now we're looking at Inspector Gadget at the front, the Forensic Gadgeteer, the 2/3 that means your clues crack for 1 mana only. So a nice little draw engine there.
And whenever you cast an artifact, you get a clue in addition, so it goes really well with all those equipment.
It's it's a secret blue-red card, maybe.
Yeah, I would say so. But there's a lot of...
There's a lot of investigate throughout everything.
Yeah. And all the detectives, a lot of the detectives make clues, so you're going to want to be cracking those for cheap and keeping things moving. Now here's Expose the Culprit.
What does that do?
So that it's 2 red, 1 and a red, and you can flip any of your morphs for just 1 and a red, which is really good. Chris actually popped some of those in his deck. He's hoping to flip some of his big green morphs.
Big creatures for much less than 6.
Yeah, it's a big discount on your morphs. It is an instant.
Ay, Dios mío.
And then it has a second mode where you can shuffle your morphs, kind of like a cup game.
Oh,
yeah.
You don't know where it's going to go.
So you can sort of fake out your opponent. And he's also looking at Tin Street Gossip here.
That's the 4 mana 4/4 that you can tap, and it adds red-green to only be used on only to be used on abilities like Morphy Dorphy.
You can flip your morphs, but I mean a 4 mana 4/4. I've played a little bit of this set so far, and 4 toughness is no joke here.
It's hard to get through. Plus, it's vigilant as well.
Yeah,
important to remember.
You can attack, and your opponent's probably going to have a lot of 2/2s, 3/2s. They might have to double block it, and it's quite a good rate there.
Now he's also got the V2 Ghazi Inspector. Interesting 2-drop. The 1/3, that's what he's taking, and you can examine 6?
Collect evidence.
Collect evidence 6. And if you do, you get a 1/1 counter on any creature.
Which is nice.
I think it's
in the later game, but I think a lot of the time you're going to want to play it on turn 2 because it's a 1/3 and it has reach, so really stable.
Really showing Sam's skill in drafting over me. For me, I don't think that card's a very high pickup at all, but he's obviously seeing more than me, and that's why I'm casting and he's drafting.
Yes, me too. So here looking
it doesn't look like there's much in this pack for him.
Not for him. There's red-black removal, which we actually saw wheel all the way around to Chris again. So spoilers, he doesn't pick that. Well, it's red-black murder.
Yes.
And it has an upside if you have a suspected creature, but that's totally not what Sam's doing.
If you look at, taking the Case File Auditor, the white one that digs 6 for an enchantment, it's a pretty meh card, but that entire pack was white, black, and red. There were no green or blue cards for him at all.
Yeah, very unfortunate. But not hopefully there's more green to come here. Slime Against Humanity.
A meme card, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I mean it's a meme name.
Meme name, meme
it's
card.
It's not really buildable. It's
meme by name, meme by card.
It's way off. But here looking at a Hellion.
What's that one behind it? The one in the blue, Jaded. Something.
That's the detective that has Defender.
Gotcha.
And then if you draw a second card, it no longer has Defender. It starts getting in. But I think he's taking the Hellion.
There. It's one of those cards. It looks red-green in the casting cost at the top, but to flip, it's hybrid Gruul mana.
Yeah,
so
red
it can be
or
a green.
Yeah. And did he take the Expose the Culprit before?
He did not take the Expose the
Culprit. Well, that's like the combo there, but maybe he can pick up another one of those later in the packs, or just ramp into it. He's got some mana fixing and some green cards. Maybe get there.
The Scapegoat, the Alibi.
Oh,
I don't know what
there's
this
a Simic card
is.
for him.
Evidence Examiner, 2/2 for 2.
Oh,
you
may gather evidence for.
And if you do, something happens.
Oh, it's whenever you collect evidence, you investigate.
Gotcha.
So you make a clue. Now, this is a classic blue-green card where it doesn't give you anything until much later.
Yeah.
It's like you have to invest in it and believe in it.
You've got to believe in the dream. You've got to trust in yourself.
And that's, as Sam's drafting blue-green,
Blue-green.
that's really what he's going to have to do here.
Yeah.
But this is what I'm talking about. He knows maybe that these cards are going to come around because people don't want them so much.
And this is the wheel. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this is a wheel.
Right. So this is the pack that he opened, and that black-white card that he was looking at is still there.
Come round. So lucky you didn't pick that first.
Yeah.
Lucky you took that Kellen. He's going to take the unauthorized exit, return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand, surveil something.
Surveil 1.
Yep.
Yeah. So just to unsummon basically.
Get out of here. And dig a little deeper.
Yeah, keep you alive, fix your mana. Surveil's like secret mana fixing in this set.
Oh, of course.
You know, you see the wrong colour land on top,
Get
and
it out of
ship
here.
it away.
Get it out of here. Airtight Alibi, Hotshot Investigators. That's a 6 mana bouncer thing.
Yeah. And the Alibi's are Aura?
Yeah, and it gives you +2/+2 and can't be suspected. And if the creature is suspected, it gets lost. Yeah, taking the Hotshots.
I do like the Hotshot bounce.
Yep.
You can bounce your opponent's best card, or if they don't really have anything going on, you bounce your own guy and make a clue. And then if you have an ETB creature...
Nice. It's a big tempo play.
Yeah. At 6 mana, you'd hope it would be.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, there we go.
Here we go.
The classic Ma.
Sam drafting... yes, let's go.
I got my land. Thank you so much. There's the value of this draft.
Absolutely.
Done.
Yeah, Sam's already in the black for this one. And not too much
the
for Sam's
Gorgon's Kiss
deck
is
here.
interesting. He's not interested in it. I can't remember. You have to have 3 creatures go to the graveyard to solve.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to flip, and
Then you get a 4/4
it doesn't
death
do
touch.
much on the front side either.
Yeah.
It destroy target creature that's been damage, but it's a sorcery, so you can't cast it in your opponent's turn.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, this is my favorite combat trick of the set.
That one's pretty good. Leaves behind a 2/2.
1 mana, give you a 2/2, trade up. I'll take it any day of the week.
And with your detective synergy, you know, it makes a detective, so you can loot again.
Mm-hmm.
And we've just briefly lost video here, but we'll be right back.
The second, we're just loading up the second video.
Here we go. So this is pack 2.
Yep, great focus by the camera operator here. Did a really good job. I'd like to shout out the camera operator in this one. It's me.
It was Miles.
Hi, it's me. I'm the problem. It's me.
That's all right. We
can work it out.
We can see what the cards are by the art.
For anyone who hasn't had a drink already, we've had a drink for you with the focus. This is how I draft every day. We got lots of different...
So he's looking at Fairy Snoop. Now this is a red Phoenix here. The focus is hit.
Boom.
And this is a 3/3 with flying for 3 in red. A little bit hard to cast maybe for Sam. But it's got a good amount of power, and you can bring it back from the graveyard, Phoenix style, by collecting evidence or something like that.
It comes back tapped though.
Yeah,
but still, it's better than.
I mean, you know, it's a 3/3 with flying. If you trade it off and you get it back in, you're really cooking.
Also at the top, he's got the Eavesdropper and that Samala Sentry, the Selesnya Signpost Uncommon, the Morph.
I'm a big fan of that one.
I think it's
every
a
time you flip
drop.
a Morph,
yeah.
you get 2+1/+1 counters.
1 on that, 1 on the creature. It makes your Morph so much better.
Yeah, and it really rewards you for playing those cheap Morph creatures. But Sam's
for the Phoenix.
taking the power, going with the Phoenix.
Match up with that Galvanized from his pack one.
Yeah, he's keeping the red. I guess he feels like he's base green, so he can play a couple colors.
Yeah,
which
that's the hope.
You know, I think the fixing, if it comes around, he'll be
picking that up.
Yeah, definitely. Playing that double red's not going to be that easy.
No, it's normally when you get a double color pip, you got to play that color as a main.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a 1 mana green +1/+1 for each creature and reach. Buried in the Garden, excellent fixing and removal, but then again, it's another color.
Yeah, splashing white for your fixing is a bit tough.
It's a bit hard.
And he's looking at the Crocodile Detective. Also, there's quite a lot here in this pack. Options for Sam. He's really got to make a decision at this point, and he's looking at Buried in the Garden, which is raw power.
Like the card.
Yeah, but it's tough to get that plains to cast it if you're going to cast the double red pip as well.
At this stage, I guess I'm gonna be blue-green, and I'm gonna head I just saw that Sentry in the first one. It could be like half, this is a good card for me, half, I don't want someone else having this card. I don't want to pass the busted green-white.
You're setting up your
don't wanna
Selesnya
be doing
player
that.
on the right. And I think being the highly competitive level, they want to make sure that they're not just opening lanes up for their
there's still
opponents.
a chance that he could play that green-white card, because it then fixes your mana.
Indeed. Oh, and here is the blue-green...
It's the counter spell that puts counters on something as well, and Alcuin Prof.
Oh yeah, the
blue-white
Sherlock
detective.
Holmes of the set.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite an interesting thing to see.
And a Nervous Gardener to the front as
that's
well.
the cheap morph.
Yeah, very
that
cheap
fixes
morph
your mana
and a fixer.
So I mean, if I was Sam, I'd be really upset here because all the cards I've come.
Yeah.
Everything you want is right here in front of you, but you can only take
You can
one.
only take one of these three, and none of these three are going to wheel.
No. Let's see what he takes.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't remember.
The Gardener is the most disciplined
There
pick.
we go.
Yeah, I mean that's a tough one to take, but I think if he wants to play what looks like four colours now, he's really got to take the Gardener there.
Proft's an interesting card, right? It's 3 mana 3.
Yeah, 3 mana 3/3.
Good. It's better than all
it
the
beats
morphs
all the
people are
morphs.
playing.
Absolutely.
And then you can Sphinx's Rev on it, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so here's another of the Simic uncommon that he picked up before.
Mm-hmm. And he's got a few nice blue-green cards in this pack for him. So it seems like the blue and green is flowing from Alex Christmas'
so we've got
side.
Bite Down on Crime, a nice little green removal spell.
Yep. Evidence Examiner. We got the Ice Cube. The 4 mana tap 2 things, put stun counters on them.
Yeah,
Can't
good
be countered.
tempo. Very good tempo.
Good.
But he's also looking at quite a few cards in this pack, which is a good sign. Something's going to wheel here for him.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to get something out of this, and in this case, he's taking the Bite Down.
Yeah, nice green removal, something he will be able to cast all the time.
And that's the one that is it costs less if you collect evidence.
Yeah,
right.
So you can buy it for a discount.
I like that. Chompy. No.
Do you say bite or punch? I mean, it's bite on the card, but some people say punch instead of fight.
Bite and fight? Yeah, I like bite and fight.
Me too.
But I'm a sucker for a rhyme.
Oh, here's another pack loaded with cards Sam wants.
He loves that mutation. He passed the first one.
Yeah.
Really passed the next one. Also, the Jaguar's a good fixer too.
I love the Jaguar. It's a land cycler. If any of our viewers played Neon Dynasty, it's very similar to the Tanuki raccoon dog from Neon Dynasty.
Now there's another Simic card in the back there. Oh, that's the Croco Duck Elk, the 5/5 that you get a clue when it does damage.
It's a bit slow.
Too hard to flip.
Yeah, I agree. So he took the counterspell there, which I've heard people raving about it. I've not yet seen much action,
because it can be just a counterspell, or it can be just a pump spell, or it can be a pump and a counterspell.
Super
very
flexible. Yeah.
But it does take quite a bit of mana. Always put that full out land to the front.
Yeah, that could be a good pick out of this pack.
The Harry Dronesmith, that's the one that makes a Thopter every turn, and then you got to sack it.
You do have to sack it at the end of turn, which is fine, depending on your synergies. Really good, I think, in the red-black deck.
Mm-hmm. If you can find something to do with that Thopter, it's great. Otherwise, it's basically just one damage, maybe per turn, maybe less, maybe more.
Yeah, and if your opponent has... there's a couple of Punisher cards that... are looking at who's sacrificing artifacts, so it can actually be a bit of a drawback.
Oh yes, of course, that 2 mana herder. But he did take the Dronesmith. Maybe there was nothing else there for him.
Yeah, and it's a decent amount of raw power in the right matchup.
Yes.
It looks like we might be getting ready to check out the feature match here.
Cut
in
this
about 3 minutes.
3 minutes? Okay. Well.
Oh, we're going
to make it all the way through pack 3. Then we'll go to
pack 3.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it'll be fine.
We might catch the wheel
finish the
here.
Draft? Yeah.
Yeah.
We got Vidu Inspector, another one of those 1/3s that puts a 1/1 counter.
Fills out your curve.
He's got quite a few collect evidence things in here.
That's definitely the blue-green theme.
Yes.
But it's like how much can you get into your graveyard early?
Yep.
Need a little bit of self-mill maybe.
Maybe another Panther.
The Panther is a great one for the collect evidence.
Yep.
It basically funds everything by itself, and it fixes your mana. So what more can you want?
It's very nice for that.
Yeah.
Now, only 2 real Simic cards for him here, and he's taking the Panther. The other one's a Crime Stopper Sprite. I don't know anything about it, and
it's
apparently
like a
Sam doesn't care.
blue tempo card. It's got flying. It taps a creature.
Oh,
okay. It's pretty playable, but I think the
Panther is a better
choice. The Panthers, I would go with
if
that.
you want to be doing those splashes, you got to get to the splashes. You need a big rock to do a big splash.
I'm really interested to see whether Sam puts the white mana in his deck for that Buried in the Garden or not.
Yes, I want to know if he ends up playing it too. Now we've got the Culvert Ambusher, the 4/5 that I think is a disguise flipperoo, and then behind it is They Went That Way, which I think is some green fixing.
Yeah. I think it's you get a land and a clue token.
Oh, nice.
But he's taken the 4/5.
Took the 4/5.
Raw stats.
raw stats, and you need creatures in this game. You've got to get on board.
For sure.
The Guild Pack Wield. What a surprise. No one's playing the Guild Pack.
It's tough to cast.
Tough to cast and a fine thing. The Insidious Roots, the 0/1 plant maker whenever a creature leaves the graveyard. So it's very good with his collect evidence, but is he going to splash black as well?
I can't see him going into a fifth color.
And look at this.
This is a
Repulsive
much better
Mutation
wheel.
has wheeled all the way around. He's found that lane you're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure he's happy to see that. I think Chris nearly took that
Really?
just as a hate pick because there wasn't anything in the pack for him. But he's let it go through, which I'm sure he'll be regretting in the matchup.
I hope Sam gets to cast 2 Repulsive Mutations against Chris,
and
then it's all his fault. The 5/5 Menace, the Braggart, or the Absolving Lamassu. I played that last week. It did work.
It absolved?
It absolved. It won. It won me a game.
Alrighty. Well, we're finishing up
here.
the pack here, and another full art
Wraps
land.
it up with a full art. We love that for Sam.
He's in the money, and we're going to go to pack 3 here.
Yep.
In just a moment, and finish off Sam's deck before we get into the round 1 pairing.
Here we go.
So pack 3, pick 1 here.
Got an art card. We'll never know what it was. And then he's counting out the 15 cards.
Actually, I think that's Niv Mizzet. I can just make it out.
Really?
Yeah.
Here we go. Unfortunately. Oh, that's that weird... Oh, he's cracked
another
Kellen.
Another Kellen. I mean, I'd be stoked. You know, get that redundancy, make your deck more consistent. And Kellen seems like a solid card.
Yeah.
And the legend rule, a little bit of a problem, but you can still cast the adventure.
Yeah, of course. And just have him waiting in the wings. Can't touch that. Can't be discarded.
Yep.
Can't be exiled from a graveyard.
And of course, Sam's going to take the... Well, he's thinking about
the hard-hitting question. The 1-mana punch.
It's kind of a hard-hitting question here for Sam.
Yeah. What's he going to do? I know the answer, but I'll let you find out.
Well, I my money's on him picking the second Kellen.
Yep.
That's what I would do, but you know, I'm not drafting. I'm commentating.
We're casting.
Yeah.
And there we go. We got the hard-hitting question.
Well, see, that's why I didn't make it to the table. I would have been greedy.
I would have taken that Kellen as well, but removal being premium in this set seems to be a theme, an ongoing theme.
I would say so, and a cheap removal as well because there's all the ward running around.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense.
1 mana turns into 3 mana removal when you're trying to deal with a morph, except those crafty little some of the black spells and some of the blue spells
there's like
that can't
4
be counted.
of them can't be counted, which is, you know, a good rate when you're playing against morphs.
There it is, out cold. The can't be counted. Tap and stun. Nervous Gardener coming to the front.
Nervous
another
Gardener,
one.
Yeah. And another one of Sam's favourite 1/3.
He loves that 1/3 and giving a chance to that. This and the red-green land.
Yeah.
Which would be great.
Yeah, it's sort of a battle of the fixing here. Is he going to take the fixing creature or the red-green land?
What would you take?
I feel like I would take the land because I think that Phoenix that he picked up earlier looks really good, and that's going to go a long way to casting the Phoenix. But I wouldn't be surprised if Sam takes the creature.
I'd take
here.
the land as well. I feel like the land is fixing in a body. You have a Nervous Gardener already to find the land.
Yeah, they do have basic land types.
Yeah, but Sam going with the Nervous Gardener here.
There it is.
Valuing that creature over that land.
I guess he wants those morph triggers as well.
Yes,
flipping the card up does
yep.
add to his plan.
Yeah, I suppose. But that was the one pick that I thought was very interesting because I'd love to have red-green just on a stick rather than having to invest 3 mana, then 1 more mana into it. But maybe he's leaning away from the red.
Yeah,
and
he
that's
has
for that
stopped
white.
taking red cards. So
we got Hustle and Bustle there, the 6 mana overrun that you can flip a face-down creature face-up as well. And he's brought up the black 1 instant killer creature with less than mana value 3 can't be counted.
Yeah, maybe just hatefully picking that one
Yeah,
to
exactly.
to stop his own guys getting gobbled up by it.
And then Vengeful Creeper, the 5/5 morph, 5/5 disguise that kills an artifact or enchantment when it's flipped.
A 5/5 for 5 is pretty solid.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. But he's having a real look in here. You can see the lane he's picked is like in pack 3, people tend to be settled in where they are. So if you're seeing your colours flowing, like particularly with Hustle and Bustle, the green, blue, red
Yeah.
split card. If anyone between here and there was in those colours, they would have taken that card.
He might be thinking it's going to wheel for
Yeah.
him. And he's taken Eliminate the Impossible here.
-2, -0.
You tell me. I
Yeah.
haven't read that one at
So
all.
it's instant -2, -0 to all the opponent's creatures, and you investigate.
Okay, yeah.
So it's a little handy way to get around ward and win combat in a round and investigate. So guaranteeing that you've got those clues to crack to draw the cards.
Here he's looking at the red-black land, which is interesting. He hasn't really picked up anything black yet.
No, there's just that Insidious Roots, right?
Yeah. Oh, that is true.
But that's it.
And Cold Case
Cracker?
on the front here, 3/3 flying, and when it dies, you investigate.
Yeah, I think it's a great card.
Yeah.
For 4 mana, a 3/3 fly isn't a bad rate, and then you get something when it walks out the door.
It replaces itself.
There we go.
And he's taken that.
Bing, bang, boom.
Not a bad option there at all.
And that's what, pick 4? That's
yeah,
good to know.
Pick 4.
Still knowing there are cards of that rate in one of your colours halfway through the first pack is good. Well, not halfway through. Halfway around the table.
Yeah.
The Innocent Bystander, the blue Spy, the 1 mana Spy, another one of those 5/5s that makes
Maybe
and
Crocodile.
then Proft's Eidetic
Ooh.
Memory.
Now, here's a nice on-color rare for Sam.
And it's a good sign.
Yes, definitely. I think the players to his right are not in blue,
Not in
obviously, which Sam will be happy about. And, I mean, yeah, we're drawing a card here.
You draw a card, and then at the beginning of combat, you put a number of 1/1 counters on a creature, which is X counters, where X is the number of cards you've drawn -1.
Oh, okay. So every time you crack a clue, you're getting a +1.
That's a counter.
That's a real
At
nice
its base
one.
rate, it's draw a card, put a 1/1 counter on a creature. For 2 mana, that's pretty good.
Yep.
That's pretty good. And it just sticks around. It's an enchantment. I think that's a very good sign for Sam more than anything else. Now we've got another one of those bites. We've got the Inspector, the 2/3 Inspector, and another Insidious Roots, and another Cracker.
Yeah, well, let's see where Sam's at right now. Does he have enough removal, or is he going to take the bite again?
Now the Sample Collector, if you collect evidence with it, you can put a 1/1 counter on something. I'm not exactly sure what that card is.
It may be another creature you control.
On target creature you control.
Oh,
yep.
so he can target himself. That's
Yep.
all right.
And it's interesting. I think he's going for more of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think Sam's gone out of red here, and he's just settled into his blue-green lane, which he sort of made for himself in pack 1.
It's going to be interesting to see if he does try to splash the Phoenix, but I don't think he will.
Yeah, I'm quite excited to see whether or
not.
Yeah, once we get into
watching
the match.
this first match is going to be great.
Yeah, because we've seen all the lead up, and maybe he'll finally take the out cold.
I think it's going to be an out cold here.
The candlestick I quite like too, though.
Really?
Yeah, I mean you equip it, and you get +1/+1, but every time you attack, you surveil too. So if you can get it on a flyer, you can really churn through your deck and just draw everything that you want.
The thing with all those equipments, there's one equipment in each color. It's a murder weapon from Cluedo.
Yes.
The equip cost is the thing that is hard. It's that 2 mana to equip. Not every equipment is made equal, I don't think.
I think the red and the blue ones I've seen the most, but that's probably also because red-blue is an artifact theme, so they kind of give you a little extra value.
I mean,
there.
there's always a card at the end of it as well. We got
Yeah.
that Airtight Alibi for that pick as well. I'm not sure of those equipments yet. I haven't played very much with them, but I am interested to see how they play out.
I think they do well in the aggressive decks, but maybe as the format plays out, they'll be a little bit left behind.
Yeah. Now they went that way. More of that fixing. 3 mana, get a basic land, and investigate.
Yeah, that's right. And he's taken that. I think that's an easy pick. That'll slot in.
So I think he still wants to splash something, but he doesn't know what his other splash is, or he's determined to get that Phoenix in.
Yeah, or even just play the green-white removal. It's a real solid card, and he's got so much fixing now. It's basically free if either way he wants to go. I'm personally rooting for the Phoenix. I'm a big red
out cold again.
Red fanatic.
So I think the out cold count is now 2, or the
two
out
out
cold
colds.
It's either 2 or 3. I think it's a solid card for knocking down the other creatures and getting in. 2 red cards, a full art, and the 6 mana 4/3 that finds the magnifying glass and the hat.
Yes, it goes and gets very specific artifacts.
Neither of which he has.
No.
But sometimes you just want a 6 mana 4/3 flyer.
Yeah.
You never want that.
I don't think that card's going to see play here,
No.
unfortunately.
Here we've got Gruul cards coming around. The Hellion, the 6/7.
He's going to take that. I
the
mean,
Breakout.
that's nice topper on your curve, and you can play it for just green if you flip it.
And then the Mistway Spy or the full art land.
Come on.
A card he can play and a card he can play.
Wow.
It's Sam
What
taking
a
the full
move.
art.
Full art land again. Even though I would have put the spy in my deck if I was Sam.
We love 1-drops.
All right. Well, on that note,
We've seen both drafts, and in a sec we're going to go to the round 1 match. But first we're going to have a player interview with a player in just a sec. With Sam or Chris, we're going to have a chat about their draft. Coming up in just a sec.
Okay, welcome back, and here we have with us my other draft punk, my partner in crime on the draft punks. We have Sam, whose draft you just saw. How are you feeling?
Look, that could have gone better.
Okay.
But it could have gone worse as well. So pack 1 was really tough. I ended it with just like a pile. I was trying to just like keep some options open and find something good to do, and I didn't. But the next few packs kind of worked out pretty well. So I knew I was in blue-green, and I thought I was going to have to pivot into a kind of multicolor Gardener deck, given the like hedging that I'd done earlier. So the hardest pick that I made was I picked.
That wasn't on purpose. Gardening and hedging. That wasn't on purpose. That was a good joke.
All my jokes are good.
Okay,
We've established this before.
Okay, sure. Okay.
Sometimes
whatever.
you don't laugh at them, but that's a problem with you.
I feel like that's a you problem.
This is not a problem with my jokes. This is a problem with
mostly,
Adrian.
I think you. But anyway.
So the peak drama of the draft was when I got my first Nervous Gardener and
Did it make you nervous?
Thinking of passing the Bomb Mythic certainly made me a little nervous. But I did it. I took Nervous Gardener over multiple Sphinx's Revelation.
So you hedged, and
Hedged.
that made you nervous.
And then at the end I had to trim a few cards.
Wow.
Yeah. I had to take a razor blade of grass to the final cuts in my deck. I am only playing 40 cards. I'm really sorry.
And you are playing green.
I am playing green, so
playing green.
this does check out. But yeah, it did work out in the end. I got some good cards. I got double Repulsive Mutation, I think, the counter spell that makes you guys bigger.
So a bit of a control theme.
Yeah, I don't know. Blue-green, historically, we all know kind of the best draft archetype. It's done very well over the course of 2023. So look, it'll be different this time. Everything's different now. So yeah, we'll see how we go. So I drafted this Gardener deck, passed Arcus Proft, and then got to the end and was like, oh, my deck's just kind of pretty good, and I don't need to actually splash a million colors. So I'm just touching white for the green-white O-ring thing, and didn't even end up splashing red, which I thought I was going to. So.
Oh, okay. So, what does an ideal sort of opening hand look like for you? What are you looking? How does a game play out for you?
Look, I don't know. I'm gonna play some creatures and then play some cold storages and counter spells, and then opponents are just gonna
die. They're just gonna die.
That's the hope. I could have had 2 Kellens as well. I first picked Kellen and then got another one later, and I passed it. But yeah, I guess if I can start the game like a constructed player and just accelerate my land drops, get some clues going, that'd be good. Yeah, I don't think the deck's going to do anything insane, but I think it's solid. It's got some good things it can do. So,
excellent, fantastic. Well, I believe your match will be one of the first matches that we're watching. So good luck out there, and do us proud, Sam.
And look, just so everybody knows, anything that Adrian says about me while we're playing,
correct.
It's not true.
It's very
it's
correct.
All
It's
false.
the most
it's
correct.
Lies.
I
It's
don't think I
just
could
lies.
actually say anything any more correct than the things I'm about to say.
Just know that if you just assume that it's false,
then
good.
you'd be wrong.
He's like Mr. Opposite.
In the fact that everything that Sam says about me is false, which means that what I'm saying is true.
This interview has turned into a logic puzzle.
All right. All the best, Sam, and we'll see you later.
Thanks very much.
All right, everyone, you've met the rest. Now you're going to meet the best. This is Chris Lin, last year's tournament winner, and the other half of the first match. Chris, how did you feel about your draft?
I mean, overall, I feel like I make the right decision. I mean, to be honest, like I don't like the packs I opened. That is part of the draft. I think I made the best out of it. So yeah, we'll have to see how it matches against.
What is your plan? Because I haven't seen anything. The first thing I'm going to see of your deck is the game that I'm about to watch. What are you?
So I'm basically like a face down, flip over, kind of try to get some value from things turning up.
Gotcha.
And also I do have like quite various different creatures at like you can put face down, so it kind of plays a game that your opponent's very hard to guess
What card is going on? You're controlling the information in the game.
Yeah. That's what I hope to do. Probably a little bit of go wide as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now you said it was you weren't happy with the packs, but you were happy with how you navigated. At what point did you settle in on that archetype you're playing today?
So when I opened pack one, pick one, is basically nothing in the pack. So try to stay open. Like pack one, pick one, and pick two. I basically pick two blank, just flexible cards. And then after that, I got past the Samala Sentry, which is
the green-white grows others.
Yeah, I'm not committed to that, but I just don't really see anything else to build around, so I guess that's what I have to do. Both pack 2, pack 3 are obviously hoping to open some kind of, because the reason I want to be in white-green is I get to basically play all the bombs. And I don't get anything. I end up picking 2 commons, but it's kind of common I want, so I can't complain about that, but it's like slightly disappointing. I didn't get an angel,
Yep. You always want it, never gonna get it.
Everyone's want to get an angel. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, it looks like you made the best out of the draft that you got, and now let's get out there and see how you do with it. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
No worries, Chris. See you soon. Yeah, perfect. All right.
Welcome back. We are about to jump into the first match, which is very exciting.
Yeah, it's very much Magic Mates original, and then Chatswood Magic Mates head to head.
Yeah, it's an interesting distinction, because obviously me and Sam used to draft at Chatswood, but then we sort of migrated down to where you guys are at.
Down to Ashfield.
And great community, big fan. Wouldn't go back.
You're very welcome.
Wouldn't
You're
go
very
back.
welcome. You've provided a lot to the community, and we love having you here.
That's awesome to hear.
In the spirits of Magic Mates, my boy Chris Lin is going to smash your boy Sam.
I think my boy Sam is going to do some damage today. I've seen both decks, and I think I know which one I like better.
Yeah, Chris was talking about how he's disappointed with his draft, not because of the way he drafted, but because of the cards that he the cards he opened, he was very unhappy with, but he was happy with how he navigated the draft. But overall, unhappy.
I would say that's a perfectly acceptable way to think about that. Having commentated Chris's draft, a bit rough.
Yeah.
Very tough, but I feel like that's a common theme for everyone here. So really excited to see how this game plays out. Really excited to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, Sam's deck looked, I was watching as it was forming, looks very exciting. There's fixing for days. How much splashing did he end up doing?
I don't think he ended up doing any splashing at all. We've got, I think, a pretty down-the-middle blue-green deck for Sam, but Chris's deck is a little all over the place. And we've started off with
It's a work of art, but it's a Jackson Pollock,
No mulligans from each player.
That's good to hear. And then we got 2 lands, and this is the card that set him down the path.
Yeah, Samala Sentry was an early pick, and coming straight out in game 1 on turn 2, exactly when you want it.
That's exactly what you want. And this deck, this is, as a caster, not a drafter in this event, this uncommon is really good at setting you down a direction, and you know there are going to be disguised cards.
100%.
It's a good backup to have.
Okay, so V2 Ghazi and Investigator, Inspector, I believe.
Yes, Sam loved this card.
He's a big fan. We've drafted it on the channel. He's up on it.
Tell me about it.
I like it. I think it's got legs because it is beneficial early and late. Like, you can use it just to get on the board, shore up the ground.
Gotcha.
We've got a face down card from Chris.
Here we are, the first of the disguised cards.
But I think he just likes it because it comes down early to, like, just stop you from dying instantly to the red decks. But also means that you, later in the game, can stabilize you a bit.
And that one counter can mean so much in this game.
And reach is a big deal. There's a couple of reach creatures, and they all do a really good job of just putting the brakes on whatever's in the air.
Look at that natural Abzan. Bing bang boom.
That would be banned, but yes, natural banned from Sam.
Is it? Oh, sorry, I thought it was black in the middle. No, it's these stupid lands.
It is the... I was like, is that actually an island? Oh, so almost identical play from both players. Sam finding all three of his colors, one of them being a splash color.
But this is a great attack opportunity for Chris. Because that morph, that threat with the Samala Sentry is... You know Sam's not going to morph his. He can double block, but...
Don't know what morph he put down.
Neither.
I saw a couple of morph cards in his opening hand. I have a feeling it might be one of the more expensive ones, or it's a Nervous Gardener. So...
Gotcha. This is Sam's, or not Chris's.
Sorry, Chris's.
Well, there we go.
He's
it's the classic
straight
win.
in.
Here we go.
I have a feeling we're going to see a no blocks declared by Sam. Or just, Inspector on
That's
the
your
Sentry.
job. That's his job.
That's his job, but...
is he going to flip?
This may just be take 2 damage and...
Thank you very much. Let's move on.
Play another card.
I don't know what Chris is
He's
like.
thinking about it.
The tactical flippities. Oh.
2 mana. Have we got a trick?
No, there we go.
Flipping. It's the Dog Walker.
Walker.
It's the Dog Walker. Okay.
Counters on both.
So a little bit of extra damage and a lot of extra damage actually. That's
and let's get some dogs on the board.
We got some. Let's get some
woof,
dogs.
Woof. Who let the dogs out? It was Chris Lim.
It was Chris. And who are our dogs today?
We got Dom, the dirty dog.
Dom is dogging it up today, and
oh no, they're looking for the dog token as we speak.
Looking for a second dog token. But that's 4 damage from Chris, with 2 mana left to play out another spell, which means Chris is on the front foot.
There we go. What did he
so we've got I think below the life total there, we've got a V2 Ghazi Inspector of his own.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what it is.
So...
That's
the question is, what is Sam going to be able to follow this up with? I can see the green-white... I can see the green-white removal spell in hand.
Yeah. I mean, now's a great time to do it on that Inspector. He's tapped out. It'll ramp him.
Well, it's a tough decision that Sam finds.
Sorry, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, he can take out the Sentry.
But what would it do?
Which would sort of, like, help him sort of stem the bleeding. Like, the Sentry's only going to get bigger. It's only going to get badder. Whereas the Dog Walker is currently an enormous threat, and next turn that thing's got Vigilance, so he does play it. He does take out the Sentry.
Because that's just going to... That's the engine of Chris's deck, right?
We've almost played this exact line on the channel. Sam understands the threat that the Sentry represents. It makes all of the morphs bigger while getting bigger itself. You have to deal with it early.
And if he's got another Sentry in there, like...
that's
a nightmare situation.
Over. So...
But still, that Chris's board is nothing to sniff at.
Formidable. Sam's tapped out, so Chris can do almost whatever he wants
This is the way Chris loves to play as well. He loves being on the front foot. He's... What is this one?
Oh, this is
strong.
This is strong.
Oh, this is...
So it's going to be solved almost immediately, I believe.
Yeah, 2 counters on 2 things, or...
Yeah, I think you get to distribute 2 counters
across
between 2 things.
So he's right now at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 power. That's flipping.
It's flipping. So...
Thankfully, this turn he won't get the
He won't get the trample, but next turn that dog walker is going to get out of control. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a double block here from Sam if Chris goes for the attack.
He's
gone straight.
There.
Oh, it's 3 count as well. Oh no, it already had a counter.
It had
on
a counter, so now Ooh, in we go with a 6-4.
I would not be surprised at all if Sam double blocks.
But the double block doesn't kill it.
Does the double block? Oh, of course. It's only a 2/2. Oh no. That's okay. This is rough.
Probably the most aggressive attack. This is solid aggression.
Solid aggression, and Sam doesn't really have a plan yet, so I think Sam might just have to take this.
Yeah, I think he
have
does.
to take this and play a longer game. I know Sam has some level of interaction,
but he didn't end up with. He didn't take the white is just for this buried in the garden, right? He went. He was off the Phoenix plan.
Goes for the chump.
Oh wow!
Goes for the chump.
Do your job, Inspector.
Hey.
Thank you so much.
It was not attacking anytime soon, but I'd be really interested to see how Sam deals with that and manages.
Because every turn, once you remove the dog walker, is getting counters on whatever they want. Like
it's Chris is very far ahead, and Sam has one hell of an uphill battle in front of him.
At least he's not. It looks like he's not mana screwed.
He's not mana screwed. Chris failed to put down a fifth land last turn.
Chris is all in on this dog walker plan.
If Sam can deal with the dog walker, the legs fall out underneath Chris's game plan really quickly.
Because I think it's not an attacking creature, is it? It's just 1/1 counter on a creature.
So I think. So Sam's got a 3/3 flyer that dies when it that inspects when it dies.
The case cracker. This is a double block he can do.
I think this is just with the view to the double block, and he's gonna take a bunch of damage from the trample and just in general.
But the secret passage that could.
I believe that only is it mana value or power this thing cares about.
But can't it make it unblockable?
I believe mana value.
Well, there you go. I don't know anything.
It's all right. I early days in the set, I only just vaguely know what the card does, but it is a 5th land drop from Chris, which is crucial to keep his game plan running in case Sam can deal with it. Chris is going to combat. He's putting the counter on it.
Trample. 7/5.
What doesn't it do? So Sam can put the board in front of it, and I think he looks like he's going to. If this is a trick from Chris, it may
could be GG.
It could be over.
Look at those fists. Those white knuckles of Sam.
He's representing tricks as well. He's got 2 mana open.
What's
any
it gonna
color. Chris is completely unsure of what he's gonna do. He's ordering damage.
Sorry, getting it ordered correct.
Make sure
we're killing that. We're killing the disguised creature first.
Oh, here we go. Here's the tricks. I know he has a +3/+3 and trample trick in the deck. Oh, +2/+2 investigate. Okay, that's a nightmare. Oh, bounces it in response. Picks up a card for it. That is what some people call a 2-for-1.
That's a 2. That's
very deft play from Sam. Puts him with his creatures still on board. And now Chris can't play it back out unless it's a morph, and we know what morph it is.
Yeah. This is...
Oh, he can't play it back out. Sorry, that land doesn't tap for mana. Wow. Big turnaround from Sam.
That is a huge turn. He's got to be very happy to have picked up that bounce.
Oh,
that bounce
massive.
Paid dividends.
And just getting the little bit of overextension from Chris, which he punished. Very, very good. That's the Sam we know and love.
That's what he does.
That's
he sets
what he
the
does.
trap. You walk into the trap.
Okay, now we're on the front foot.
There we go.
Now we're on the offense.
16-17.
Sam is on the board. Now what are we following it up with? We have 5 mana now, which means that the morphs that he could flip could be serious.
Big deal morphies.
Could be big deal. Or straight hard cast Hellion. Putting it down, letting Chris know that he means business.
I'm not fucking around today.
Absolutely
we could morph?
Not.
No, thank you.
No morphs for me.
Not a surprise.
Really showing Chris that his solved case doesn't mean a lot.
No. Not right now. How many turns of attacking is that going to need to get past 7 toughness?
And Chris goes and gets the swamp. Interesting. Does that mean he has his rare, or is he just hoping
What
to
is
draw
his
it?
rare? Tell me about it.
Oh, so he picked, I forgot the card's name, but there's a black morph that he considered over other cards in his colors, but opted to pick it. I believe it's the 5/2 with Menace.
The 6/2, the Hunted Monstrosity.
Yes.
That's a great card.
Great card. He picked it against other, I would say, equally
good cards for
equally good picks.
But it's an easily splashable card, and in a morph deck,
100%. You can wait for that mana. You can wait for that fixing. It's not like you need it on turn 3.
Yeah, that card won me 2 games at the real draft earlier in the week.
Oh, 100%.
Someone targeted a shock at my morph creature. They were on 3 life. I flipped it. It was my Hunted Monstrosity, and bing bang boom. Because when it dies, your opponent loses 3 life.
So we've got the Tunnel Tipster from Chris and
That's where they
a
ended
morph. Now, is it the Dog Walker? We don't know. Chris didn't really show us the card before he put it down, so this is going to be a surprise for us too.
Could be.
So from what I can see in Sam's hand, he's got another Hellion, which is just he's at that stage of the game where he's just putting down fatties over and over and over
you
again.
like that Hellion? How would you like another Hellion?
And
No?
he's also got the so he's gonna make the morph block. We are gonna find out what that is. He's probably gonna swing in with the Hellion.
Oh, you got to pay the ward though, because he can't make it block.
He's paid for the ward. He's got the land doubler, so he's paid for it. He's ready to go in. Yep. In we go. What? So he has to block with the morph. Will he commit any more to the block to try and get rid of it? He's got a 3/3. He's got 2 1/1s. He could theoretically get rid of it, but it trades off a big slab of his board. No. And go to damage, flip it. It's the Dog Walker again.
It's
okay,
Dog Walker,
so the thing we already knew about. Chris takes 3. Sam's ahead in the life race, but Chris is untapping.
But Sam's ahead in the board race as well,
Sam,
let's be honest.
That enormous turn.
Yeah.
Sam was looking so far behind and then managed to...
one little bounce.
One little bounce, got a combat trick out of his hand, and took the Dog Walker out of the game, basically.
And that was, as we were saying, Chris was high risk, high reward, everything in one basket. I remember saying about putting all your eggs in your one basket, and it was a really good idea until it wasn't.
I agree. I've heard that if you have lots of eggs, chuck them in a basket. Yeah. Baskets aren't free.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't have 5 baskets. Who is this inventor of this? Oh, we got another morph. I think I saw a black card. I think I saw a black card.
What mana? Oh, he's got black mana up.
He's got black mana up. I don't remember how much it costs to flip.
2. It is.
It is
black
2.
And 1. Yeah.
It is black and 1.
It's
so
a very
this
cheap
could be
flip.
the rare.
It's a good trick. It's as in like, it's only you're not expecting something with power 6 for 2 mana.
Exactly. So now Sam's untapping. The other card in Sam's hand, I believe, is a land. No, it's a Hellion. It's the other Hellion.
So he's got a Hellion and
the card he just drew. So
what's he gonna do?
I think Sam might just be trying to push the advantage, go to combat, try and just bring it home. Sam's ahead. He stopped Chris from attacking. That case is doing nothing right now, and might just want to seal the deal. But that morph is, who knows?
Sam doesn't like to muck around, does he? Like, he's not going to attack with that morph with 5 open mana, hoping Chris doesn't block, or like he's not not a trickster.
If he knows, Sam will calculate. Sam's gonna really try and find the objectively best line. And Sam is the kind of player who will trade, I guess, time for value.
Gotcha.
So Sam's going to be very happy with playing slower, playing more precisely, in exchange for a quicker win.
Gotcha. Okay.
But he has turned most of the board sideways.
Yes.
And
everything except the morph.
Everything except the morph, which really begs the question, which morph is it?
Exactly. The thing I love when I'm playing against Chris is I'm a garbage Magic player. But I use his own brain against him. Chris is very analytical. He has a lot of thinking going on, and he will outthink even what I'm thinking. I'm just swinging with everything. And he's like, oh, he's got 4 mana up. It could be this, it could be this. I've got nothing, but I like taxing his brain whenever I can. That's the only way I can steal a game off Chris.
Make him use it.
Because he goes into that tank. He thinks about every possible thing you could have, and then does possibly the best thing for that outcome, but then when I don't have what he's expected to have, he gets angry with me. It's great. It's great. You play the player, not the cards.
So we've got a chump on the Hellion, and he's going to take 7. That's a big hit.
That's huge.
A big
That's
hit.
half his life. And what's he dropping? We know what he's dropping.
He's dropping the other Hellion. He's saying, deal with it. Okay, look, I've got big boys. I ain't flipping that morph, but deal with it.
And Chris didn't flip his morph end of turn if it was the Hound.
I think he could be looking for the shock value. He could be looking for the surprise, trying to pick up a card with it, rather than just playing it out and letting Sam know what he's got. Yeah. So Chris is in an interesting position now. He's facing down a big board.
If we had a choice of feet that Chris was on, I'd say it was the back one. He's on the back foot now.
If Chris was a horse and had many legs to choose from,
it's either the third or fourth leg.
It's one of the back ones.
Yeah, one of the back ones. Maybe even the tail.
Whoa,
he could be the tail.
We could be that far back.
I mean, look, there's 5 creatures on Sam's side of the board, 4 on Chris's, and 3 of there's the lowest power creature that Sam has is 2, and it escalates up rapidly to 6. Chris has nothing. He's got a mana dork, he's got a 1/1, he's got a 1/3. He's leaving his mana up, but I bet you he's got 2 more lands in his hand.
It's serious.
It's not looking good.
It's not looking good. He's got a 3 power flyer as well, just to push home whatever
Every
might
time.
need to get pushed, even if the Hellions get removed. Sam's board is big, it's mean, it's green. It's not looking great.
And Sam also has some reactive spells that Chris has no idea about yet. So the blue-green X.
Yes, the counter spell. The counter spell that puts counters on the
it's a counter spell.
They're having a bit of a discussion here where
very delicately
we're
swinging all.
turning it all sideways as he goes to combat. Chris is now in danger. Ooh. Taps it all. Flips a morph. What is it? We've got the destruction. Okay, we're killing that. We're getting the sentry back on the board.
I mean, but does that change it that much?
I don't think it does.
It's a 1/3.
It's a 1/3. It's an extra blocker. It's a stopgap for whatever Sam's doing.
In this situation,
Sam doesn't tap in response. Very interesting. Sam's got possibly no way to spend his mana right now. We've got a chump with the dog. I feel like Chris is now going to...
He's got to block the flyer.
He's going to weigh up what that morph is. Because easy to chump the Hellions.
That's an 8.
Okay, so that's going to gobble up the ambusher.
1/3 the sentry, 2/2 the other Hellion, 1/3 the flyer? Is that what you got to do?
I feel like... I don't think he can profitably... The blocking the flyer... I think he can survive a hit from the flyer. He can find something else. But the question is what happens to the tipster and the sentry?
He's going to double block the morph, maybe? No, there we go.
He does chump the flyer. Okay, and just tries to bounce off of the morph. Depending on that morph, this could be the end.
Yeah.
It's a big damage turn, but Chris is trying to stabilize.
I mean, it's a very fine... he has to literally thread a
Taps
needle.
for single green. The
1, 2,
only
3, 4.
thing it could be.
Oh my god!
Single green mana off of the dock.
+5/+5 on a 2/2? I think that's a 7/7.
Oh. Okay. Strong plays from either player, but...
It's still not...
It's still not
Chris
over.
Chris is approaching the turn,
but
he hasn't gone through the turn yet.
Absolutely not. Sam's still got a Hellion. Sam's still got a 3/3 flyer. That's the only thing that can block it right now is the Samala Sentry. So it's not looking good. We've still got a morph. Who knows what it is? Sam's playing it slow on that morph. calculating, thinking, what are we going to tap? How are we going to tap? I don't know what this could be, but if Sam can put down another just threat, another big threat, it's going to be hard for Chris to keep battling these threats. Another morph. Another morph. Very interesting.
What morphs he has.
And a conspicuous blue-green X left up, and a single card in hand from Sam.
Right now, that blue-green X, you have to pay 6 more mana, because it's the largest power of creature you have on the board,
Correct.
right?
So this thing is going to straight in there.
Interesting.
I have a feeling I know what this is. I think Chris sees that he's going to have to be able to block the flyer to stay alive.
Yep.
And Sam's shield's down on this one, so this is a perfect time to get a counter on the sentry, just so he can block. And just so he can keep bouncing off of that caretaker the whole time. Sorry, cold case cracker.
Yes, the cold case cracker, without giving Sam a clue.
Yes.
If Chris has a Granite Witness, he can also... Oh, that's where it went. The Gruul land that Sam picked a Nervous Gardener over.
Ah, right.
I was very curious of that pick.
Okay, so gets the counter on the sentry, passes the turn.
6 mana up.
It was not an attack for damage.
It was an attack.
So he does have the counter. He's got the counter and the land in hand. So I think
this
Sam...
is G. Oh, it's close to GG. I think it's G.
I know Sam. Sam's going to try and use his morphs. We still don't know what those morphs are. Of course, this
is reach as well, right? The Vengeful Creeper is a 5/5 reach?
I don't think it is. I think it's just a 5/5. But Chris has got 1 card in hand. Sam's got 1 card in hand. We know what Sam's card is. That's a counterspell. That's a trick.
You're going to make Chris commit in a way that he can no longer prevent the loss that's about to happen. And then he'll just put X counters on any of his creatures that are unblocked.
Well, this is terrible for Chris, because Chris would love to be able to make safe choices, but he's kind of got to do a bit of guesswork. He's got to try and remember when the morphs were played, how they were played, how they attacked. So now he's blocked the newest morph, I think.
Yes.
And we'll see how Sam reacts to this.
And there's 5 damage coming through right now.
Is this a speculative attack from Sam? Or is this just... Or can it go toe-to-toe with the 5/5?
Does Sam care?
Does Sam care? Is he just looking to load up the flyer and win the game right now? Or is he deathly afraid of that last card of Chris's?
Well, yeah, I mean, that last card... Well, it wasn't a last card.
Or is he going to hopefully he knows Chris, and that's another combat trick.
Yeah.
And when the combat trick comes out, he wins in response.
He counters and counters.
Absolutely. Counters and counters. Sam's reading the card, which, as we have heard many times before, explains the card. And he's flipping. We've got a Gardener.
Get a land.
This is decent. Yes, the Gardener's going to just get totally munched by the 5/5. Still don't know what the other morph is.
Just damage through?
Damage through, nothing to worry about. So Sam's feeling pretty confident. He's got a 3-power flyer. He's got more creatures than Chris.
And he's got a huge pillow of life.
Huge pillow of life. And whatever... If Chris shows him a premium threat right now, he counters it and puts counters on his creatures, and it's over.
Yep.
So...
It's Sam's game to lose right now.
It's Sam's game to lose. Here we have the colorless fixing guy. I believe it's a 2-1 or a 1-3.
Yep. That's a good high-definition camera.
And I believe it also hates on the graveyard.
Yeah.
So
when it's in the graveyard, it can
land for draw for turn for Sam. Sam would have liked extra action here. Sam still, and very characteristic of Sam, still unwilling to go out on a limb and proactively play that trick to seal away the game. But Sam's got good attacks, and I believe he will push that advantage. Probably see a flip of that morph this turn. Or even still, just attack with the Hellion and the Flyer.
Yeah, I can see him going...
Or just with the Hellion.
I don't think he'll do this because this is what I would do. Attack with everything.
Attack with everything and
Attack with
then
everything.
pump the thing that doesn't get blocked. Yeah.
But he's not going to do that.
I don't think he's going to do that. Chris has drawn land and played land and left that one card in hand. Okay, so...
Leaving the morph back.
Caretaker and Hellion. Chump on the Hellion.
Interesting.
Bounce on the Caretaker. Go to damage.
Great.
No problems. Pass the turn.
Sam has a...
Sam knows he just has to wait.
Yep.
Time is on Sam's side, and that's how Sam likes it.
As long as Chris is not drawing too many cards.
This is fine.
Drawing one a turn.
If Chris got a real value engine going, Sam would be in a little bit of trouble, but still, Chris has to keep playing creatures, and Sam has a counter spell.
Last time I checked, that stops you playing a card.
It stops you playing a card, especially if you go out for like a big splashy play that will hopefully stabilize you. And Chris has got 2 cards in hand. I think he would have played the land by now if he drew land.
Oh,
Wish I could see. Give us a little bit
I can't
more,
get
Chris.
that angle round.
Give us a little bit more.
Just play, draw, go.
Passes the turn. All Sam has to do is the same thing he's always done. Attack with that Hellion. Attack with the 3/3. Sam looks like he draws a creature. I can see maybe another V2 Inspector, which puts a counter on the Cog. Oh no, this is which one's that? Oh, is that the fight spell?
Oh, if it's a fight spell, it's GG.
It's kind of over. But then again, 2 cards in Chris's hand.
But you know,
the man likes to play tricks.
But he's got counters.
He's got counters. It's true.
Yeah,
4 mana.
I think it is the fight. Yep.
We've got
He's not
this
collecting
is it.
any evidence.
Oh, very safe.
Wow.
Next level safe.
Let's do it on my ward disguised creature.
So I would. Oh, and it's over. GG. It's over.
Nice.
Wow.
And more importantly, Sam didn't have to reveal his special tactics.
He didn't have to reveal it. Also, just incredible play from Sam there. Playing your bite, your punch spell on the thing with ward, so it reduces the probability of it getting removed in response, and also basically showing your opponent, I'm going to flip this before this resolves.
Of course, because it wasn't going to fight. It wasn't going to kill it the way
100%.
it was. Right.
So, wow.
That was a good game.
What a game.
That was a great game.
It looked like Chris had a commanding lead. Sam came back. Just the bounce spell that was heard all around the world. Exactly.
That was all it took. 2 mana, and blue may be the best color.
It may be the best
color.
And meanwhile, he's bouncing. He's surveilling. Yes. He's shoring up his next draws. Everything is going the way Sam wants it to go. So big first win from Sam.
And that was a really good draw from Chris.
A blazingly fast start. Like Sentry, Dog Walker. What more of a perfect turn 2 and 3 could you want in this format?
And then that bloody case.
And then the case solves it immediately. Attacking with just a 5/3.
I guess Chris is going to be more safe with his plays. He's going to be even more cagey with his combat tricks now.
I don't know. Here's the thing. I feel like Chris knows that Sam has tricks, but maybe the answer to that is just go faster, go harder.
I think Chris is the fast and furious Magic player.
So we're waiting for round 2.
Round 2, game 2.
I'm excited.
Is there anything in that game that would make you consider any sideboarding? Is there anything you can think of in Sam's sideboard?
I don't know. I didn't see anything super obvious to include in the sideboard pick, but I think Sam's going to be feeling pretty safe in that he's got counter spells. He's got like a universal answer for things that come down maybe a little later in the game. Or when the Sentry comes down on turn 2, not a lot you can do about it. Dog Walker goes on the stack next turn, counter it. See a morph, counter it. He knows that he's got some serious morphs to deal with, some high impact morphs. So I think Sam's going to be looking to use that knowledge develop a game plan that will get him sort of in a position where he doesn't have to do any guesswork.
I guess the morphs that were revealed by Chris was Dogwalker.
Yes.
And that was...
And the 5/5.
And
the 5/5 that
the creeper.
Kills enchantments and artifacts. So, I think if Chris can get another one of those banging hands, I think Sam's going to pick up an L. I think Sam it was very clever, little lucky.
But that's magic.
Little lucky, but that's
magic, baby.
That's magic. A lot of clever, little bit of lucky.
Yeah. Well,
sometimes a little bit of clever and a lot of lucky. So I feel like we're gonna go to a three game match.
As long as the cards have that in their powers for us, we'll have 3 games.
I think we're looking for a 3-game match, and we return to the table. I think Chris is going first this time.
Mm-hmm. You'd assume so.
And if he can pull off a start of the caliber that he did last time on the play, looking very strong.
Yeah, because if Sam didn't have that bounce, totally different game. Totally. Yeah, GG noob. We don't even see turn 6.
Over. Like, just even getting to attack with a trampling 6/4. Yuck. Like, with vigilance. Come on.
Yeah.
So, I think... I don't know actually how it's going to go, but it's going to be close, because we've seen from even just the past these two players just like playing right now in the past game, could go anyway. Yeah. Very, very good Magic players. The decks seem to be on par. There doesn't seem to be a wild power difference.
Chris has 2 colors.
I can see a Hellion, I think.
And he's got the rare. This is the rare. The rare, the Hellion. Oh, wait, I should talk softer. He's got the rare, the Hellion, 3 lands. Is that a 4? I don't know what that card is.
I think that's 4 lands. I think that's the Evolving Wilds. I think we're going to see a keep from Chris, and we've got a mulligan from Sam.
Okay. Mulligan is... Is Sam an aggressive mulliganer? What's his mulligan?
I think Sam... It's funny. We'll,
tell me about Sam's
I'll tell you about it. So... On the channel over at the Draft Punks, we've made jokes that Sam keeps sometimes what would be considered completely out of pocket hands. So Sam's an aggressive keeper, I would say.
Does it depend, like, if he's got the card that he loves most and like it's really sketchy otherwise, he'll keep? Or is it like...
It's more like, how does the hand develop? Like, if it's
telling a good story.
If it's, like, got... Like, let's say it's got 3 lands. You got, red-blue deck. You got 2 red and a blue.
Yep.
And you've got... rest of the hand's full of red cards.
Yep.
Like, of course I'll keep that. No problem. But then if it's got, like... If it's, like, 4 blue cards and 1 red card, and it looks like... I can't remember the land spread, but if there's like...
If he's going to be taxed.
If he's going to be taxed on that, he's like, it'll develop great, because I'll draw it.
I'll draw it. Always. Yeah. I'm going to draw it. It's my primary.
So we've got a new hand. We've got
a Panther?
A distinct lack of land in this hand.
But that's a Panther, right?
We've got a
2
Panther,
lands and a Panther.
But we've got
3 lands and a
2
Panther.
islands, by the looks of things.
Oh.
2 islands.
I thought that was a forest.
A grip of green cards. I think he's gonna.
Oh.
He's gonna keep it. He's gonna. This is the Sam I know and love. He's going to
aggressively keeping.
Yeah, he's going to hedge on drawing that forest, and he knows how many forests he's got in the deck, and he knows that he can draw one. Didn't draw a forest. Plays the island. We see Evolving Wilds cracked by Chris. Chris goes and gets the swamp straight away. He's got it in hand.
Yeah,
he's got it in hand.
I reckon he's gonna. Obviously, you want to face down at first because you don't want to give your opponent the two little white dogs. But very interesting.
Very interesting start. Sam, everything I think rides on Sam drawing a forest.
Yes.
Now.
Yes. He because
otherwise
has every color now.
Chris is just going to town on him.
That would have been a nervous Gardener, but because Sam didn't end up splashing, it doesn't matter. Sam could have had that -1 nervous guard.
So I'd really like to see. So let's watch Sam's body language as he draws this card. He's gonna really hang on it because he really needs to draw that forest. So a bit of tanking from Chris. I don't know why specifically. Oh,
He
he's
was
thinking
surveilling.
about the surveil.
Boom, there
Bins
it goes.
it.
What is that, the white
Okay,
case?
Sam, big draw for Sam. Forest. Oh!
There he goes again. So now, easy street.
Perfect.
Perfect. He knew it. He got it. He loved it. What are we morphing? I know what we're morphing. I bet you we're morphing it. Yep. It's the
It's
the
the rare.
6 power
It's the rare.
mints.
It's the rare.
It's the rare.
It's the rare. So Sam's feeling pretty damn good right now.
Yeah. There we go.
Basic land cycles.
Cycle it. Get the.
I think he gets another forest. Oh, gets the mountain.
What's that? Did he?
I can't remember what the mountain's
It could
for.
be for Galvanize or the Phoenix.
Oh,
did he end up
okay,
putting the Phoenix
okay.
in?
I don't think he ended up putting the Phoenix in, but I think he's going to play the Galvanize.
That makes sense.
So Sam
That's a fun surprise
is
for
just
Chris.
nailing the colors
Mm-hmm.
with a mono blue land start into 3 colors by turn 3.
Classic Sam.
Classic Sam.
Is he gonna? Is the mountain the land for turn, or is he gonna?
He's thinking about it. I think
There we go.
it behooves him to play it.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to see a morph come down.
What could that be? Did he have the Hellion in hand? I don't know what he had in hand.
I can't remember either.
Neither.
But so we got dueling morphs.
Mhm.
Dueling morphs.
I think Chris flips and attacks. But again, that's what I'd do. It's probably the wrong line because it has menace. That's the only reason.
Here we go.
There we go.
In we go. So big hits coming from Chris. And this is really asking the question to Sam. Sam, can you answer it?
Yeah.
What can you do? Here we go. I'm going to be hitting. What are you going to be doing?
I'm going to do at least 6 damage to you, if not 9 when you remove it, unless you bury it in the garden.
And we haven't seen that from Sam's hand, and he didn't display it. Just slams the gardener.
Face-up gardener.
Slams the gardener. Just wants a 2/2 to block that morph.
Yep.
To say, your morph doesn't mean anything to me. So Sam's got the punch, the single green punch.
Mm-hmm.
He's got the other island yet to play.
Oh.
Fantastic!
Who is on this production? Am I right?
So
big hand to Val.
We've
Nice
got,
work.
I believe, the single green punch. We've got the 3 and a green punch with the cost reduction on it.
I think that's the -2/-0 investigate at instant speed. That blue card.
I think you're right, and that is that's the ambusher.
Oh, and there we go.
That's another morph.
He just punched the morph, lost 3 life. That's 9 damage from one card.
9 damage from one card.
Yep.
Sam's on 11 in this in the opening turns of the game, really hoping that Chris kind of falters a little bit.
I mean,
because if Chris can keep up the pressure, it's not looking great. But kind of similar to last turn.
Mm-hmm.
Big start from Chris.
That's what he
gets a little handled by Sam.
If you're not happy with your draft and you don't have the long game, you have to go for the short game.
Absolutely.
And that's what Chris is doing.
We're going to see another morph.
We have to. We simply must.
Another morph.
Who knows?
So another disguised creature came down. Don't quite know what this one is, but odds on it could be a dog walker.
Mm-hmm.
He's left.
He's got the mana.
He's got dog walker. He's representing dog walker
mana.
So Sam is probably thinking to himself, that's dog walker.
Boom, there we go.
Takes another 2. Sam's on 9, but
That's okay.
Sam thrives on a low life total.
He loves it. He uses that life as it should be used.
To every drop. Ooh, big hit. We've got Kellen.
Oh, hello.
Kellen has just hit the hand, and now Sam has to ask himself the question: does he roll it out late, or does he just try and use what he's got to play to his advantage right now?
I think he's the kind of guy that uses what he's got and doesn't use it unless he has to, right?
Because I think Sam wants to look for a way to deal with that morph. Because if he faced down the ambusher, yes, that's the ambusher. So
that's
he's
the
got
4/5, right?
He's got the ambusher. He might be just looking to gobble up the dog walker when he goes to combat.
Here we go.
There they go. So.
Oh.
Yep.
Pre-flip.
Okay. So.
This has to block.
That has to
but
block.
He's got to play the ward.
Ooh, he forgot it.
He forgot the ward.
He forgot the ward. He's had to cop it. That's tough.
It's okay.
Takes the damage.
Takes the
but
6.
Unfortunate error. Unfortunate error for Sam.
Uncharacteristic.
I've made it.
Characteristic.
He'll make it. In
We're all
paper,
gonna
it's
make
really it's
really hard
in
to
arena.
remember.
You get a chance to like mouse over it, and it tells you.
Yeah, and it says, "Are you sure?
Are you sure?" And you're like, "Oh no." But unfortunately, you don't get to take it back in paper, and that is an unfortunate one for Sam because he did have the dog walker. He is flipping, and
that's 7 damage.
That's a big hit. Any kind of trick, it's over. Got the sentry, plays out the sentry, and it's over. It's done.
Bing bang boom, just like that. Sam is going to be kicking himself.
Tough. That's an unfortunate error. Shows the Hellion because that's how you're supposed to do it.
You got to do it.
You got to do it.
You could be morphin lands.
You could be morphin lands. There's only one land you're allowed to morph.
And that's the branch of Vidu Ghazi.
And is it good? Do you like it?
I've played it. I think it's fine.
I don't know. Every time I look at it, I'm like, oh, it's great. It's a creature and a land. That's like perfect, right?
Yeah.
But then it's also a colorless land.
And very clunky.
Yeah.
It's a colorless land exactly once.
It's a colorless land exactly once. It's clunky. I don't know.
It wouldn't be my pack one, pick one. Let's just
Oh,
put it that way.
100% no. It would have to be a serious printing error where it's the only card in the pack.
Yeah, Wizards released the new play booster.
Yeah.
14 branches of cards.
Welcome to the Ghazi deck. all V2 Ghazi, all the time. We've got branches, we've got inspectors, we've got it all.
Yeah, it'd be a really tough deck.
No, wouldn't be a big fan of that one. But look, I think all things said and done, I think I was right. We're going to 3 games. Sam's back in the driver's seat on the play. Unfortunate error.
Yes, because without that error, Chris would have had 2 1/1s and the
2 1/1s and a 2/2. Even with the pump spell where it gets +3, +3, +4, +4 after the sentry, is that a win? He was on 9?
Yeah, so it's 4, 5, 6,
1, 2, 3,
7,
4,
8.
5, 6,
No,
7,
he's
8
on 1.
on 1. So crucial.
Yeah, crucial
And we
error.
all know how good Sam is at coming back. So
And this is
whether
when
or
it has to
not
happen.
this would have been, how will it have gone? If we had that trick played later, because it's a tricky one. It's a instant. It's a single green. It represents a huge amount of damage.
But
Big
also, the other card that did a huge amount of damage was that
oh my
rare.
god, 9 damage.
9 damage. 6 on its face, and then when you remove it, take another 3. I'm sorry about that.
So here we go. Sam once again with
He's got everything
he's
he
got
needs.
the lands he wants. He's got 2 drops. He's got islands. He's got a forest.
And Chris has...
He's looking, and
Oh, this is it.
he's
He got it.
keeping.
He's keeping. That was his draw. Let's surveil.
Surveilling, thinking.
He thinks about it. He's not thinking about it, but he has to do this
So
every time,
we've
so he
got
doesn't
the
have a tell.
duel and a plains in hand for Chris. So Chris is looking for for a 3rd land probably, and that might have been what he left on top. Ooh, Kellen. Kellen going on an adventure.
Whoosh! Off we go.
Here we go.
Sam could have had 2 Kellens.
Sam could have had 2 Kellens.
Pack
plays
3,
the extra land and investigates. Which some people say, explore, not an amazing card in limited, but when it's attached to a creature,
That's pretty good.
that's great. And the fact that now Sam is ahead on mana, he's theoretically ahead on cards. Big start.
And the thing that defines a late game most is the amount of mana you have.
100%.
Sam is closer to the late game.
Yep. Yeah,
And
I
Chris
was
is-
going to say, you just try and got to accelerate your journey towards the late game so that you may be able to win.
And also, whatever Sam plays now, Chris has to have in the back of my mind, he's also got a 3/4 flyer.
Picked up an island. This may just be Sam slamming Kellen.
You reckon? I reckon.
I think it's more of Sam to be a bit more careful and play.
Boom!
In he comes. Deal with it.
Like, Chris, I know you want to end the game quick. Now you're going to have to end the game through a 3/4 flyer that's going to be hitting you and drawing me cards.
It's going to be very challenging to deal with, and we know that Chris's deck is unfortunately light on removal.
Yeah.
So Sam's hand is looking stacked. I see an Out Cold. I see a Topiary Panther. Ew, this is a really strong start.
It's a tough game for Chris.
Super strong start.
If Chris wins this game, like, he has got what it takes.
We're in for a show.
Yep. I don't think he's going to win this game.
So off the top of the deck, we've got another land. And okay, so Chris has got options. He's got the kill spell. One of his only removal spells in the deck. It's the one that kills tapped creatures.
Kellen doesn't have vigilance.
Kellen doesn't have vigilance.
Great.
I think we're going to see a pass of the turn.
Yeah.
I think Chris knows this is his chance to get rid of it, and he's going to take it now.
Kellen's going to be a speed bump.
Does Sam have the answer?
The
because
blue
if
green
Sam
answer?
has the answer, then things are going to be rough.
It's
going
to be late game turn 3.
Very, very rough.
Because it can turn Kellen into a 5/6 flyer.
Brutal.
We don't want that to happen.
Brutal. So, I think what we're probably going to see this turn from Sam is he might just go straight for the attack.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's sort of got the read on Chris for a removal spell. I think in response to the removal spell, we might see...
we see a morph. Chris is morphing.
And doesn't go for the kill spell. Interesting. I thought he was going to pass the turn straight away. Okay. Sam...
Maybe he thinks the kill... He still has to be on board, right? He's still got to get on board somehow.
That's true. He can't play this passively, especially if, like...
He's going to be drawing an extra card.
Sam just attacks, gets it removed, plays an equally problematic mana creature. So, I think...
That's 3 life. Bing, bang, boom.
I think Sam might be looking to stay up. Okay, no, he morphs. Don't know what that is.
Gardener.
Okay, go straight for Gardener.
There we go.
This is a classic Sam play.
Yep.
The 4-mana Gardener is what it's all about.
Why play the Gardener before you can flip it?
Are we going to see planes? We are going to see planes. I don't know if he has the...
Buried in the garden.
Buried in the hand, but it is going to be something that he wants to draw.
Yes, of course. That's his best removal solution, right?
Yeah.
So it's removal ramp.
100%. Now, do we see Chris snap off the removal spell right now? That's the question.
So. I think you have to get rid of Kellen.
I think he has to get rid of it, or he knows Sam's going to attack next turn.
And 1 white mana can't stop a removal spell.
And 1 white mana, as far as I am aware, cannot stop the removal spell. Chris is shuffling the cards, generating probably an immense amount of heat in that room. I would be surprised if people have...
He's trying to win by sweat.
Exactly, if people haven't started profusely sweating over there.
Alright, we're going in...
Going straight in with the morph.
You got to trade. You got to throw your...
Well, Sam knows that he's only got 4 mana open, which means that his 2/2 can definitively trade with it.
Yep. From morph alone, right?
From morph alone.
Yep.
So he knows that it will trade for it, and it will... One of the better ones for Chris.
Yep.
This one replaces itself. He gets a 2/2. Very
2/2
nice.
For a 2/2. There we go. Oh, don't.
Oh no, we got to use the
we
correct
got a
detective token.
There
he
we go.
is. There he is. And the kill spell.
Boom.
There it is. Okay.
Night Kellen. Black mana. Push.
Destroyed. Okay, so the board has been equalized a bit.
What an appropriate kill spell. Push and pull.
Push and pull.
There's a push and pull of this game.
It's gonna be hard in other constructed formats. We could push that.
Yeah.
And they go, not fatal push, actual push.
Actual push.
The spell called push. So, I think if Sam drew a land, he might just slam down the Panther. But I don't think he did. So...
Oh, he does have the counter.
Okay, so that's another Gardener.
Gotcha.
Flips it straight away. He's like, I want there to be no illusions about what's going on.
Oh, and
here.
that wasn't a plains he got. It was another forest.
That's another forest.
They
So
all
now
look the
he gets
same.
the mountain.
Oh, does he have the plains in hand? Did he get a plains?
I don't...
These
Oh,
flat
no,
lands.
he did get the plains, but he hasn't played it yet.
Gotcha.
So, goes and gets the mountain, and is that a pass of the turn? It is a pass of the turn. So, shuffling the deck, presents the deck. Beautiful shuffling from Chris. Again, raising the average
He's done his
temperature of the
10,000
room.
hours of shuffling.
He has.
So, 2 mana up.
But crucially, not the counterspell. Has not let the counterspell up, and he does have the counterspell.
But he's going to collect evidence.
Oh, that wasn't a pass of the turn. Okay,
No.
that was just
There we go.
a shuffling of the lands from Chris.
We got a 2/4.
So, collects evidence,
Alex
gains some
Kripanos
life.
is not getting in today.
He is not. And that was one of the scarce pieces of removal in Chris's deck.
Mm-hmm.
So, unless we see just more and more pressure from Chris, Sam remains on the front foot.
Yep. He's got the +2/+2 and investigate. Oh, hello.
Big
What do we do?
5 mana. In there, the big chunker of a
nice.
guy. And that's exactly what it's about. Staying on... that's what I said. If
He's
Chris
getting
wants to stay in the game,
He's got to get on his chunk foot.
He's got to get on his chunk foot. He's got to play big imp.
A horse has a
and
back foot,
there's
a
the
front
galvanize.
foot. Oh, that's...
Crucially the galvanize. But I have a feeling what we're going to see from Sam right
He's going to
here.
ice it out.
He's gonna it could put him out cold.
Yeah.
He's gonna put him out cold.
He's going to put them in a giant ice cube. He's got 2 of them in the deck, right?
He's got 2 of them in the deck. I think the 3 mana blue spell we see there is the flyer. Could be wrong. No, goes big as well. Hey, like, you've got big cards?
I got big cards.
I got big cards too. Because I think
he's just going to be waiting for a tempo play.
He just wants to get on the board. I think even if Chris has removal, I think Sam's going to be very happy with that.
Yeah.
I don't think he intends for the Topri Panther to be like a game-winning piece. Like, this is an obstacle for you.
Mm-hmm.
You can't attack into it. I may not even attack with it.
But this is... I'm putting up a huge defense to your early game deck. Your deck is an early game deck.
Yep.
My deck is a late game deck.
I will go late.
Yep.
I will tap all your creatures down. I will draw cards off the tokens. I've already drawn cards off of the tokens.
You removed my Kellen, it drew me a card
do?
and ramped me already. I'm
We're
on 6 mana.
Showing
I went second.
that's a cards in hand count from Sam. Asking Chris how many cards you got because Sam's looking towards the late game. Sam's
Chris's hand is in a quantum entanglement state at all times.
You can't observe it.
Once you observe it,
it's somewhere else.
You can know either where the hand is or how big it is.
Or where it's going. Yeah, like you can't know where it is and where it's going at the same time. These are impossible things to know. So, Chris is sitting here, he's thinking to himself, do I commit or do I try and get busy? Because I think I see one of the tricks in his hand.
He's got the white trick. But it's not that great on this board.
It's not the best and does expose him to, the crackback.
Yeah. Like, he attacks in with his 4/4 and then blocks with the Panther and then he gets a trick, doesn't get it 2-4s himself, it's not looking great for Chris.
It's not looking great. I think if Chris had a really obvious play, he would have played it by now, but I think he really has to ask himself the question, do I continue to just get on the board?
Let's morph it up.
Or do I try and, do I try and gain some advantage by, using a combat trick? So, gardeners all around, they're very nervous. I'm nervous, in fact.
I don't know what's happening here.
And I don't even garden. But we've got a plains from Chris, and
so he's got 2 white now.
Which is, to the layman, a representation of the dog walker.
Yeah.
But there are no morphs in play, so... So Sam picks up another forest off the draw. I think that'll just come straight down, and it does. Now... I think Sam's gonna go.
I think he's going to
for it.
force the issue because he's got that secret tech.
He does have the secret tech. He rearranges the mana. He doesn't have an artifact to sacrifice to galvanize, but he does have the forensic gatherer.
Yep.
Which.
Oh, here we go.
Oh no, he does too. He's freezing them out. They're out cold. And in comes the pain.
Here we go. This is not looking good. Or we go. Oh, we see a block.
I think we're gonna see a trade. Oh, Sam looks at the hand. He's thinking about putting a counter on it with his counterspell, but I think that's so ill-advised. I think his counterspell has so much more utility than that.
Yeah, he's got to wait for Chris to commit to save his creature, and then the blowout.
100%. So, interesting decisions to be made here.
No effects. That's what you should be saying, Sam. No effects. Trade your 2/2s, bro.
I think the 2/2s can trade. I don't think there's a problem with it. He's getting in for what? 8?
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think if I was Sam, I'd feel very confident.
Yeah. No need to extend onto this board.
No need to extend, and he's got a clue. He's got more cards. You've
got other things to do with this mana. It's not going to go wanting.
It's not. It's not at all.
Galvanize is a instant, or it's a...
It's an instant. It deals 3 damage. But if you've sacked a artifact, you deal 5. So big damage, and we're trading off.
We're trading. Oh, he's doing the block.
Oh, so no, this wasn't Sam figuring out what to do. This is okay.
Oh, here we go.
This may induce a counterspell from Sam, because this is a blowout in the making.
Yeah.
This is a clean 2-for-1 for Sam.
Chris is tapped out. That's on the stack. Tap 3 mana. Put 1 count on your
Inspector.
Gardener or Inspector, whatever. Doesn't matter. If you want to get more damage through and counter.
I think he wants to pick up the cards. Sam's all about the cards. Sam's not about the damage. Sam, I think this is tough for Sam. I think it's an easy 2-for-1. Oh, it just goes for the galvanize.
Oof.
Just goes for the galvanize. That's actually
much better.
It's arguably better. I think what he was probably thinking, if I was in Sam's position, I would be looking at the utility between the counterspell, extra counter on the Inspector, or and then galvanizing later after I sack the clue, when I can sack the clue, or just like doing it now. But clean 2-for-1 for Sam. That's big
because he's got 3 creatures on board. So at least 2 are getting through if Chris plays 1 creature. Like Chris's abilities to deflect what Sam is doing rely on him having creatures. Everything we've seen so far.
100%.
Right? Sam can do stuff straight from the hand.
Okay, so we've got the elephant from Chris.
Get a clue, and then what you gonna do? What you gonna do?
What you gonna do with that clue?
Because when you crack the clue, it gets +1/+1, right?
Yep, and vigilance. So
No,
a little pointless is okay. So this is going to solve straight away, which is a big deal, but also
he's on one of the back feet.
He's on of the horse feet. He's on one of the back ones. So
that's very good when you're attacking.
Great when you're attacking, but not when you're defending. And I think Sam is going to just once again turn him sideways.
Yeah.
Because Chris is on 9. He's tapped out, which I think is like
that's
open
1, 2,
season
3, 4, 5, 6.
on the counter on the counter spell.
Yeah, it's just going to be a counter
yeah,
spell.
I think he just dumps the counters on the things.
Dumps the counters on one of the unblocked things.
Probably even the thing with trample.
Yep.
He does a little bit of math now. He figures out how much damage is getting through. He's got 4 going through already. X is 5 will seal the deal.
Yep.
Reads the guy. Trying to just making sure no little bits of ward happening anywhere.
Nothing special.
Ain't no force of will in this
X
format, and he
5,
shows it, and he taps
go.
it all. That's X is equal to 6.
Whee,
Overkill.
That's 12.
Puts it on the Panther. Panther's got trample. That's GG.
It all comes back to that first game.
All comes back to that first game.
When he didn't reveal that card to Chris. If Chris knew that card was in the deck, Chris would have been thinking about it.
JJ,
Good job.
And Sam picks up his first round of the night. I think the deciding play of the night, first game, the bounce.
That was it.
That was it.
That was when it happened.
Chris's game to win, but Sam just pulled the rug from out beneath him and pushed that advantage, pushed that card advantage, used the creatures. Second game, got run over. Sure,
but it was a misplay. Big misplay as well.
Misplay. That's true. That was true. I totally forgot about that. Big ward misplay from Sam, but salvaged it.
Yeah. And
so
then,
fantastic magic. Actually, like really high level
I think that
magic.
was very high, very, very good magic to watch. A great way to kick off tonight's festivities.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Neither. I think we will be moving to another break while we get ready for the third round. I think Richard and Brendan might be taking over for the next round.
Brendan will be taking over. So,
we have the winner interview. The Winterview.
The Winterview, if you will,
is coming up. I'll leave so you can celebrate with your boy.
I'm just gonna make fun of him the whole time, but that's all right.
All right, great, Carson. Catch you soon.
Thank you so much, and be with you shortly for the Winterview with Sam for round one. Okay, we have what the fuck was that flip? The ambusher onto the thing with Ward. What was that?
Yeah, as soon as I did it, I was saying, if you listen really carefully, you can hear the sound of Adrian in the commentary booth going, no, don't do it, it's got Ward. Oh my god.
So we realized about the same time you did.
Oh, okay.
So, because I was like, me and Mars were like, we're gonna see him flip them off. He's gonna push the block. It's gonna stabilize.
Yeah.
It's gonna be good. And then there's the deft tap on the card from Chris, and I could see the disappointment, and I knew I would make the same mistake as well.
Well, okay, that's nice to hear, because I was fully expecting you to be like, okay, well, he's obviously not going to do that stupid move.
No, so that's tough, but big props on game one, like the steely-handed, just steady-handed bounce of the enormous dog walker.
Yeah.
Me and Mars were like, game's over. This dog walker is enormous. We don't know what Sam can do about this. It's only going to get bigger. He solves the case the turn he plays it.
Yeah.
And we're like, how the hell does Sam get out of here? Sam's going to be trading off his old board. He's going to be chumping. It's going to be a nightmare. But then, like, with just ice filling your veins, bounce in response to the trick, and you turn the corner almost immediately.
Yeah, and I mean, even better on that was... because when you've got the removal spell right and they attack with the big creature, it's so easy to just like fire it off. But like I had a reasonable looking double block, and so you go for the double block first and hope that they like remove a 2/2 that they didn't need to do. And he went for like the combat trick that makes a clue. I was like, oh my god. And it just like it completely turned the game around. I was behind up until that point.
No, 100%. We saw it. We were like, this is going to be hard to come back from, but then you did, and that was very impressive. An unfortunate error in game 2.
Yeah.
And like, to be honest, at the hands of the 6/2 menace.
Yeah. That like, I mean,
9 damage.
Yeah, that was it. Like I thought that was kind of bad because you can just like shock it and it dies, but yeah, like I got it off the board as soon as I could.
And you were on 11.
And still dealt me 9, so yeah, that was pretty scary.
So that's tough. Game 3, it just felt like you were in command from the very start.
Yeah, I ripped Callan on turn 2 when I didn't really have a play otherwise.
Did you keep a hand with no forests?
In game 2?
In game 3.
Game 2 I did. Game 2
Game 2 you did. Game 3 you had all your colours.
Yeah, that was the only time we heard anything from the commentary room. Was I ripped that forest, played it, and passed the turn, and this roar goes up from the next room, and Chris is going, wow, they're really excited about my surveil. Like, what's that all about? Like, I know what it's about.
Because, as soon as I was like, Sam's kept a double island hand. This is risky.
Yeah.
Big draw from Sam. Has to be forest, and it's forest, and we lost our minds.
Yeah, so that was timely. And then game 3, I had pretty good draws as well. I didn't really have a 2-drop play and drew Kellen to accelerate me.
Kellen was nuts. The fact that you were able to just lead with Kellen, play an extra land, play Kellen the following turn, and basically just ask Chris, like, what are you going to do about it? How do you beat that? And he's on the back foot. He did remove it, but then you already had a million creatures.
That's it, and it just like accelerated me just enough that I was able to stay ahead the whole game. But I did draw well because I drew the Kellen at the right moment, and at that point I only had one more land in hand. So like, it's not accelerating you if you miss your fourth land anyway. But I drew the fourth land off the top, and so basically I'm just really good at Magic. So that's why I won that match.
So phenomenal stuff, Sam. It makes me proud to do a weird YouTube video every week with you. Devastating on the only punt of the night so far, having actually came from you, but
we all knew that would happen.
We did all know that was going to happen. So no, good stuff. Keep it up. Excited to see round 2. I'm going to be leaving the commentary booth for a while. We're going to have Brendan and Richard back in for match of round 2. Who's playing in round 2? We don't know who they're going to be covering in round 2, but stay tuned and good luck, Sam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Get better at spotting my punts and warning me.
No.
There's a wall just here. You can just be like, don't do it!
There's a great knife moment from our latest video, so go watch that. What would Sam do without me?
That's exactly what I've been thinking.
Exactly. So I'm not there next to him in his ear telling him what to do this time, which is why he's playing really good.
All right. Hopefully I'll see you again soon.
See ya.
All right, and we're live. Welcome back.
Hello, gamers. We are ready for another exciting game of this extremely tense competitive Magic.
It's getting serious. We're on to round 2, and we're going to be tuning into the game of...
Well, we don't know if it's Dominic or Damon yet, but the other person is Nino.
Yep. So Nino versus either Dominic or Damon. And Sam, victorious in the previous round, has gone on to the non-feature match table, but we might be seeing him again in the finals.
Oh, that would be exciting.
Yeah, that'd be cool to watch his journey all the way through, which is what happened at the last cup, right? We had Chris, and we watched him draft and then win all the way through.
Oh yeah. It makes for a good story.
Definitely, for the viewers at home. Thank you all for tuning in.
I hear we have a few Nino fans in the audience too.
Yeah, a couple of Nino supporters. We'll be happy to see him on stream any minute now once we get the matches all set up. Thanks once again to our proud sponsors.
Josh and Pat's Bazaar.
Yes, absolutely. And all of the Magic mates for contributing to these tournament events.
Yeah, so playing at Chromatic Games, they've been chipping in a little bit every week, and it's been enough to fund the whole tournament, the prizes. It's been a huge benefit.
Yeah, it's great, and you too can join in the fun and come down to Chromatic Games on Monday nights and draft with us. You can play against me or Richard, or both.
At the same time.
Depending what pod you're in. All right, looks like we're just about to flip over to round 2. We've had a little look at Nino's deck, but
a little preview.
We don't want to give away too many spoilers, but he's playing some format staples like Shock.
Yeah, his deck's got some very good fundamentals. He's got a couple of exciting and interesting cards. I'm intrigued to see what he's going to do with.
Absolutely, yeah. So we'll and then I guess Damon was on like a red-white list.
Yeah, he was. Damon and Dominic were both playing quite straightforward decks. Very disciplined, and both very tight players. So I think we'll see some very ordinary gameplay out of them.
Yeah, they're gonna not do anything too crazy.
Yeah,
maybe. I mean, it all remains to be seen. There's a ghost. We're being haunted by the defenestrated phantom from this very set.
Yeah. So game 1 we saw, round 1 rather, we saw a lot of morph tricks, that huge blowout with the bounce spell.
Oh yeah, that was really good.
Yeah. And that was much more of the traditional Khan's kind of morph experience where, you've got these 2/2s that become huge at a moment's notice.
Yeah, the green morphs seem quite traditional.
Yeah.
Except the cheap one, the 1-mana morph. Chris and Sam were both playing it.
Yeah.
It's like a 3-mana, you play it down as a 2/2, and then 1-mana flip it up. I think those cheap flip costs are so exciting. All right, and here we go. We've got some footage here.
So it is Damon who's come through. Damon is quite a fan of kind of reactive strategies. It suits his playstyle quite well, but here he's got something a bit more proactive.
Indeed, and I'm not getting any audio any longer.
Oh, I think it's just the feedback.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, good. All right, well here we go. Nino's taking a mulligan. Oh no, he's waiting for Damon to decide.
It's tough. Very often these whole games get decided by the mulligan.
Yeah, it's always a really hard decision when you've got a semi-keepable hand.
Yeah, it feels so bad to put a card back.
Yeah, but then it's like, what if, you know?
What if?
What if I draw 6 heaters?
Yeah.
Well, we'll get hopefully a peek at Damon's hand
it
on
looks
the
like
hand cam.
It looks like it's got a healthy number of spells.
Yeah, for sure. And Nino's, I guess, has kept a 7 because he's got his hand face down there, and we're waiting to see what Damon's thinking.
He's refusing to even consider it any further.
No, he's settled in.
Yeah, I mean, a format like this, it does tend to be quite easy to find keepable hands. You know, you can limp by with the 3-mana 2/2s.
Mm-hmm.
Both players, I think, are playing quite a few 1 and 2 mana spells. You know.
Well, you'd want to be, yeah. I feel like it's a good place to be.
It is a good place to be broadly. I think there are some strategies where you're just hoping to waste time until you slam your 5 drops.
Absolutely, and we're off to the races here. Couple of lands. And already on turn 2 for Nino.
Yep, with his blue-red deck, and he's got the fish.
He's coming out swinging. That's a 2/2 with haste.
Yeah, a bit of a controversial card. It is sometimes brilliant and sometimes awful, and I think the power of it depends a lot on the cards you surround it with.
And the play draw probably helps a bit too, if you're coming out with it before your opponent really has a chance to get a blocker in.
That's true. This is really the format, one of many formats for play draw.
Yeah. Oh, and...
So this is an 0/3, and when it attacks, he can discard a card to draw a card and beef it up a bit.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, Damon, I've never seen it in my life either.
Yeah.
Well, but it seems pretty good.
Luckily, we had a quick look at Nino's deck before, and you read this one. So, Damon has not had that opportunity, and that is Wojak Investigator.
Yeah. Well, can I share some Wojak trivia with you?
Please, a little bit of Wojak information.
So, this play in this setting was originally inspired by Eastern European culture, and the famous meme Wojak was actually named by a Polish person for a Polish word. So, Wizards got the name before Wojak was a thing from the same place.
The very same Wojak, and I mean Wojak Investigator is also quite a great card to be playing here on defense. 2/4 flying vigilance. Is that right?
Yes,
Yeah.
It suffers a bit on the draw because you're almost never investigating. You need your opponent to have more cards in hand than you.
That is true.
But it's a fantastic blocker and a good example of where the fish is a bit of a liability because it has to attack and he's got a great block on it.
Yeah, well, I guess he can just crack the fish as a clue, but then it sort of contributes to his hand size, which is going to help Damon get a clue of his own.
Yeah, and trying to be aggressive when, you know, you have to spend 2 mana at this stage in the game and lose a creature is quite unpleasant.
Oh, big
wow.
Double shock. A little 2-for-1 for Damon, but I mean, it's allowing Nino to get back into his attack step.
Yeah, I mean, Nino is going to struggle so much against 2/4 regardless. He just has to 2-for-1 himself here.
Yeah, for sure. And it probably feels good. I bet he's happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a very productive play, but he's so down on resources now.
Yeah, he's just got to keep the tempo up, and hopefully Damon has something to play here.
Yeah, so Nino's got a 2-mana counterspell in his deck that could be really clutch here, because if Damon can't get anything done on turn 4, he might, you know, really struggle to catch up again.
Oh, and Damon's come out with a fish of his own here.
The post-combat fish. So Damon went through his attack step without declaring any attacks, just so that the fish wouldn't be forced to attack.
Oh, I guess he wants to block and sort of offer a fish trade here.
Yeah, fish for fish.
Yeah, that's a good deal, I think. But I don't. If I was Nino, I probably wouldn't want to take that deal, although they both have mana available to crack open their fish for a new card off the top.
Yeah, these fish are just taking up space and time.
And Nino getting in, discarding to the red detective there to get some power on it.
Smooth out his hand, try and find something a bit bigger.
And
currently...
here's the fish trade.
Oh, the fish trade. Do you accept the fish trade? I think he does. He
And
wants
yep.
the mana more.
There they go.
But Nino does need a little more pressure on board, because his attacks are a little anemic, and Damon's still on 10.
Yes, dear viewers, the life totals up the top are inverse. Damon is on 10 and Nino is on 20.
Yeah.
And here comes a 4-5, I believe.
Yeah, this is going to crack in for some damage. Not the best 4-5 in the format.
But hey, at this stage of the game, Damon's going to have to find an answer to that, or he's going to be swiftly beaten down.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a signal to Damon as well that Nino probably doesn't have the counterspell, because he had the opportunity to not tap out all of his mana.
Yes, yeah,
But I think
I don't know if Damon knows that Nino has it.
no. It's a lot of these effects have got to be on your mind though.
True, yeah. Against any blue player, you got to be worried the counter could be coming. But here's our first mysterious morph.
Damon gave us a little preview of it. I believe it's the 5/4 that pumps something when it flips up.
What color is that one?
A red. Red.
Oh,
creature.
it's solid red. Yes, yeah, and +2. I remember the one. Yeah, so a beefy boy underneath there, but it costs quite a lot to flip if I recall correctly.
Yeah, and Damon seems to be representing something, because the 5/4 would have had quite a good block on this board, and currently the 2/2 doesn't do much of anything. So he must be wary of combat tricks and looking to, not risk too much in this combat.
If I may, he could also be representing Dogwalker.
That's true. Dogwalker would have a pretty reasonable block here.
Yeah, he would trade it with the red detective on Nino's board and then have 2/1/1s to sort of stay behind. And because of that, I think Nino's not gone in with the detective.
A bit of heads-up bluffing from Damon. Making sure he hasn't played the Dogwalker.
Yep. And no, that is the other guy underneath there still.
Yeah,
Damon going to take damage here? Yep, down to 6.
Wow.
No blocks.
And this lack of attacking has also cut off Nino's rummaging, so he might run out of gas a bit if Damon can wall off this 4/5. But it's looking very good for Nino.
And Nino's played another mystery man. And Damon may be flooding out a little bit. 6 lands is a lot for a red-white deck.
Yeah, he seems to be still setting up a bit.
That's the Punisher. Whenever your opponent sacrifices an artifact, you're taking damage.
Ah, yes. So on this board, it's basically just a 2/2.
2/2 for 2, yeah.
Which might get some pretty good blocks in the future. Currently,
And
not doing too
Nino
much.
flipping over.
Oh, this is crushing.
Yeah, that's pretty rough for Damon. This is going to make a 1/1 Thopter with flying. And it's a 3/2.
Yeah, so Nino is up to 10 power on the board. He's going to force Damon to do some chump blocking quite soon.
And all the while chipping away with that flyer.
Yeah, so Nino's got a bit of inevitability, and he's also just threatening to kill Damon immediately.
Yep. And we'll see what he gets off the top here. So going to attacks.
These hybrid morphs throw a bit of a wrinkle in what lands you want to leave up, because representing combat tricks, you want to leave up lots of different colors of mana. But if you leave 2 lands up of the same color, it actually represents a broader range of the hybrid ones.
Yeah, and it can be really, at least on Arena, really obvious what you have by the mana that you choose to tap to play the face down card.
Yeah, so the previous turn, Damon chose not to leave up double white. So Nino's got a good read that his face down is not the 3/2 flyer.
And here comes Nino, big attack step.
Still careful with the detective. He might just like the cards in his hand.
Yeah, he only has 2, so if they're solid cards. And we're blocking 2/2 blocks 3/2, and
Damon looking like he's throwing away a card, thinking if he wants to get a little tricky with it and risk a blowout.
go to damage. Nino's... Oh, no, Damon's...
Alright, he's giving it +3/+0 in first strike, so this would be really good if things work out.
Let's see if Nino has an answer in his hand. Looking like maybe not, or I feel like he would have slammed it.
No, I mean, being already down 2 shocks, that's his primary form of interaction. His counterspell would play here, but he's given us a lot of indication he doesn't have it. So it makes sense that Damon has gone for it now. He's also just been backed into a corner and forced to go for it.
Yeah, alright, so quite a good combat trick there from Damon.
Down to 5.
Going to 5, and a new face-down card for Nino. Going to Damon's turn.
So Nino might have to settle into a bit of a longer game. If Damon turns up this disguise, there's not a lot Nino can have to attack into it besides the Thopter.
Yeah, the 5-turn clock gives Damon a lot of time to find an answer and stabilize.
Yeah, he is playing the 3/2 flyer in his deck, and that'll have a good block on the Thopter later. Or on the Vigilante. So this is going to buff up his disguise creature, and it's also just a huge body, and he's going to be able to use it to start turning the game around a bit.
That's a 4/4, right?
A 4/4, yeah.
A 4/4, yeah. That's a lot bigger than anything Nino's holding onto at the moment.
And we're seeing a weirdo from Nino. So this card lets you donate cards to your opponent, but you get to draw a card for every card you donate.
Oh yes, he's turned face up. The
bird.
The bird here. It's an artifact bird.
Yeah, so he can give Damon some of his lands that he doesn't want. He's considering giving him the Thopter.
Well, he's on 20 life, and it would give Damon a block on the bird, but I guess when the bird attacks, you take the Thopter back.
Yeah, so you get to steal back one thing a turn with the bird that you've donated. So he's considering...
And now he's considering handing over the detective that rummages.
Yeah, he's got to have some mind on... Damon's... Between the face down and the clue, Damon's got a lot of ways to spend mana. So yeah. Nino might not miss the lands, but he might be sad about Damon having them.
Yeah, I've found that there's a lot of mana sinks in this format.
Yeah.
Especially with all the clues. Because not only do you spend mana on the clue, but then you spend mana on what you draw from the clue. So giving Damon a lot of lands could be an advantage for Damon, and Damon's just reading again this bird. There's quite a lot of text on there.
Yeah, it's a big weirdo. I think it made it all the way around the table.
I like it. I'd put it in my deck.
It's decently powerful. I think it's definitely playing a good role here, because he just drew 3 cards off of it, and he's just looking for something to close out the game. And with the Rummager especially, he wants to just get some quantity in his hand, find a burn spell.
Look at as much of his deck as possible and get over the top.
Yeah, and the window is not going to be open forever, because once Damon is sending in that 4/4, his board's only going to get bigger. Nino's going to run out of life quite quickly.
Both players thinking we're in Nino's turn here. He's got a lot to think about, having just drawn 4 cards.
Yeah, I'm sure he's thinking about possibilities that could win the game this turn or the next, because Damon's tapped out now, and he might not be tapped out for a while. And with Nino already being able to bring Damon down to 3, there's a lot of cards that could finish him off in this situation.
Some of which are already in Nino's graveyard, unfortunately.
Yes, the 2 shocks in the graveyard are looking a necessary but sad sacrifice.
And going into attacks here, the bird's going to steal back one of Nino's lands that he donated to Damon.
Damon's down to precarious 3 life.
Yeah, no blocks there.
But notably no combat tricks, so very likely he's not dead this turn.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Nino just plays another face-down card here.
Yeah.
Although he's probably got a couple choices. You can almost see his hand.
Almost. He's got to have some considerations about whether he can wall off Damon's Vigilante. It looks like he's just
passed,
just playing a reactive game currently.
Which he's representing maybe removal or maybe a bounce spell, something like that.
Yeah, a little something. I mean, he's just drawn so many cards. He must have something castable in his hand. So passing with mana up is quite a big sign.
Certainly.
And with Damon's disguise creature giving the surprise buff, he's looking at quite a lot of bonus damage here. So I think Damon could crack in for 12 this turn.
He does need to have a blocker though, because the detective could seal the deal on the crackback.
Yeah.
So
he's digging for answers.
Yeah, he's opened his clue there using Nino's island,
Graciously donated.
and he probably will want to get in for 12. But if he can't keep a blocker or even 2 blockers back, I'd be very nervous to attack into this board being only on 3 life.
There's a lot of things that can go wrong.
Absolutely.
On board, it looks like he has one more turn. I think he's deciding if he needs to stretch that out into another turn, and if he does, if he's still able to win. Because Damon might have to just say, if Nino has it, he has it, and take the risk.
And go attacks, yeah. The thing is, if he flips up his detective or whatever, so he is flipping it up here. Oh, he's just checking the mana cost again for that probably. I think that's going to be almost all of his mana, so he might not be able to flip that guy up and play a blocker.
Yeah. He might be thinking about sending in just the Vigilante and buffing it before damage, something like that. The trouble is, if he taps out, he reveals that he has nothing, and then Nino can go for it.
Alright, so just getting in with the Vigilante, like you said, and Nino's just going to say, yeah, no worries, no blocks.
Very healthy life total.
Yep, 16 plays 3 now.
So probably Damon's best tool here.
Actually, Nino's gone back up to 20 because Damon has effects before damage.
He's giving it +2/+2 and investigating. So he's just pushing in a bit of extra damage, trying to draw some stuff to get out of this situation.
Alright, so Nino down to 14. Still sitting in a relatively good spot.
Yeah, Damon's got a very narrow list of cards in his deck that could help him survive another turn. And if Nino does have the counter, he's probably saving it for that specific list of cards.
Absolutely. So
cracking the clue immediately.
Damon digging, probably looking for Shock or something similar in his deck.
Yeah, Shock would definitely be top of my list facing down this board.
Yeah. And he's passed it back over to Nino.
Just fiddling with the life counter there. Yeah, it's gonna be tough for Damon to win this one. I think
he's pretty far behind.
He's basically out of it.
Does he have Lightning Helix? That'd be good.
There was a Lightning Helix floating around the table.
If Damon's got Lightning Helix, that's probably why he's digging so thoroughly through his deck, because that'll buy him a fair amount of time against these little flyers.
Yeah. Also, he's not even going to have more mana next turn if the Falcon steals back the island.
Yes.
So I hope his calculations are accounting for that.
Oh, and we've just received a report that on the other table, Johan has won, beating out Sam. No? Oh, beating out Jim. So Sam will be playing Johan in the in round 2. Apologies for all the Sam fans watching who just had their dreams briefly crushed.
Well, that means the coverage drafted decks are out of the running. So
no. Sam's still in it.
Oh, Sam's still in it. Sorry.
It's gonna be Sam and Johan on the other table.
Yep.
Unfortunate for all the Jim fans at home, but
Jim's many fans.
I'm a Jim fan. I'll count myself among that number.
Yeah.
And here comes Nino in. He's stealing back his tapped island, and
going for the kill.
And yep, Damon's packed it up. The extra +2/+0 combat trick there has knocked him into game 2.
Wow. So yeah, Damon did manage to get a pretty good running going.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Damon didn't manage to put up much resistance in the end.
Yeah, I think it was quite a nice sort of tempo play from Nino.
Yeah.
He got in early with the fish, and it paid off.
Yeah, just runner, 2 mana, 2 power creatures in this format can run over people when they're relying on morphs.
Yeah, because they don't block very well, and some of them cost quite a lot to flip up. As we saw there, Damon kind of stuck. Even though he had a lot of land, he's like, I can't crack my clue and flip my guy.
Yeah. So there could be some light sideboarding here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and we'll cover a bit of the Johan and Sam match in the meantime?
It looks like Johan and Sam are, just keeping their hands now, so getting underway.
Perfect time to tune in.
And we've got Sam on the bottom and Johan on the top of the screen for our viewers at home. You can tell by the little token of Sam down there.
Smiling at you. Oh, are we deciding who's going first? Decided.
Sam's on the play here, so
taking it
he's
away.
Bringing out one of his signature full art lands.
Yep, can't accept anything less. So this is the Surveil 2 1-drop. It's going to help fix up Johan's draws a bit.
Yeah, that's not a bad start. A lot of players on green in this pod.
Yeah, it really seemed like the packs were open for it.
Yeah, and I think everyone kind of wants to get into green because it really helps you play a third color.
Yes. Yeah, often you'll see at these top tables, it's hard to know what colors you're playing, and when that's the case, you're happy to get a bit of fixing, see how things pan out. And this 1-drop it's played a lot better than people have expected. Normally, 1 power on a 1-drop is quite a liability.
I mean, you want 1 power, you want 2 power or 2 toughness, one of the two.
Yeah.
Whereas this is just a regular old 1/1 for 1, but Surveil 2's not nothing.
Yeah, it fixes your draws quite a lot, in the situations where you really need it. I think I would keep most 1-land hands with this in it.
Yeah, which is a rare occurrence, and here's Johan getting in for 1.
Even gets the beats.
Taking Sam down to 19. I don't know if these guys have got the online life counter.
Doing it old school.
No, they do not. But we'll try and keep you abreast of the score here.
Yeah, we can take some guesses.
And we get a pretty nice view of Johan's hand, which is good for information.
Yeah, it looks like
he's got 2 lands in there.
Yeah, just fiddling with them a bit. Both setting up their draws and mana quite a bit.
And Sam's land cycled his Jaguar. Going to dig through his deck now. Alright, and we're going to switch back over to table 1. Damon and Nino are underway. Wow.
Speaking of cheap creatures that surveil.
Yeah, we've got a 2/1 artifact for Nino. And
yeah, the 1/3 really good blocker here.
Yeah, that's quite. Damon will be quite happy with that matchup creature-wise.
Yeah, being on the play, huge in this matchup. He's got a great block against the 2/1, and Nino's shock isn't much use here. And he's so confident, he's even sending it in for 1 damage.
He's sending it in, probably because he's got another blocker here. And yep, that's a
1/1 and a 2/2
for 3 mana.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of this card.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot of power on turn 3 compared to a lot of other things, and the buffs are quite good at pushing damage and forcing favorable trades.
Absolutely.
So Nino's kind of been pushed on the back foot here. He'd like to be attacking, and he just can't afford to.
Alright, passing back over to Damon. After playing a disguised creature, Damon's got to think about whether he wants to offer some trades here with his...
So if he sends in all, then his 1/3 turns into a 3/3, so he can push quite a lot of damage, but he loses his 1/1 for free.
Oh,
and he's not losing it for free anymore.
Galvanize the ward. No good against Galvanize. Can't be countered.
Oh, it can be countered. He just paid the 2
Oh,
extra.
he paid the
yes.
2. Even better.
So Damon was really interested in getting in this turn.
Yeah.
Traded off his 2/2 for a 2/1, but he got in for 4 damage in exchange, and now Nino has nothing on board to block with. Although Damon only has 2 power until he can start getting some more creatures in play.
I think in his red-white deck he may be able to get some more creatures into play.
There's a strong possibility.
He certainly designed his deck with that in mind. Let's see if Nino's got something to get him back in this game.
Yeah, Nino's shock is going to play quite well from behind here.
Oh, he has shock in his hand?
Yeah, that's going to be critical. He's got another 4 or 5 mana removal spell. So he can start cleaning up creatures. He doesn't really want to use them here because they're quite small creatures, but he might not have any better proactive plays to make.
Okay, so there's a 3/3 flying coming in from Nino. That's a pretty good blocker.
Yep, and he gets to stun one of Damon's creatures. So It's not going to untap next turn.
Yes, he's collected evidence there.
And he's representing the shock, so even if Damon sends it in, he can confidently block, knowing he can beat a combat trick.
So Damon's going to bring out the gang.
4/5 haste.
Yeah, the gang from Scooby-Doo.
Yep.
And straight in, 4/5 haste. And Nino choosing not to 2-for-1 himself here. He could have blocked and shocked, but...
Well, it wouldn't even have killed it, because it's only a 2/2 flyer.
Oh, it's only a 2/2 flyer. My mistake. I was thinking of the other 3/3 flyer.
The cracker.
Yeah. The cold case cracker.
Yeah, so if Nino hadn't stunned that creature, he would have been taken even more. You know, he would have been...
Yeah, he would have taken an extra 3 there.
Yeah, an extra 3 damage, and Damon would have investigated, so... Heads up play, trying to keep him off the 3 attacks. His shock is not playing great right now. He can deal with the 1/1 to stop Damon from having 3 creatures, and that's about all it's good for right now.
Yeah, but he probably has a bigger... You said he had a bigger removal spell in his hand?
Unfortunately, it deals 4 damage.
Well, that is not nearly enough to deal with a 5 toughness creature. And here's Damon's hand.
So he's got the tracker, in case Nino investigates, and then just a land to follow it up.
That's alright. He's kind of played all of his stuff here. Let's see. What's Nino thinking?
Well, knowing Damon's hand, it might be worth shocking off the 1/1, because Damon starting to investigate and pump his creatures might be what he needs to keep the assault up. But Nino doesn't know how much gas Damon's got left.
No. He's played a defender here, and he's actually getting in for 2 in the air.
Well, if you're not blocking with it...
Yep. Absolutely. Might as well let it do something. Damon's top deck here.
And, of course, Nino's also loath to use the shock before Damon attacks because it's such good insulation against combat tricks.
Although, if Damon goes to attacks, is he not going to get his battalion triggers?
If he tries to shock something before attacks, but now that he's let it go this far, Damon could have a pump spell and just ruin the whole exchange.
Yeah.
But it looks like Damon has got... he's got the Vigilante again, so he's going to beef up one of his creatures and get an even better attack.
Oh! There's the counterspell.
Devastating counterspell.
This is what
Unless
we
you
talked
pay
about
2,
last game.
1 is not 2.
No, and there goes the Vigilante off to the bin.
So Nino had the option to make one of his creatures unable to block. I don't think he wants to do that in this situation.
No, it's not really something he's considering doing. And we'll trade off the defender there.
He gets a pretty reasonable trade.
Take 5 down to 6.
He's really short on ways to deal with this 4/5.
Absolutely. Maybe he has the blue enchantment style removal in his deck?
He's got one of those.
Okay.
That would be huge here.
That would be great. Well, he's definitely hoping he draws that, but it's not in his hand.
No, so he's got the shock, the 4 damage burn spell, and another card I'm not quite sure on.
Yeah, a little hard to make out, but
and it's another burn spell.
That's galvanize and shock. So another 2-for-1 for Nino, and then getting back in for 2.
So that stabilized him quite a lot. Damon's only got a 2/1 left that we know of, but the clue is going to draw him into more gas as well. That's what he's looking for now.
Yeah. Cracking that clue. And in we go for 1.
This is almost a straight reversal of last game.
And playing out the Punisher there. Not that Nino has many artifacts to sacrifice.
No.
But a 2/2's nevertheless.
Yeah. If Nino investigates here, he really isn't going to be punished if he cracks it. It's going to be a high cost to pay.
Yep, and there's a face-down creature for Nino.
So here's the heads-up representing both the Thopter Maker and the Dogwalker, but now he's going to narrow it down. So he might be psyching out Damon to see if he's got another copy of the counterspell, something like that.
I'd be pretty surprised if Nino had the Dogwalker in his deck.
There's so many of them in other people's decks, yeah.
Yeah, but Damon probably has quite a lot of them. So Nino representing, I mean, it's pretty much face up that's the 3/2 that makes a Thopter, right?
Yeah, and that's really good here because the Thopter can block the turn you face it up.
Yes, it doesn't come in tapped, unlike the Dogwalker tokens.
So now he's got 2 great blocks. Even the buff from the Witness is not going to help give Damon profitable attacks.
And Damon's realised that and passed it back to Nino.
And
Nino's going to flip in his end. No? Just
he's
reading it.
He's going to keep psyching him out, maybe. We don't know for sure it's the Thoptomaker.
I mean, I'd be willing to wager it is.
Maybe. That's what he's trying to sell Damon.
He's
for
definitely
sure.
he sold me. I bought it. Hook, line, and sinker.
It's certainly what he needs in this game.
Yeah, that's what he would want to have.
Although the bird would also not be bad here.
That's true. It is the same amount of mana to block with the 1/4 and draw some cards. And here comes another face down creature. So now who knows? It really is a mystery.
And maybe that was a next level bluff from Nino, because if it was the bird, he considered leaving up double red, and then he thought, oh, I'll leave up blue. And maybe that was psyching Damon into thinking that he could flip it up for double red, which you can't do with the bird.
Yes, the bird, you must spend blue. And, just checking which is which.
You don't want to forget that.
We need a whole card camera like they do in poker. We can see
Oh, yeah.
pocket aces.
A little
for
overlay.
Nino.
I think Nino should just turn his cards face up.
Yeah.
That would be easier for all of us.
I imagine he will before the end of the game, unless Damon finishes him off in swift fashion. What's in Damon's hand here?
The +2/+2 combat trick.
Ah, okay. Well, that's great to know.
Yeah, so that can lead to some profitable attacks, but it's one of his last tools.
It could, if Nino blocks incorrectly, conceivably win him the game. But and he's going in.
Oh, he might be going for the kill. So the tracker is a 4/1 currently, and his other attacker is a 2/1. So if he's got the Thopter, this is a great combat for it.
Tense moment here.
Yeah, and if he's got the read on Damon having the +2/+2, even just throwing the 3/2 in front of one of the creatures, just so that Damon is forced to trade rather than just get a free kill out of it.
That would be quite a read. Let's see what Nino does.
Yeah. I mean, when your opponent attacks all out on a stalled board, you've got to think something's up.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'm pretty sure we just saw that the bird that steals or donates your permanence is on the left there, or on the bottom, Nino's left.
So that was the most recently played.
Yes. So he may have in fact played the Thoptomaker before that.
It looked like a gold card.
Mm-hmm.
I think what he's considering here is he kind of doesn't want to trade off any of his stuff for a dodgy 2/1, and he probably should, just to not get punked out by a pump spell. But he's also got to think forward as to how he's going to start gaining control of the game, because he can't get any advantage through cracking clues.
Not with the Punisher on Damon's side of the board, no.
No, and the Witness at the top of Damon's board, that's going to force more profitable attacks in the future if Damon's top decking detectives.
Nino very much in the tank here, because he could well lose this turn.
Yeah, he could die on the spot. He's also got a consideration to whether it's right to flip up his disguised creature before or after blocks, so that he still gets the ward.
Yes, because Damon could be holding removal rather than the pump spell that we know he has. Nino has to consider a lot more options.
Yeah, or if he blocks each of the 1 toughness creatures with a morph, Damon doesn't know which one is about to fight a 3-power creature. And if he buffs the wrong one, he loses out on the exchange a little bit.
That is very deep.
Yeah.
That's this format's got a lot going for it.
Yeah, these are... You can see why the players are taking their time on this move. And knowing Nino, I think he might just be explaining to Damon what's in Damon's hand.
He's telling him the read, and Damon's got to keep a serious poker face.
Yeah, and then Damon's telling him what the face down creatures are.
Well, we could all tell him that.
Yeah.
But now that we've seen them, it's not so impressive. They're chatting it. Let's get a mic on the field here.
Yeah, this is also sometimes in these situations it's not clear if people are going 2 blocks or if they're doing something before blocks. There's a lot of priority nonsense going on.
Yeah, we're definitely somewhere in the combat step.
Nino's just agonizing over how much he has to lose this turn.
Yep, that's still the Thopter, and that is just the back of a card, Nino. Very good. All right, here we are. Blocks. 2/2 blocks. 2/2.
Oh, he really doesn't want to lose the Crow in combat because that's something he actually wants to untap with.
Crow blocks the 2/1.
Maybe.
And the Thopter blocks. That's a 3/3. The white creature, right?
The white creature. You mean the one on the bottom?
On Damon's left.
Oh, that one's not attacking, so it was just activated.
Oh, it's given vigilance to the detective in the middle.
Yes.
And +3/+0. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So the face-up play Nino wants to make is he wants to trade the Thopter Maker or the Thopter for the Tracker, and he's just thinking about how Damon punks him out and if he's going to try and bluff and get next level over it. Because if Damon saves the Tracker, that also cuts off some of Nino's plays involving clues as well.
Very pensive hands from Nino. A little prayer before the blockers are declared.
There's a great amount of pride riding on this.
And boxes of boosters.
Yeah, a lot of boosters. What is something that Nino doesn't have to think about? You know?
Well, green cards.
Yes, green cards.
Something I would prefer not to think about most of the time.
Yeah. I say he doesn't really have to think about what happens if Damon has a bomb here because he would just lose.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, if Damon has a bomb... But I don't even know if Damon has any bombs in his deck.
No, there weren't many I saw opened in the table.
No. Nino has a bomb in that white
Magmor?
blue... The white-blue rare. Well, the Magmor's pretty cool, too. But
Oh, yes.
I would love to see the Magmor in Game 3.
Yeah.
Or even this game if Nino manages to stabilize.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to his other disguise creature. Maybe we're getting a judge call involved. I think we might be.
Yeah, Nino standing up now and
yes,
they've
that
taken
makes
a
sense.
judge question and
Yeah. It is important to know the rules before the rules matter.
yeah.
So we've got a bit of an interaction here. So Nino was thinking about chump blocking with a creature, turning the bird face up, and then giving Damon the creature that he's blocked with, which would then remove it from combat.
Well, would it? That's the judge question.
That is usually the ruling, yeah.
Yeah. So it will the creature will change hands and no longer be blocking.
Yeah. So this is a bit of a next level play. Especially because Nino can present these blocks, wait for Damon to make a move, and then whichever creature Damon would have a good trade with, Nino can just remove it from combat and get it back next turn. But again, this counts on the bird not being involved in the combat, because he can't donate itself.
Yes, well, even if you could, you'd never get it back, and then you'd just be in
Yeah.
a horrible losing position.
It would be quite funny, dying to your own bird. There we go.
All right, so the judge call has gone through, and now Nino has the correct information to work with, and he's declaring his blocks, just making sure the right creature is under the right token here.
Yeah. Certainly not as easy a block as it might have looked at first blush.
And there's Nino.
He's drained all of his energy into this block.
A shadow of the man he once was. Just kidding. Sorry to all our Nino fans watching. He is up 1-0, so we can't be too harsh.
And now Damon's thinking, man, I was playing this combat trick 3 years ago. I don't know if it's still good.
And it might not be after a judge call. You know, I imagine Damon must have some idea what's under the face down cards, but which is which is the trouble.
Yeah, I mean, he's put a pretty big representation on the Thopter Maker. Damon's seen the bird before. I don't think there's much else in red-blue that you would expect to see that commonly.
No, well, like we were saying, I don't think he would have Dogwalker in his deck. He probably doesn't have any, mono red flip creatures.
Yeah, and he's not even representing Dogwalker.
No. And now, going to blocks, Damon now has to decide where to use his combat trick, so we could be here all night.
Hopefully you won't need a judge call for this one. It's a bit more straightforward.
+2/+2, it kind of does the thing.
Yeah. It just works,
Yeah.
as they say.
And you do have to investigate, but I think we're all across that makes a clue.
So Damon's actually passing priority. He's happy with the blocks as they are. He's waiting to see because he must have sniffed that Nino's trying to punk him if he used the combat trick.
Alright, and here goes Nino, a dramatic reveal of...
The correct one?
Yep, it is... No, hold on. And Nino's...
it wasn't the Thopter Maker.
He's gone to damage.
It was the 4/2 Ogre.
Oh, okay.
So that was actually kind of a worthless one to Nino, so he was quite happy to trade it off there.
Alright.
That also explains a lot because it means he wouldn't have had a recourse if Damon went for the combat trick besides with the Falcon.
Right, so Nino's donated 2 cards and drawn 2 cards. And now he's somewhat back in the game, getting back in to steal back his land there.
Yeah, it is funny seeing these attacks where Nino doesn't care about Damon's life total at all. He just has to do it for the trigger.
And another...
We're going to see more mysteries. So Nino is running the case that deals 3 to a creature. It's really one of his important tools at this point in the game because there are some creatures he just has to kill in this situation or else he dies. But he's also got to be thinking, if he leaves this 1/1 alive, can Damon just play 2 tricks and kill him on the spot? Because this is the one turn he can't block it.
And here it is, yep. So
he's the 3 damage.
He's blown it up.
So he's very unlikely to solve this case this game. Damon's happy to just let it go. So Damon's stuck with a combat trick and not much else.
Well, he's hoping to draw his 4/5 haste.
That would be very good here, yes.
And he's passed it back. He's drawn another land there.
Good sign for the Nino fans.
Nino getting back in with the 1/4. He comes back to Island, which Damon has tapped in response to keep Nino off the Manor.
Wow. Such spiteful actions.
Floating 1 blue.
Yeah.
And there's the fish, playing a post-combat fish. I guess he's afraid of it getting blown up by Damon's mystery hand.
Yeah, well also, if Damon rips the 4/5 haste now, then the fish is clutch. He can block, cycle it off. It's a great move for him.
Yeah, that's a very good play, but Damon has hit another planes here.
And Nino not cycling off the fish, so he is respecting the fact that he has to kill Damon eventually.
Yeah, that 1/4 gives Damon a lot of chances to draw back into the game.
Oh, is he going to send in the 1/4? Oh, the meddling youth is in the graveyard already.
Oh, so it is.
So Nino's probably assuming that Damon just doesn't have any haste left in his deck.
Well, we know that Damon has 1 fish.
Yes, we know about that one.
So
could be fish v fish.
And the fish is a great recipient of that combat trick. +2/+0.
Yeah.
Oh no, +2/+2, even better.
+2/+2.
No fish trade today.
No. Well, it's not even a fish trade because Nino can probably cash it in for a card.
Yes.
So the fish is so neutral on everything. You just can't beat it. You can't go under it.
You
can
can
block
beat
with it once.
You can block it all the time.
Yes.
It has to attack.
In fact, you can block it very well in a lot of situations.
And here it comes. Fish getting in.
Oh, just the fish.
Just the fish. I guess the 1/4
Taking
does
the
make
safe play.
a much better blocker than the fish.
Yeah. Nino's got a bit of an opportunity in the future. If he can deal Damon damage with 3 creatures in 1 turn, he gets to solve his case. Oh, and he's got the goat. So the goat has got menace and can't block, and it's going to give something else of Damon's menace later in the game if he wants it.
And it has haste too.
Wow, Damon is flush with haste creatures, and Are we going to see Damon risking it with the combat trick into this much open mana?
I don't think so, because it's not going to win him the game this turn.
No, he doesn't have to take the risk.
Yeah.
And he is forcing Nino to have something here so that he can actually have a block on the goat. So he might be angling for Nino to tap out soon.
Getting in once again with the fish. And here's the detective we saw in game 1. And a brand new detective tapping for
Prost.
white mana. It's Prost.
So when Prost attacks, Nino basically gets to cast Sphinx's Revelation, which is going to rip him straight back in the game. He's going to gain 3 or 4 life. It's going to be...
Yeah, that's a real bomb from Nino, splashing the white mana there to cast Prost.
Yeah, that might have been running in his hand for a while with his tap jewel he just top decked. So Damon really needs to close things out now, or else it's going to get bad for him quickly.
Yeah, maybe he can trick Nino into blocking with Prost here, but I wouldn't count on it.
No, it's a pretty tough thing to convince someone to do. So he might be pre-combat phasing the trick just to draw a card off the clue and see if he can rip something to do in his main phase. But I think he's going for something else here.
That would be a pretty desperate play. And it looks like something else is coming off the top that costs 3 mana.
Yeah, well, this is putting a very specific window in the game for Damon.
Damon playing a face-down creature. And he counted his mana. I'd be willing to bet that's the one that costs 6 to flip up.
Ah, yes.
So...
Yeah, I mean, he might get to eat the Proft and then just keep playing a value game forever.
Alright, and going to attacks. Double block. Nino doesn't want to take any risks here getting blown out.
Very safe block here.
So we're going to put the bird, I assume, second.
Yeah.
And the detective first.
I mean, Damon's got to consider if he needs to save this combat trick for something else. But it's going to get harder and harder to...
he's flipping up.
Oh, he's got the pump. I think it grants trample as well.
Oh, well, that would be quite good. And he has 2 mana left to apply the combat trick as well. So if he is getting trample here, that's going to be really big.
Well, I think it's only up to 3 power currently, so he would need quite a lot to get through the bird.
Yeah, okay. So he's just traded off his goat with the detective there.
Yeah, Menace almost forcing Nino to make the better play and play around the trample. Because I think in that situation, he would have considered at least blocking with just the Falcon.
Yeah, and
he's going for... I believe that's only 4 damage. Oh, but it is a 5/4.
Yes.
And Damon's going to try and save
Pump
it.
in response.
So Nino's also notably not gone for the life gain this turn. So he's still in a precarious position.
I guess he figured... Oh, and there's the shock to finish that off. So Nino getting in... for 3 here, not attack. Oh no, he's attacking with Prost as well because Prost has vigilance, huh?
So now Nino's case is solved. He can sack it to effectively draw 3 cards, and Damon's down to 4. So he's just got the fish left.
Yeah, pulling the fish off the top here, and he's cracking his clue.
Makes a lot of sense. There's cards he could draw with the fish that would look good. Because Nino doesn't have lethal on board next turn if he loses Proft. Oh, and it's Aurelia. That's 4 in the air. I think that's the kill.
Yep, 4 power, flying, and haste.
Wow.
We're looking at Proft here, just to check if it has reach, and bam, there we go.
Oh, tied it up 1-1. That was a sick top deck.
What a match.
Wow.
Wow, all right, on to game 3 here. We might check back in on the second table in a minute. While these guys maybe reconsider their sideboarding.
That was tense. It looked like Damon was right out of it at the end.
Yeah, Damon was on the ropes for a long time, but coming with the Hail Mary. And all right, we're back with Johan and Sam. The life totals, who knows?
This is a green board. No one's attacking into this without a good 30 seconds of thinking.
My goodness. Couple of Helions here for Sam.
So, yeah. Johan's got the chalk outline in action, so this is quite a good grinder card. It makes clues, it makes 2/2s, it is really good at chaining activations.
So this is doppelgang the chalk outline. So
oh my goodness. So Johan has played doppelgang, so he gets to make 3 copies of 3 permanents each, so he gets 9 extra tokens when he casts it. He cast it in an earlier turn and got 3 more chalk outlines. This is absurd. Every time a creature leaves his graveyard, he gets 4 2/2s, 4 clues. He's already got 6 other permanents he made off this doppelgang. This is a green game.
Yeah, I mean, this is when you have to start scrolling left and right on Arena to read all of your opponent's creatures.
Yeah, this is crashing your phone.
Yeah, I'm overheating. The pixel's not keeping up with this. Okay, and we're still in game 1 here for Sam and Johan.
On 21 and 18 life.
Yeah, we may be here well into the wee hours with this particular match.
Yeah.
Johan playing the detective that makes it cheaper to crack your clues.
Yeah, it is a bad sign for you when your 6/7 is just no good.
Yeah, no, and 2 of them as well.
2 6/7s. The 4/4 flyer might actually be pretty good here. I don't know how much reach Johan's got buried in those piles.
You have to imagine he has something, but
yeah.
And we're doing a little reading here.
The other 2 face down cards are Hellions. They're 6/7s.
Oh my goodness.
So
he made copies of the Hellions.
So we've just received a report that Johan has copied the Hellions, and we're 2 Hellions apiece here, so this game's not going anywhere.
Yeah, so those 2 6/7 reaches are going to keep Johan alive forever. He's got the bats. This is the kind of board state Johan assembles surprisingly often. And he's even got removals, so it looks like he's starting to crack in with some 1/1 flyers, get the game over with a little bit.
Bonking one of the Hellions out of the game here.
Yeah. Notably, Johan's 1/3 artifact creature that's buried under the bats. If it dies, Johan can trigger his chalk outlines twice more, so he gets 8 clues and 8 2/2s.
I mean, at that point, he's at risk of decking himself, I would imagine.
A little bit, yes.
You crack all those clues, and a little earthquake happening here at the studio.
Yeah, getting a new perspective on things.
Yeah, we can watch both games at once.
Yeah.
That thing that killed the Hellion was the black blood sacrifice gather evidence.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So he's been forced to sacrifice the creature that he owns with the most power. And just a couple of detectives in play here for Johan.
Yeah, Alex really invested well in putting his face on that token. He's getting a lot of camera space.
Yeah, for someone who's been eliminated, he sure is showing up.
Yeah, he had to be on camera somehow.
And we're happy to have him back after his extended absence from the scene.
Yeah, his little break.
Yeah, and we're going back to table 1 now, leaving this.
All right, onto a game that might actually resolve.
Yeah. Something a little bit easier to commentate, hopefully, than a bunch of face-down art cards.
Yeah. Well, Nino's back on the play, and it looks like he might be sending in the fish.
We're going in. It's fish-tastic.
These fish have really been omens for the outlook of the remaining game.
Yeah. And coming in now with the 2-1 from Damon, Surveil 1, and Thinking.
These matches have had a very specific texture where all the creatures are the same size until something with 4 power shows up.
Yep. And 4 or 5 toughness, boy, it sure is a lot. Nino's been forced to double spell to kill creatures both games.
Yeah. And the difference between 4 and 5 is very big as well.
And here he is offering the trade. Yeah. Damon probably wants to take it, although he might want to get back in. No, and there he goes, taking it.
Getting some aftershocks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little bit of your arena style VFX here.
Yeah. Here's the first disguise.
And Damon probably going to go with a disguise of his own. Is that? It looks like he's got a gold card in his hand there. That might be the Oh, and here's Wojak Investigator again. That's
back from Poland once again.
Really going to put Nino on the back foot here.
Yeah, Damon. So against blue and red especially, you really want to just hit your land drops and start resolving something that costs 4 or 5, because their whole game plan often revolves around stopping you from doing that. And you can see Damon here, he's taken every opportunity to block. He's probably going to block this, not caring if Nino has a trick. If Nino sends it in.
Mm-hmm. And Nino would be pretty obvious having a trick if he sends it in, so...
Yeah, this is not the fish.
No.
Yeah, his counter spells and shocks are great when Damon's a little stranded on land. And Damon just wants to get out of that range. And then Nino has a bunch of dead cards.
Nino thinking about his Surveil trigger here. Will he send this card to the graveyard?
Yeah, well, it looks like he doesn't have a great answer for the 2-4, and he has to make a plan of, how do I win the game when Damon has a 2-4 in play? Because that is a very real question.
Here's Damon's hand. So Meddling Youths, which is the 4-5 with haste, he's going to be excited to play out shortly.
Felonious Rage for his combat trick.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Leaves behind a 2-2.
Yeah, the 2-2 mattering a lot in these games.
Absolutely. And Nino still thinking about his Surveil trigger. It's probably not exactly the card he needs, but you know, you always think to yourself, well, what if the next card's just a land? At least I can get this now.
Yeah. Or, you know, if it's a strong card, but a card that's not good now, how are things going to look 3 turns from now?
Yeah, and Nino deciding to keep it on top, and
he does like it.
It's good enough, at least.
Yeah.
Much like the 2-1 artifact creature that surveils 1. You know, it's playable.
It's playable. It looks kind of bad right now.
Well, they've both played it, so it can't be that bad.
That's true. That's true.
But
they're kind of on even footing.
Yeah. Well, would you rather have that or the fish?
Yeah, the fish. Fish is probably worse.
But the fish draws you a card.
Surveil 1's like draw a card. If you're desperate, if you're hungry.
Yeah. Well, I'm hungry for fish.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Damon probably coming in with a face down card here. Yep, there it goes. And not opting to attack with the Wojak.
Oh, it's got vigilance, so he's already sent it in.
Oh, well, there you go. He's
getting the best of both worlds.
Oh, yeah. And a counterspell coming down from Nino.
Yeah. So he might have just been saying, I need to get this out of my hand before things get worse. And he gets to give one of his creatures menace, which is huge here. So he's going to make the 2-1 suspected, so it has menace and can't block. And now this is how he's going to win through a 2-4.
Indeed. And that, for our viewers at home, that 6 represents suspicion. Oh, and now they're going for a suspicion token. There we go.
There we go. Even bigger than the die.
I personally think that the creature, in fact, did do the murder.
Yeah. There's a lot of evidence, except for the part where it has 1 toughness and is still alive, so it couldn't afford anything.
Maybe it did a punch.
Yeah. Or it had a little help.
Yeah, combat tricks. We've been talking about them all game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, these fast deck mirrors, the combat tricks they're really hard to land because you want to line them up when you're attacking and your opponent blocks with a big creature, and that just doesn't happen in these situations.
Oh, and here we go. Another appearance of the 1-4 Nino, considering how many of his cards he's going to hand over to Damon here.
He's a big fan of giving Damon 2 lands. It does often feel like the right play.
Yeah, you don't want to be giving too much more than that, because it's nice to draw a lot of cards, but if you give your opponent all your lands, you can't really cast the cards that you've drawn.
Yeah.
So yeah, 2 lands again, and Nino's looking at another 2 cards off the top.
And especially in this part of the game, you're just giving Damon so much resources.
And here he goes in. I guess with the 1-4, he's not too worried about getting blocked, and stealing his land back is very important.
Yeah, and again, talking about the tricks, you really don't want to be blocking if you can help it. So with Nino's life still at 18, I don't think he would be putting the bird in front of the 2-4 anyway.
Trouble is, now Damon has the +2/+0 in hand. He can kill
that's true.
The 1-4 straight away.
He's got to be thinking about the bounce spells Nino could have, but Nino hasn't shown him any of them this game.
No, so there's the block. And yeah, I suspect Damon's planning to cast, yes, Felonious Rage. There it is, flying out of his hand there.
It's a little bit of a risky play.
But denying Nino getting his land back there is pretty big.
Yeah, it's pretty funny actually.
You know, he's stolen Nino's land, and yep, there goes the bird off to the graveyard, and that's got to hurt.
Yeah, a gift you can't get back.
Here comes a detective that is
unblockable if he's drawn a second card.
Yeah, some of the time.
Yeah, so Nino's got 2 creatures that can currently attack into the Investigator. He's also keeping his hand nice and empty, so Damon's not doing any investigating. He's managing the 2-4 reasonably well. It's just, it's put so much weight on the game since it's come into play on turn 3.
Yeah, and
Oh, he's actually got 3 cards, so I think Damon does get an investigate here.
oh, yes.
I think they're just talking through the possibility of a mistrigger resolving it.
It looks like Damon's just going to his draw step here.
Oh, Damon had 3 as well.
Right, okay. Well, Damon now has the opportunity to play out his 4-5 and start cracking back in.
Yeah, he can put a lot of pressure on.
And yeah, it looks like he's going to do just that. Tapping 5 mana for the... What's that card called?
Meddling Youths.
Meddling Youths.
You meddling youths.
Yeah, and Nino probably would have got away with it if it wasn't for them. Nino opting to not block there because he's got some reasonable attacks of his own.
Yeah. It's a tough race for him.
Yeah.
Damon is thrilled just to have a 5-drop in play. So much of the game is coming down to that.
Yes, he's done well all of these games.
Nino's under a bit of pressure to play 2 spells this turn as well to stop Damon investigating.
Yeah, he's got to keep his hand relatively empty. The Wojak Investigator really pulling its weight here.
Yeah.
It attacks, it blocks, it draws you cards.
A 2-4 versus a 3-2. What a matchup.
Alright, and Nino's getting in here and looting, I guess? Or just, yeah, he's looting.
Yeah.
Oh, and before blockers,
we're going to
tap down, keep those guys in the cube.
Yeah. Welcome to the cube.
And Damon's representing that they have stun counters on them by turning them upside down.
Yep.
So now they're tapped, the stun counters are gone.
There's a huge change to the race. Nino's effectively gained 6 life and he's pushed 3 extra damage. So a 9-point swing.
Yes, we'll see what Damon can come up with to answer back to that.
He's kept his hand nice and empty as well. And it looks like he's got 2 spells to follow up.
Nino with 2 cards in hand. And as does Damon. So if Damon can cast both of his here, he's going to be pretty well seated to investigate and draw a card off the Wojak Investigator on his next turn.
Yeah. He's got the tools on board to stabilize. They're just in the wrong orientation.
Yes, they are tapped. Alright, and Damon's just passed it back, keeping his options open. Maybe threatening to have some removal to play during Nino's turn.
Yeah, so he's looking at taking 5 this turn.
And Nino going straight to attacks, hitting
Sending
his
him in.
loot trigger. And discarding... Wow, there goes Prof off to the bin. Sorry, Prof, no white mana for you.
Yep, can't hold on to that for much longer.
And Damon is going down to 6. And second main, Nino
he's playing
coming
the
out
4/5.
with a 4/5. That's quite a good blocker against the other 4/5.
Yeah, the effect's quite minor. He can sacrifice artifacts to draw cards, but his 2/1 menace is actually pretty relevant on this board state currently.
And here's Damon with...
just cycling it off. So, not making use of the pump. He just wants to get a card out of his hand so he can investigate.
Yeah, so he's created a clue token off the combat trick and then another clue token off the Wojak Investigator there. So plenty of opportunity to draw cards and look for some ways to get back on the offensive here.
Maybe. He's got a great plan for settling in. He just needs to drop a few more creatures. He's got air blockers. He's got card advantage for the long game.
But that top card on Nino's board is unblockable some of the time. Am I incorrect?
I'm gonna double check what the unblockable trigger is, but I believe you're right.
Yeah, let's have a look what causes the unblockable while Damon and Nino are thinking.
Yeah, because Nino pushing through 3 damage a turn is really big on this board.
Yeah, I mean that's a 2-turn clock that Damon is going to have to do something about, depending how easy it is to turn on that unblockable for the detective there.
Which is very important to know, incidentally. Oh, you have to sacrifice an artifact. So Nino's actually lined it up quite well. He's got his Benthic Chronologists who are ready to sacrifice an artifact to trigger that. So he's got one unblockable lined up already.
Yeah, so if he has a second artifact anywhere, he can sacrifice an artifact this turn, sacrifice an artifact next turn, and that's 6 damage. So
yeah, he has to send in the Chronologist to get the trigger, so he'll need a way to either help it live through combat or get a clue that he can just sacrifice on its own.
yeah.
So Damon's facing down the possibility of just getting killed with unblockable creatures and needing to race it. But if he goes too aggro, then Nino can just kill him with regular creatures. And that Menace 2-1 takes so much work to block.
Alright, here we go. Damon just getting in with the 2/4 Vigilance.
Playing it a little safe. And maybe looking at cracking some clues, looking for a answer to this 3-2 unblockable before it punks him out of the game.
He's certainly drawn a card there, and dare I say it, that looked like it might have been a
Aurelia?
Aurelia, yeah, that's what it looked like to me, which will be Damon probably kicking himself that he didn't crack his clue before the combat step.
A little bit. He would really like to line up 2 more creatures this turn, preferably through a Dogwalker, because if you attack with 5 creatures with Aurelia, you gain 3 life.
Oh, well,
and that's going to buy him a whole extra turn. It's going to buy him through basically all of Nino's resources.
That would be perfect. And reporting coming in from the other table, Johan finally won game 1 there with his with 3 cards left in his library and
only 50 permanents on board.
Yeah, a board of likes you've never seen before. Sure glad I wasn't casting that. That sounds like chaos to me.
Yeah.
This is a bit more my speed.
Yeah, this is where the decisions matter a little more.
Indeed, and
so Damon unlikely to gain 3 life next turn off Aurelia.
If he did indeed draw it, what did he just cast? He's
cast a 2/2 reach that can destroy an artifact.
Oh yes, it's the ape,
the monkey.
Yes, very good. I like that. And he in fact did destroy an artifact.
Oh yes,
the 2/1 with Menace.
So that's cut off one of Nino's unblockable triggers.
Yes, now Nino has no artifact to sacrifice.
So Nino's getting walled out of the game. It's really hard for him to break through this because his removal doesn't really do it. He doesn't have much investigate.
Yeah, he's in a sticky spot here.
Yeah, his courier, he's got to go all in on this courier, and I think he's just going through his deck list and trying to remember how many ways he has to trigger it.
Yeah, how many artifacts can he realistically make?
Yeah. And he doesn't know it, but if he doesn't leave any blockers back, he's dead to Aurelia next turn.
Yes, absolutely. But I think in his mind, it's like, well, if Damon's got Aurelia, like, let's pack it up.
Yeah.
There's not much to answer.
The game's over either way.
Yeah. So you've heard it here first, folks. The game's over. No, we may yet see a few more turns of Damon and Nino.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's got the tools in play to potentially win the game. He's got to get the right tools off the top of his deck, and judging by his double checking of everything, he doesn't have the tools in his hand.
No.
But if he can play an artifact this turn that can block, he can get in for 3, lose a lot of his board. Next turn he chumps blocks. If next turn he can investigate and crack the clue, that's it. That's game over. So he's got outs. He's got ways to tie it up.
Well, it is tied up. They're playing 4
to wrap it in a bow.
Yeah. Oh, and here is a face down creature.
Yeah.
And if we're to hazard a guess, based on the manner he's kept up, he's trying to represent the 3/2 that makes the Thopter.
Yeah. Has he played it this game yet? This match?
He has it in his deck.
He has it in his deck, but I don't think Damon's seen it.
No, I think it was in game 1.
Oh, okay.
I think he did show it in game 1. But it also is just as likely probably to be the 4/2 Rakdos card, which is a lot less useful.
Yes. 2 damage tragically on this board, not enough.
No, I mean, it would kill the ape.
Yeah, killing the ape is a little something. And the 5 power is, he can snap off the meddling youths, and then from his perspective, he's got no threats from Damon left to deal with.
It only has 4 power.
Oh.
It's a 4/2. It's just a little bit too weak.
It's just a little under.
I'm not impressed with it, to be
All
honest.
the numbers on it, 1 too small.
Yeah, it should be really a 5/2 that deals 3. I mean, then we'd be talking about a real serious orc. But
Yeah.
the way it is now, not so exciting.
I mean, back in 2012, we had 5 mana 3/3s that deal 3.
And here is Aurelia, and
the big lady.
Nino reading it like, "Wow, is that really Aurelia?" Yep.
Wow.
Sure is, Nino.
That's a really interesting card on this board state.
Yeah. Begrudgingly, it is in fact Aurelia.
Yeah. So Damon, considering how greedy he wants to be, if he sends in 3 creatures, then he gets 2 investigates, but he also is down a blocker, whereas he might be better off just sending in the vigilance creatures and not having to worry about it.
Yeah, I would say, putting Nino to 4 here is quite enough to be comfortable continuing on.
I'm not crying about not drawing enough cards in this situation.
No, he's drawn everything he needs to. He's got all his rares, or at least all the rares we've seen from him.
Yeah. I mean, he's got to be thinking if Nino has the Thopter Maker, then there might be a little something lined up. But the fact that he didn't get in last turn is a huge boon for Damon.
Yeah, drawing that ape and blowing up the 2/1 artifact was really big there.
So Damon is going for the greed play.
Yep, he's cracking in, making a clue, and
oh yeah, he just draws a card off Aurelia.
Just straight up drawing a card.
So that might be drawing him a little something extra.
Yeah,
also, depending how Nino blocks, Damon might get in for lethal with the combat trick.
Do you know which combat trick he has?
I think he's got the +2/+2.
Okay, well that could end things right here.
But, oh no, he's discarded it.
I see. Oh well, no, he cast it the turn earlier to make a clue token
yes.
and dig towards his Aurelia, I believe.
Yeah, so he's got no surprise damage in his hand. He just doesn't need it.
No, and Nino just checking what is under his morph there. So blocking a 4/5 with a 4/5 is pretty good.
Yep.
And he doesn't have any flying blockers for the other guys.
No face-up ones.
No. But he'd have to crack. So we've gone to blocks.
And he's got another one.
I imagine it's the orc under there, rather than the Thopter Maker.
Good chance.
Nino did ask us before the game not to have a go at him for his card choices.
I think his deck's well put together.
Definitely. I mean, obviously you'd rather have another Thopter Maker than that orc, but...
Well, here's the Thopter Maker.
Oh, it was in fact the Thopter Maker. Okay, well, I guess he's hoping to get back in for lethal, maybe top deck something to get one of these blockers out of the way, and clean Damon up in a last ditch effort. That's why he didn't block with the Thopter.
Yeah, I mean, if he can sack off the Thopter for 1 mana, there's some combinations of spells that can push in the last damage.
Absolutely. He could have shock, and also shock.
2 shocks.
Yeah, he has 2 shocks. He could shock Damon.
Wow.
And
so
Damon will be shocked.
Damon will be shocked.
All right, so we're getting in. No?
So he gets a loot trigger when he attacks, so he might be thinking, if I send in the 3/2, I could top deck away to sacrifice the Thopter at instant speed, and then if he has 2 shocks, then that'll work it out. It's a very narrow set of cards, but it's all a possibility.
I mean, he doesn't really have any other options, right? Like, he can't not attack here.
Yeah.
He's basically just got to go in and hope that that loot trigger finds him what he needs.
It's a shame he's lost the fish. The fish would have been amazing here.
Yes, yeah, cracking the fish will be perfect.
It all comes down to the fish.
This has been a very fish-heavy matchup.
Yeah.
But honestly, the longer this goes on, the better, because I'm dreading going back over to that green green matchup on the other table.
Yeah. Well, I think normally when Doppelgang gets cast for X's 3, the game is just over.
Yeah, and it turned out eventually it was, but it took quite a lot of turns.
Yeah, not as quickly as you might expect.
No. All right, so Nino casting. Wow, he's stealing the Aurelia. That's an act of treason style effect, and Damon reading it.
That's incredible here.
Yeah, so
he gets to, depending how much he sends in, he can force a chump block. He gets to draw a card. It might not be enough, but if he keeps the Thopter back, he's got a chump block on Aurelia next turn as well.
Well, he probably wants to sacrifice the Thopter. Does he have an outlet to sacrifice the Thopter? I guess not.
Probably not. I mean, he's already played his Benthic Cryptologist.
He's tapped out. So
oh, and Aurelia's got Menace, of course.
Okay, so getting in with Aurelia is a sure thing here, and he's going to do 4. But can he push another 2?
Oh, he can put Damon to 1.
Yeah, so I guess he has to hold the Thopter back. No, there it goes. All right, so I think Damon's going to go to 1 here and then crack back in for the win. It looks like, if he blocks the right way, which is blocking both of those. Yeah, like
potential, maybe Mountain into Shock. Mountain into Shock would.
That would be crazy.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't think, even if he had Mountain and Shock, he does have Shock in his hand.
Oh,
he had a Plains.
Oh no, close game.
Wow, that's a tough one. He had to discard Prost earlier, and then the Plains came later and stopped him casting the Shock.
Oh, that is so close. That's incredible.
Full on. Wow.
Wow.
What a match. That was really really exciting.
Yeah, I mean these Damon and Nino matches. This speaks to the strength of their playability. I hope he remembers to take the island back off Damon.
I think he will. They have different coloured sleeves. Yeah, I mean, that was great to watch, and I mean, just the kind of Magic that I really like.
Yeah, a lot of these games have looked over, and a lot of people would have given up, and these guys have played to their outs. They've gotten really close to flipping the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Three really tight matches there.
Yeah.
And I guess we'll probably get Damon in here in a minute for a post-match interview.
Yep, see what his thoughts are on those stressful games.
Yeah.
How ready he is for another one.
Yeah. How does he feel about playing against
Sam, I believe.
Is it Sam? Have we got a match result from Sam and Johan? Sam and Johan are still underway, so we might also cut to
yes,
some footage of their table.
This looks a little more reasonable.
Yeah, we're gonna get some focus pulling here in just a moment. Yeah. But in the meantime, we can imagine all sorts of horrors.
So, Sam's up the top, right?
Sam is on the bottom.
Oh no, Johan's up the top. So, Johan's got the 1/1. Sam's flipped up his 6/7 reach.
Yes,
which is huge.
And there we are, nicely focused now. Thank you.
He's got his 3/2 looter, so if he plays more detectives, he gets to loot more.
Yes.
There's a very interesting card in Sam's graveyard that it lets him give all of Johan's creatures -2/-0.
All right, it looks like we're going to have a player interview with Damon. Come on down, Damon. Thank you, Richard.
We've got a few people.
I think we might have to we might have to give Damon a mic here. Okay. Alrighty. Hello, congratulations.
That was a roller coaster. I feel like Nino said good game, and I was like, have I lost or have I won? You know, like it was a bit vague. He showed me a Shock, and I'm like, I'm on 1.
Well, we were saying if he has Shock and Mountain in his hand.
Could you see his hand?
No, we thought he had the Shock, but we didn't know if he had the land for it, and then he had the Plains rather than the Mountain.
Well, because he was like, I think I win with this card. So then I thought, the Act of Treason must suspect my dude. So then I have
so
like no
block.
blockers.
Yeah.
And then he suspected that, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe I don't die.
No, yeah, that was 3 really close tense matches.
And there was that huge huge delay while the Coveted Falcon was being worked out.
Yes.
But Aurelia in the second game.
Oh yeah, that was clutch. That was super clutch.
Yeah. I was like, this is what I was saying. This is what the stream wants. The stream wants me to draw one specific card, and I drew a card, and it wasn't that, and I cracked the clue, and I got Aurelia.
Yeah, that was very exciting. We were pleased to see that. So, I mean Aurelia. very clutch in those games. But actually, I was also really impressed with the 4-5, the
meddling youths.
The meddling youths. Yeah, I feel like that was
It
quite a lot bigger than all of.
It's true. He did have to use a couple of removal spells.
Yeah.
I wasn't really getting the triggers with it, but just actually in game 3 I ended up siding because he had so much removal. I sided out a land.
Yeah.
Because I was going to be on the draw just to get more density of spells, and I took out all of my +3/+0 tricks.
Oh, the first strike one?
Yeah, because it's just got damage. This doesn't do anything, so I took that one out.
Yeah.
And I brought in, I never got to show it, but like the Antiquity dude, the 110.
Oh,
that gives hexproof and untaps everything. I was like, oh, well, if he's playing out cold and like shocks and stuff, I could have a really big turn where he's like, tap your dudes, kill one, I'm like,
hexproof.
Yeah.
Well, that didn't eventuate, but the
I gotta say it so that people knew that there was some sideboarding plan that went in there.
Yeah, that's good. The second game where or was it the first game where your Wojak investigator got double shocked?
Oh, yeah.
What were you thinking then? Because we were like trying to figure out who's on the winning end of this interaction. It's
he was definitely on the winning end because I was far behind at that point. He played a 2-drop. I can't remember. He maybe didn't play the 3-drop because I played the double shocked it. But my hand, if you'd seen it, was like all red cards. And I also had a combat trick. So if I ever untapped with the Wojak Investigator, like it was safe.
True.
Whereas double shocking was just great. You know? I lost that game from damage from the red herring. And
so it was he went up 1 and then you won the next 2.
Yes. But they all felt really close, didn't that last one? I was like, how does this feel close? I have Aurelia, I have this 2/4 vigilance flying, and like combat tricks in hand and cards, and like it's still really close. So blue-red is capable of pulling out. There was a turn, I looked at the turn before, like if he had the +3/+0 combat trick, just plays that on his 3/2, sacks the clue, hit me for 6. I can't block it. It's like, there were so many things that killed me.
Absolutely. You both had a lot of outs, and it was really interesting to see you both digging through your deck, looting, cracking clues, trying to get as much out of it as possible. Are you looking forward to the finals?
I am. I mean, I've been down the first game, both rounds.
The comeback hit.
So the comeback has happened both times, which is great. And yeah, look, I got a bit lucky in the draft. My first pack was pretty boring, and then I opened the Wojak Investigator in pack 2, and white was not open. I was just like, I'm gonna take it. Jim was in white next to me.
Right.
And then in pack 3, I opened Aurelia. I was like, all right, can't complain if I happen to pick red and white, and I opened 2 red-white bottoms.
That's perfect. Yeah, very good. And I guess. Yeah, you'll be probably waiting a little while before that.
Well, that's good. I can analyze it. Were you swapping back? Because you should have been watching their game.
We checked it out while you guys
we were
were
waiting
sideboarding.
for the rules. Oh, did you not waiting for the rules question about the Falcon?
We had a quick look, but their board state was from a commentating perspective horrifying. We were like, oh my god.
These were 5 chalk outlines over here.
Yes. Yeah, we got the report that they had 5 chalk outlines, and then they'd copied. So we had 2 Helions on either side of the board. It was a lot.
Yeah, well, I better go so you can watch the end of this match.
So, yeah, we'll catch the end. And I guess, are you maybe not allowed to watch it, or I'm not sure, information-wise?
It's true. Yeah, no, totally not allowed.
Yeah, we'll hide it from the other.
I'll go watch some stream. Like I'll watch a Magic Mate stream or something.
Just check the Magic Mate stream out. They got a real good commentary team on there.
Yeah, I hear that.
Well, congratulations. I'm looking forward to the finals.
Yeah, me too.
All absolutely. Right. We'll patch Richard back in a minute.
Oh, I'll just keep talking to him.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Someone grab Richard. I don't have a tie. I'm not as cool. Oh, Richard's just there.
Well, you've got the Magic Mates merch on.
It's true. I do.
Representing. Well, thank you very much, Damon.
Thanks,
and,
Brendan.
Good luck in your next match.
Cheers.
Alrighty. So we're back here on the feature table. We've shuffled Jon and Sam over, and these guys are going to game 3, tied up 1-1.
Yeah. Speaking of stress.
Yes.
We might be in for a very long game or a very short game if someone ramps out a 6-7 again.
That would be good. Damon seemed very frazzled coming out of that game. It was quite a tense conclusion with the act of treason and the shock and all of that action. But I think he's going to have enough time here with these two playing out their match to regroup and get ready for the finals.
Yeah, that act of treason effect can be so impactful. You just can't play around it, especially in such a close game.
Yeah, and he also said he was worried about the combat trick +3/+0 on the unblockable creature would have got in for 6.
Yeah.
So a real nail biter, but he held on.
Yeah, that's why these guys are the best.
Absolutely, and that's why he's going all the way through to the finals, and we'll see who he'll be playing against now. Jan and Sam coming out with some lands here.
See if we'll be spotting some chalk outlines on the feature match table.
Oh, I like this this detective here from Jan. Every time a creature you control dies, you investigate.
Oh.
I think it's once per turn, but really solid two drop.
Yeah. It means normally you can't quite make good attacks in these green mirrors because of how the trades wind up lining up, but getting a card for every trade really tilts things in your favor.
It puts you way ahead, and looks like Sam's going to be coming down here with
2/3 with a minor ability.
That's pretty good to block 2/2s.
Pretty good against 2/2s. And thanks to the 5-mana rule, with Jon only having 4 lands, things can't go too wrong if he blocks the disguise creature.
Yes.
Yeah, the other thing in these green mirrors is a creature having a passive ability where it doesn't have to get involved in combat, it just never leaves play. It just hangs around and generates value the whole time. So we might be seeing that detective in play at the end of the game.
And Jon surveilling 2 here off the 1-drop.
Yeah, he's got to decide how many lands he wants to hit, and it looks like he didn't want either of the cards that were up there.
Yeah, both gone to the graveyard.
Way off screen.
Yeah, graveyard maybe coming into vision any moment now.
Yeah, well, Jon's graveyard quite relevant with all of his collect evidence. Sam also got a little bit lined up here.
And Sam coming in with a face-down creature. It looks like we're settling in for the long haul here. A lot of 2/2s staring at each other and saying nasty things.
Oh, Jon's surveilled a very critical card here. So the artifact in his graveyard, he can exile it to exile another card from a graveyard. That's 2 triggers of his chalk outline, and that's going to get his engine up and going straight away.
Alright, and getting in here, now with the 5 mana up, he's threatening to flip over a big nasty.
Yeah, so this might be the Investigate Crocodile, and if that's the case, Sam is loath even just to let it through, because he gets a clue off of it anyway.
But I don't think Sam really has any other options.
No, and you can see in Sam's hand, he's kept in a, tempo trick, the tap 2 creatures spell. So he knows that if he's going to win this game, he can't let it get out of control. He needs to try and end the game before things get weird.
Alright, and that is not a crocodile.
No, it's a 3/4 flyer. When it deals damage, he's going to gain 1 life and surveil 1. So
okay, so somewhat card advantage still, or at least selection here.
yeah, more graveyard synergies. I think he's got the 3/3 that can drain 3, which is also pretty good.
Yeah, I'm maybe playing a bit more of an aggressive game this time around.
Yeah, he's really set up for his chalk outline, though. If he can... So he kept it on top, but if he can find his chalk outline, things are going to get a little crazy.
And Sam flipping up and searching up a land here with his disguise creature. Getting
a plains. Both players on 3 colors. Going to get a little wacky, play some rares.
Well, Sam's splashing white for Buried in the Garden.
Oh,
which
yes.
Which is a white-green removal.
Yeah, speaking of green being short on removal, this is going to be quite a relevant spell this match.
Absolutely.
Because it can hit Jon's enchantments as well.
That is quite true. It's target permanent.
But, I mean, Sam's already on the back foot, and I would say Jon's favored in the long game, so he knows things aren't going to get much better for him.
Yeah, Sam deciding whether or not he's going to bury something in the garden right now or hold on and maybe play a creature.
Yeah, currently he's only being threatened by the flyer, and he's got to think ahead to the long game. And if he can get some stuff in his graveyard, his collect evidence creature is actually pretty reasonable. Whenever it attacks, he gets a +1 counter.
So he does want to be casting spells.
Yeah.
Although casting the exile-based removal doesn't really put anything in the graveyard.
Yeah. So that's not going to work. He can use the tap-down spell, but that really doesn't get him very far on the board.
No, he's going to get in for 4 and then...
And beef one of his creatures.
Yeah. Plus, If he has, I guess if he has any fight style removal, Johan's going to be drawing cards off of the clue tokens.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a lot of resources he wants. Currently, a lot of them don't do anything.
No, he's definitely looking to play the long game here and hold Sam off until he starts up his engine, as you've said.
Yeah, it's quite awkward here because you don't want removal. You want to just slam a 5-drop that can start getting in. You want to start pushing damage.
Yeah, and here he is with the cube. We go in cube mode.
Straight in the cube. So we are, in fact, having 2 creatures.
Two stuns.
He doesn't mind the 2/3, the 2/2, because he knows that's not getting involved in combat anyway.
Yeah, Johan's not blocking with that because it's too much value, so...
Yep, and he's putting his counter on the less valuable creature in case Johan's got some removal.
And Johan opting not to block, as we predicted. Down to 16 there.
Yeah. So, Johan's hand, I mean, he didn't have too many cards left. There's a good chance he won't have a great block next turn. If Sam can keep getting in and collecting evidence, he can snowball a little bit, maybe push the advantage enough to close out the game.
Sam getting a clue token there. Was that off a mistrigger during his turn?
That was off of... Oh, the tap-down spell.
Yes. The cube
the
also
cube
gives you a clue. And now Johan...
Oh, so Johan's drawn 3 cards off of Sam's library.
One of which looked like the Simic counterspell, so that's going to be real rough for Sam if he plays into it during...
Wow, that one island.
Yeah, during Johan's turn.
So, Johan didn't attack last turn, so he might be actually looking to block this time. Or he might just be saying, you know, I have no interest in your life total. I'm just going to leave things back in case things get weird. Also, with Sam having access to white, there is a destroy target tapped creature that Johan might be playing around a little bit.
Yeah, well, Johan may also know about the splash from game 1 or game 2. You know, he might well have seen the Buried in the Garden in play already.
Yeah, I mean, Sam knows all of Johan's secrets from Johan drawing his entire deck. So no surprises on that end of the board.
But Sam may still have some secret tech.
Yep.
And the long arm of the law reaching across the battlefield.
Correcting the life totals. Yeah, Sam is having a classic green problem of none of your cards go to the graveyard, so no evidence to collect. But he's just getting in for a bit of damage.
And there it is, removal. Taking out the flyer. He's just got to stay on that tempo.
Yeah, he's a bit loath to use it this early in the game, but he's just not getting anywhere otherwise.
And coming in with another 2/2, so hoping to get as quick a clock as possible here.
Yeah, hoping Johan doesn't have too many good creatures to stabilize with. And, I mean, the pressure's even harder on now that he knows Johan's got all these extra cards.
And Johan might be looking to do a cubing of his own.
Yeah, buy himself some time.
I believe he has to cast these cards this turn. They're not going to...
No, they're around forever.
Oh, they're around forever. Oh, well, that's...
yeah.
That's a lot of value.
Yeah, Sam has to worry about these forever. I mean, he's just straight up 3 cards.
Yeah, and Sam didn't get to see them either.
No.
Now here, Johan getting in for 2.
A little cheeky attack.
Quite unlikely to block here because he's really under the clock to pressure Johan.
Yeah, well, he knows that he's not going to have a great block on the disguise creature next turn because he's got so much mana up, he can just turn it into a 6/7 if it is. And yeah, Johan actually struggling to get some traction in this game. You know, if he's using the tap down spell, He's just kind of treading water. Sam can keep adding to the board. Sam's just drawn a flyer, which is going to be really good here.
I think Johan does have the counter from Sam's deck, though.
Oh, yes.
So
that is...
Sam might be walking into a trap here.
Yeah. He's got to sequence things right, because maybe he can get Johan to tap his only blue source.
Well,
Although...
I'm pretty sure Johan can spend mana of any color to cast those spells.
That's true.
Usually the way those things work.
That would be completely turning it upside down.
And Johan, in fact, tapping some mana here. I guess Sam's gone to combat.
Yep, it looks like it's going for a tap down. A little bit unsure about which to choose, so he can target the creature with Ward, and because the spell is uncounterable, it'll still resolve. So Ward doesn't affect this.
And Johan thinking about his targets here, it looks like.
Yeah, well, he can prevent slightly more damage, or he can worry about the possibility of what the face down is. You know, he can try and prevent Sam from getting these collect evidence triggers in case he does manage to get some evidence in his graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, I think Johan would assume that Sam has a Helion, the 6/7, under that face down card, so...
It's a pretty safe assumption in these circumstances. And Sam also getting the evidence from Johan because Johan played Sam's card.
Oh yeah, because it goes to Sam's graveyard. That's not bad.
Yeah, so this is pretty important. This is putting more power into play for Sam, and he might be getting enough of a lead that Johan can't stabilize.
Yeah, Johan probably would be looking to chump block here with the 1/1.
Get a clue, draw a card.
Yeah. Thinking about it.
Yeah, well, Sam's got a... His disguised creature is valuable because it has Ward, but... Oh, and so Johan's destroying the O-Ring, getting back his 3/4 flyer.
Ooh, the Assassin's Trophy.
Yeah.
Is that what that is? No, it's just
like
enchantment
Assassin's
removal.
Trophy.
Yeah.
Sam gets a land out of it.
Assassin's Trophy Light. Oh, it's literally Assassin's Trophy.
Oh, my mistake.
All right. Yeah, so Assassin's Trophy blowing up the buried in the garden there.
Yeah, now he can double block, take out the Collector. His 3/4 plays really well against this 3/3.
There's the double block. And
Sam, with a tough choice of whether he even wants to kill this 1/1.
yeah, I mean, you kill the 1/1 and your opponent gets a clue. Probably, right? But like, it's kind of like you're damned if you do or you're damned if you don't.
Yeah, the trouble is Sam's got so little evasion, he's going to have to get rid of it at some point if he wants to get in with that 6/7.
Yeah, I would kill it here. I think it's just to get it over with, rip off the Band-Aid.
Yeah, but he's got his 4/3 flyer. He could decide to just go all in over the top.
Indeed.
And I'm not sure what the other card in his hand is, so he might be looking at a little combat trickery.
Alright, so we are not putting the 1/1 first, from what I can see. Oh no,
So-
there it goes, never mind.
Oh, yeah, I think Sam's clarifying that now. The 1/1 is
The 1/1
more valuable in the graveyard than in play.
is safe. So all the damage goes to the 3/4, yes.
Yep.
And...
Oh, it triggers anyway because of Sam's creature dying.
Oh, very unfortunate.
Oh, the value. I mean, Johan's stuck on lands a bit, especially compared to Sam. And Sam's got a 6/5 trampler in the wings, so he's looking at quite a lot of power he can get into play quite quickly.
Mm. And there's that 3/4 flyer.
Yeah, Johan consulting his 2 hands. And he's got an Edict effect. And it plays pretty well here, because if he can collect evidence, he snipes the flyer.
He's got plenty of evidence to collect, so yeah, he can force Sam to sacrifice the flyer, and I think he's about to do just that. Yep,
Yeah.
there goes the evidence.
It's tough. He's throwing away a lot of chalk outline value.
But I think at this point he's looking to stabilize, and he can build back his value.
Yeah, he's thinking about the cards that are in his hand.
Mm. There goes Sam's flyer.
Yeah. Yep. And these other two creatures are still locked down for another turn. So he's safe for another attack step. He can really dig in and create some blocking. Oh, of course. So Sam gets to suspect any one of his creatures. So if he's not planning on blocking with the 6/7 or the 3/3, he can give them Menace. I think the 3/3 is a fairly easy sell. The 6/7 against the 3/4 flyer is quite relevant. And we don't actually know it's the 6/7.
No, it could be something else. It could even be the one that draws you a land.
Yes.
Which would be no good, but Sam is using it to represent a 6/7.
Yeah.
Which is, it's kind of like an on-board trick.
Yeah. It's a little bluffing, a little exchange.
Sam thinking deeply.
Yeah. He can also just not suspect anything.
Or maybe the feed is just frozen. Nope. Dear viewers, do not adjust your set.
Ah, this is quite heads up. So he's accepted he's never going to kill the Maverick. So he's said, I'm not blocking your Maverick. You're not blocking with it. It's just not involved in combat for the rest of the game, basically.
Yeah, that's a nice way to sort of shuffle that effect off to the side.
Yeah, of course, deciding your opponent has a 1/1 unblockable is tough when you're now on 6 life.
Sam, I think, probably wants to win before 6 turns are up, even if his opponent doesn't have a 1/1 unblockable.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, you can see when these big creatures are involved, the tempo swings are so huge. A single removal or tap spell just takes so much power off the board.
Whose turn are we on right now?
So we're on Johan's attack, I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
And Sam's gone to 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was just resolving the Surveil off the damage.
And here is a Simic 2/2. You may collect evidence.
That's all it needs to say for Johan's deck.
Yeah, I mean, he'd love to collect evidence, and this is one of the cases where I think that Simic creature is actually not too bad. I was saying before when we watched Sam's draft, this is a classic example of a green-blue creature that just doesn't give you anything straight up. It's like, well, you're going to have to work for your card advantage quite a lot.
Yeah, and also don't look at what your opponent has in play.
No.
Just focus on your own stuff.
Yeah. But in Johan's deck, it feels a lot more at home. And Johan's like, no, those are tapped. There was a stun counter.
It feels like it's been more than a turn, but those guys are still out of action.
Very true.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of decisions and revisions being made in these turns.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird to say. Both players have probably been thinking to themselves, how the hell do I win this game? Because it keeps looking like it's going to stall out and not end.
And here is the Jaguar, a 6/5 with trample.
Big Daddy on the board.
Quite
still,
nice.
Still no blocks on the flyer or the menace creature. And I think we had a revision of life totals there. So Sam's still on 10. He can pretty safely take a hit this next turn.
Just about.
Yeah. I think Johan's having a moment considering whether his counterspell plays here. But I don't think he's got enough power on board for it to work. So he's just going to snap up a card. So Johan's got an opportunity he probably didn't plan for, which is to be on the offensive, pushing Sam back. This is a great because he gets to force some chump blocks. He's taking out the Panther right now. So this is a lot of damage potentially going through.
Yeah, and I think Sam may have conceded.
Let's see.
We've heard some applause, but that's for one of our organizers, Val, who's
done a lot of
heading
work.
off. So no, this match is still very much underway.
So we're using the trigger off the Simic guy to collect evidence, investigate. Johan's got a clue. He's quite confident, just sending them all in.
Oh, and there it is. You mentioned before, exile target tapped creature.
No, this is destroy a creature with power 4 or greater.
Okay, well, similar effect.
Yeah.
He's taken an attacker out of the engagement. And
I'm not sure if that lined up correctly. There might have been some kind of buff involved, but I think the flyer only had 3 power.
yeah, I agree. And the life totals on your screen are maybe not totally correct, because Sam definitely took some damage there.
Yeah.
But we have to imagine he's probably one combat step away from big trouble.
Big trouble, yeah. And he's kind of...
and now we're having a clarification.
Yeah.
I have made the very same mistake. There's a lot of power and toughness style cards, and this one deals with power and not toughness. Creature with power 4.
Yes.
Not toughness 4. So a little rewind here, and
it's a tough spot.
Good on you for catching that, Richard. We've
saved
the day.
Yeah. We've saved the integrity.
Yeah, we would never be able to live that down if people came back and left a comment on the VOD saying, actually...
Yeah. I mean, if it cost Johan the game, I would certainly never hear the end of it.
Yes. And...
Not that he's the type of person to complain.
No, but it would be... It's nice to do things the right way.
Yes, I quite like it when we resolve the game and the winner is the person who played the best and won. You know?
So that card just returning to Sam's hand there.
Reasonable resolution. I think Johan gets the scry and the life gain. The surveil and the life gain, rather.
Yeah, and Sam's life total still a mystery. But I'm sure we'll find out soon.
Yeah, on the old life pad. So I think he's down to 6.
It sounds about right. And in a lot of trouble there because he's facing, 3 in the air, 1 menace.
I think he's on 2, yeah.
He's on 2. Oof. Things are not looking good for Sam.
So 3 lethal creatures, 1 he's loath to block at all. I think if he sideboarded tools into his deck, they are not for this situation. He was not planning to be winning this game from this spot.
Yeah, being on the back foot is probably not what he expected from seeing Johan's deck operate previously.
Yeah, he's got enough mana in play. There are some plays he can do to just strike back at Johan right now. So he's potentially got, 9 power in play. If he's got a pump spell, he might be able to count it up to 13. He's not showing a lot of confidence he can do it.
And flipping up.
So that's 7 power.
He's recorded Johan taking 7, and Johan's going to untap. So we'll see if Sam can pull out.
How's Johan going to get out of this one?
An emergency block or something here.
Yeah. I don't think there are any fogs in the format, but there's the mystery slot that could have anything in it.
Yes. We watched Sam's draft, and I don't believe he has the card fog.
No. I would be surprised if the designers greenlit fog in here.
Yeah, fog not appearing on the list, but we
we have basically fog. So
basically
-2, -0 to all of Johan's creatures. Sam only takes 1.
Wow.
This is incredible. He investigates, so he gets an extra card. This might flip the whole thing upside down.
That is quite close to fog.
Yeah.
When all of your creatures have 2 or 3 power.
That is hilarious. So Johan does have the counter spell, which might just not only counter the spell but also buff one of his creatures up.
Can that fog be countered?
I would be surprised.
I don't think so.
It can indeed be counted.
It can be counted, so it looks like it is being counted.
Yeah, and
that's
there it
the
is.
Game. Well,
wow,
folks,
congratulations, Johan. On to the finals.
Johan will be playing against Damon in the finals, stealing Sam's counter spell out of his own deck to kill him with it.
Amazing.
a very deep matchup there from the green-blue mirror match.
Yeah, that was just tough for Sam right from the bat. He needed to be on board quick, and Jon was on board even quicker.
Yeah, there we have it. So we might hear a quick word from Jon before we go to the finals.
Yeah.
Would you do the honours of interviewing Jon, Richard?
Sure thing.
Alrighty. Well, we might get him in here in a minute, or we might go straight to the finals because it's late in the evening.
People want to sleep. Yeah. Those of you still awake watching the stream, I admire your endurance.
Thanks for your patronage.
Yeah.
So we may in fact just be going straight to the finals.
And don't forget about our sponsor. We've forgotten about our sponsor, Pat and John's Bazaar, I believe.
I think it's Pat and Joe. Shout out to Pat in any case.
Yeah.
And his friend.
I mean, we've
business partner.
We've got a lot of support.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. We're just about to start round 3. The interview with Jon is cancelled because of time constraints. So we're about to.
Let's kick
we're
it
started.
off.
Let's see the table. They've I think they both kept 7s, or they're deciding whether to keep now.
Yeah. Damon's hand looks a little challenging. I think it's 3 planes and then some white spells and 1 red spell. So he might be agonizing over this one because he can cast his one of his white spells.
It looks like that might be the white removal there as well.
He's got the trick.
Front. Oh, that's
the
the
2/4
trick.
flyer.
Yes.
4 planes and a red card.
I'd keep.
It's really tough.
I mean, the Wojak Investigator has served him quite well, but he does know Jon's playing a pretty slow deck, and he's probably going to get in as fast as possible.
Yeah, I mean, if he loses the Investigator, he has nothing. If he doesn't top deck a mountain, he can't cast his red spell, and top decking a planes is just a complete blank for him.
Yes. Well, it looks like he's decided to keep, and Jon's taking a mulligan here.
Yeah, he might be just taking a gamble. I mean, Damon's got quite a lot of 5-drops in his deck that he wants to cast, so you are pretty loath to put a card back when you mulligan. You just want to hit all your land drops, draw lots of spells.
And it looks like Jon's drawn a no-lander here.
No, he's got a 2-lander with the Surveil 2, so it's actually a pretty reasonable keep, I think.
I'm not seeing a second land, but
he's got a lot of foils and full arts.
Yes. Yeah, they're shiny. All right, and we're off to the races here. Yep, surveilling 2 from Jon.
Wow, Jon going to have a creature for 2 turns before Damon does.
Gruesome.
And they're both in the bin. Just a bit of fuel for the graveyard.
All right.
And definitely just trying to hit land
Damon
drops.
ripped another planes off the top, as you predicted.
That is crushing.
Little commentator's curse there.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes the commentator's blessing.
Well, we can only hope to see some good matches here. And this is the creature we've just seen before, where Jon will be getting a clue when creatures die.
Yeah. Oh, another planes.
Damon drawing his 6th planes. But
This
here
is
is the hero of the hour, Wojak Investigator.
Yep. Not triggering for a while, but hopefully blocking. I think Jon might have the Edict, which will just keep him in the driver's seat.
And Damon double-checking that does in fact trigger all the time.
He's got a murder sitting in his hand. I think he's got to consider, though.
And here's the Edict.
Oh, no.
Damon in a tough spot there.
Yeah.
I think the life total is not updating, but maybe we can ask them to shuffle that into frame in a little bit.
At least he's got the mountain.
Yes.
Thank God for that. Yeah, I think they might be on the pen and paper.
Well, so far, by my count, Damon would be on 15.
Yeah. So, Damon, he's got 2 spells he can cast. Neither of them really accomplish anything. I think his red spell is a removal spell. So, he can deal with the 2/2. Oh no, it's another pump spell.
Yes, that's the +2/+0 combat trick.
Oh no, he might have to just cycle off his combat trick on one of Jon's creatures to try and find anything to do in this game. And that's what he's going to do.
There it is. He's making a clue, cracking a clue.
Yep. He just needs to draw a card, and it needs to be a creature.
So drawing off the clue,
I think
or
he,
just drawing for turn.
Oh
there?
no!
Oh no!
Yeah.
Now
Now he's cracking it.
Now he's cracking it. Okay. And boy, that is a lot of lands in Damon's hand.
Oh, this is not what you want to see in the finals. This is quite tragic.
But it's part of the game.
Yeah.
And
I mean, if Damon rips Aurelia, he's doing all right. He doesn't know that Johan has a murder anyway. And
yeah.
Yeah.
A gruesome sentence.
So there are some cards Damon could rip back to back.
All right. Well, there's the Surveil artifact, so he's going to get to look at the top card.
Yep. And this is something that, at least he can fire off a combat trick on it, get an extra 2/2 maybe. He can start making plays.
Yeah. So entering the battlefield. Surveil trigger. Let's see if we get a glimpse of what's on top of Damon's library here.
And, one of the reasons he kept this hand is he can assume that there's the Surveil land.
Yep, a white-green Surveil land going straight to the graveyard there, and Damon's sick of seeing lands at this point.
Yep. So he can assume that Johan's not going to kill him quickly, which I think is a big part of why he kept this hand.
I believe Damon is on 9, so...
That is going to kill him in a reasonable amount of time.
Yes, he's in some trouble, and what is he on the receiving end of here?
So this is the draw X cards from Damon's library. So Johan gets 2 cards from Damon. So yeah, Damon is down to 9 life currently.
Yeah, the report coming in, and Damon just reading that again and saying, "What? You can draw how many cards from my library?"
Those are my cards. Oh, and it's the stolen Aurelia.
Oh, that is gruesome.
Oh, that's so mean.
He's filched Damon's Aurelia that he was going to draw, and he's getting in.
Oh.
Damon forced to make a rough block here.
I think Damon should be allowed to just draw the murder from Johan's hand. It's only fair.
Yeah, this is a tough game 1 for Damon, but he's going to trade off his 2/1 there and replace it with the 2/2, but that is not going to block Aurelia.
No. If he has the O-ring effect, he can O-ring his own Aurelia and hope that it gets blown up later.
I don't think he drew... yeah, that's 3 lands and a 4/4 in his hand there.
Yeah, that's not going to play here.
No, so we're probably going to be swiftly going to game 2. Damon attacking.
Putting him to the test. You got to know.
And here is a 4/4.
Oh. Damon, you missed damage.
Damon, he could have had Johan down to a blistering 17.
Yeah, my apologies, Damon. This is an unfortunate draw to have on camera. Hopefully, round 2, you can be on the front foot. On the play, for sure.
And there's the murder.
Just making sure.
Yeah, no flying or reach tricks, and yep, there's Damon. We're going to game 2. Johan cleaning him up with his own Aurelia there, unfortunately.
Impolite. So we're going to see a bit of sideboarding here. Oh, we're going to game 3 even.
No. We're going to cut to us.
Oh yes, sorry.
Hello, welcome back.
Hello.
It is us. Your faithful commentary crew.
So, do you think about there's any sideboard strategies players are going to pull in? How they're going to change the decks?
I feel like in the interview before, Damon said that he took out some lands against when he was playing against the Red Mirror match, but I'm not sure. I mean, after that, I'd want to take out a lot of lands.
It is tempting. I mean, you've got to make a judgment about whether Johan's going to be able to stabilize, because if he is, you might want to just hit your Aurelia ASAP.
Yeah, you do want to get to those big draws.
And you saw so much removal out of Johan that game, but I don't know if he actually has that much more in his deck.
No, I think we saw a lot of it, but I mean, he does have the Assassin's Trophy as well.
That's true, yes.
So he's pretty well equipped to deal with a fair few threats. I think Damon's really got to get off to a quick start. He might consider taking out some of his first strike style combat tricks. Maybe because the trading up isn't that good.
Yeah, it's tough. On the play, if Yon plays a 1-3 or whatever, you have to get through it somehow.
Yeah.
And you can't afford to be spending removal on these random crappy blockers.
No, the +2/+0 and the +2/+2 trick are very good there, but the +3/+0 Surveil one for 3 mana is not ideal.
Yeah, I could see the +2/+0 coming out because getting a 2/2 off of it is just not that relevant after turn 4 or 5.
Yeah, that's true. As for Yon, I mean, I'm not really sure what he's got in his sideboard, but if he has any more toughness, he probably wants to bring that in.
Yep, I know personally he's a fan of pick your poison, make your opponent sacrifice a flyer, and after seeing Aurelia out of Damon's deck, he might be bringing that in.
Yes, although it's pretty much the only target, right? It would be dead if Damon doesn't have Aurelia.
That's true. So there's Aurelia. It can hit artifacts and enchantments, but I don't think he saw any of those out of Damon that game either.
No.
He might be making some assumptions based on Damon playing white.
Yeah, Damon, likely to have some Oblivion Ring style effects.
Yeah, I think I've said this before. Damon's a big fan of the 3/2 Flying Vigilance tapper, and that'll get hit by Pick Your Poison as well.
That's true. Oh, and it hits Wojak Investigator as well. So I mean, it seems like a no-brainer to bring it in. Actually, now that we hash it out.
Yeah. So Pick Your Poison's in. If he has any kind of defensive stuff or life gain, that's in. He might be pulling out some of the game enders. He's got definitely some cards in his deck that are there to win through a board stall, and he doesn't have to worry about that because Damon's not going to present many creatures with more than 2 toughness.
No. Yeah. So I mean, he did see the 4/4 right at the end there.
Yeah.
I feel like if I was Damon, I might have conceded and not shown that. But I feel like it doesn't matter too much either way, probably.
Yeah, he was just letting Yon know, I did draw a spell.
Yeah,
there's spells in my deck.
Yeah. It's always tough to lose and you still have like 3 lands in your hand.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate.
But I think the sideboarding is drawing to a close here, and we might be cutting back.
Oh, I think there's still a bit of sideboarding to do. Yeah.
Oh, perhaps not.
No. I mean, the other consideration we have is play draw. A lot of people board out a land when they're on the draw just because they get an extra card.
Yes.
I don't know if Yuan's going to do that here because he just has to hit his land drops and cast some blockers if things are going well for Damon.
Yeah, he does have a lot of colours too.
Yeah, if you board out a land, you're more likely to get color screwed.
I saw him playing Mountain in that game, but I realised that was one of the ones that he actually stole from Damon.
Yeah. Well, let's throw it to the table now. Players are just shuffling up for the game. Hopefully, a bit more of a back and forth game this time. And whoop. Sorry, it's fine. It's the wallpaper. Sorry about that. So, yeah.
Alright, so we're doing some pile shuffling here. You're making sure he's got 40 cards and...
don't want to get DQ'd at this point.
No, although Damon's probably crossing his fingers. Maybe a miscount.
Maybe one of Damon's cards in Johan's deck?
Luckily, Johan's sleeves are a totally different colour.
Yeah, and... So now that Damon's seen so much removal out of Johan, it's also going to affect his mulligan decisions. I think if he'd known that, Johan had 3 removal spells in his opening hand, then the Wojak Investigator would have been a much more risky plan.
Yes. Yeah, we'll Damon's...
So he's got to be more interested in drawing fish and random 1 and 2 drops. So he's got the combat trick, he's got the 2 on Surveil, he's got quite a few lands again.
Both colours.
But this looks like he's got some action in the first 2 turns.
I would keep this. And on Johan's side,
he's
he
got
looks
the
like he's
Surveiller
got
again.
lands and spells. So a couple of nice keeps here. Maybe a smoother game than the previous one.
There was some talk about the 1/1 Surveiller because it's quite a low impact spell, but it's really been overperforming in all of the games Johan's been on camera.
Yeah, Johan's put it to work quite effectively.
If I was to describe Johan's strength, I would say he can make some amazing decks out of horrible cards.
Yeah, he's got a good vision for the potential.
Yeah.
He does come up with some nice brews.
Yeah. He sees the potential in them.
And
he's just deciding how many lands he wants to draw this game.
Probably quite a few. he's going to want to play that elephant that he has in his hand, and keeping at least one swamp on top there. I didn't see the second card. Did you?
I think it's a removal spell.
Okay.
He's just deciding whether he wants the spell, or if he just wants to ASAP hit his lands. No, he wants to fill up his graveyard. So
putting a creature and a swamp into his graveyard there, and Damon is going to be coming in with a 2/1 Surveil here.
Oh, the 1 toughness really tough here.
Yeah, that's not a great look, but he's got the combat tricks to power it through the 1/1. Although
eventually
spending 1 combat trick on a 1/1 is a bit gruesome.
Yeah. So I believe this is a 1/3 flyer.
Another great block for Johan.
Yeah. So Johan's got a trick that grants Death Touch in his hand, which is going to be quite good against Damon's pump combat trick if he can line it up. And it's only 1 mana, so I could see Johan not taking any blocks in the coming turns, just so that he can pass with a single black mana up and try and get Damon when Damon goes for something.
And Damon coming down with a 1/1 and a 2/2 detective token. Johan just passing it back over to Damon.
Yeah, that 2/2 is going to represent a lot of his offense, and he's drawn a Galvanize, so he can deal with the flyer. It looks like Damon is cleared to start getting in with the 2/2.
He's thinking about galvanizing pre-combat here, perhaps. Although, I think...
Yeah, well, the Galvanize is... He doesn't know it, but it's so valuable for beating this combat trick from Johan.
Yes, alright, so getting in with the 2/2. And Johan has to think about now blocking with the 1/3 and potentially getting blown out.
Well, he can go for the double block, and then he just forces Damon to have something.
That's true too, yeah. Damon doesn't want to trade his 2/2 for a 1/1.
But in this circumstance, Damon would probably come out ahead, because he gets double blocked, he goes for the pump, Johan goes for his own combat trick, Damon galvanizes, and now he gets the other creature that blocked, and also Johan doesn't get to investigate.
Alright, so the double block, and yes, galvanizing the 1/3.
Oh, so he's going for the galvanize first, which might come back to hurt him.
Pretty hard to predict the death touch trick here.
Yeah, I mean, the trouble is if he goes for the combat trick, he loses to murder, which is also in Johan's hand, so it's just tough.
Right, and there goes the combat trick, so a 2-for-2 here, basically.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not too bad getting that out of Johan's hand. It also grants lifelink, so it could very easily be a huge swing in the late game.
Yeah, so Johan just gaining 1 life off that is not so bad for Damon. And another 2/1 coming in. Yep. Johan's going to have to get back on the board.
Yeah, so far
murdering a 2/1 is not a good look.
No, this is a lot of the story of this format is murder. Sometimes amazing, sometimes it just doesn't do anything.
Mm.
Everything is worthless or has ward.
And it's hard to cast.
Yeah.
You can't splash it.
Johan's got no fear. Yeah, his elephant, it looks like it's got good blocks. Damon's hasn't used his combat trick, but his combat trick isn't crazy against the elephant. It's still a trade.
Alright, and passing it back.
But also, Johan getting to turn 4 on 21 life is really good for him. He's just got so much breathing room. He doesn't have to take the block if he's scared of a combat trick.
Yeah, he can go to 16 or 15 pretty comfortably here.
Yeah.
And is he going to run out the elephant? Yes.
Looks like the time.
So that's a 3/3 that makes a clue, and it's going to grow when you sacrifice your clue.
Just for the turn.
Yeah, not temporarily, not permanently.
So Damon's 1 toughness on his creatures has been really punishing him. It's hurting his combat trick this turn, though it's probably still worth going for it.
Yep, attacking all here.
Because if he can keep the board from getting too cluttered, you know, part of what Johan's counting on is once each player has 5 or 6 creatures, then it's so hard to attack.
Yeah, I feel like Johan's probably not going to block here. Oh no, okay, he's risking it. So
He's going for it.
blocking one of the 2-1s, and
Oh, he's giving the first strike trick. This is much better.
yes, that's quite good. And he gets to surveil one off that. Or is
Oh,
it
he gets a clue.
investigate? Oh, investigate, even better.
Yeah, this is exactly how Damon wants the game to go. He's, by far ahead on board. All of his combat tricks are actually working. They're landing.
Yeah, that lined up really nicely. Next turn, he's going to be able to crack a clue and play another combat trick.
Yeah, and Johan's starting to run out of blockers. He really doesn't want to lean on this murder.
Yeah, and here comes a 2-2 from...
Going to be a 3-3.
Yes, exiling the 1-1 from his graveyard.
Yep.
For a +1/+1 counter.
Let's run it back. Can you beat a 3-3 again?
And we know, in fact, Damon can.
Yeah. He's got the tools. I mean, you do want to be careful spending too much resources fighting over these small creatures for the board.
Yeah, I mean, Johan still being on 18 is not looking awesome, but if he can get Johan to a point where Johan has to spend his removal on Damon's small creatures and then Damon can draw into one of his big creatures, he'll be very happy.
Yeah. Yeah,
And,
I'm sure Damon is also just thinking, am I in the praying for Aurelia zone?
I think he's been in that zone all night.
Yeah. I'd be praying for the opening hand.
Indeed.
So he's got the tracker here.
Yeah, which is good because Johan does have a clue.
Yep. And he's just passing the turn. He's playing it slow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Me personally, I love to attack, so that's crazy. But I think we all know that Damon's probably got the right idea.
Yeah, I mean, he's on the top table. He's got quite a lot to do with his mana, so he probably just doesn't want to be forced to play a combat trick on his turn, miss out on cracking a clue.
Yeah, and crack his clue he will.
Making sure to bluff shock there. And knowing how Johan's deck works, that tracker might actually be really punishing, because 2 damage every time he sacrifices a clue. He's looking to sacrifice quite a few clues. If his chalk outline
it's going to add up, but that sort of promised value down the line does stop Damon from maybe attacking with the tracker as much as he might like.
Yeah.
So it's kind of an investment strategy.
Oh, and he's buffing up the tracker, so he wants to get in with it.
Is a detective, so coming in as a 5/2 with vigilance here.
Yeah. So Johan can go for the trade. Damon's got a little bit of backup, but not that much.
Flipping over.
Oh, a 2/5.
Very
oh,
snoop
very
as
good
a
against a
2/5.
4/1.
No, it's a 5/2.
I think it's just +2/+0.
Isn't it? +3/+0? I could be mistaken. It is +2/+0. My apologies. So yeah, a 4/2 here.
So
But
2/5 beats a 4/1, but you know what? A 6/3 beats a 2/5.
and we're going to see the murder here.
Oh no! Oh, this is it all lining up wrong. So Damon's lost a lot of resources in that exchange.
Yeah, and Johan sitting quite comfortably on a 2/5 now.
Yep. And the chalk outline is engaged.
Here we go. So maybe a quick explanation of chalk outline.
So whenever a creature leaves Johan's graveyard, he gets a 2/2 creature and he investigates. And
yes.
Part of what makes this so potent is that the more he investigates, the more cards he draws, the more he can find ways to exile creatures from his graveyard. So it just feeds into itself.
It's a one card engine in some ways, and he's certainly built around it, as we saw in his previous match against Sam.
Yeah.
Damon,
a surprisingly good card.
A little bit in trouble here.
I think he's got Aurelia. Oh no, he's got Meddling Youths.
Not quite the same, but good to get back on the attack.
Yeah, this is a reasonable situation to push damage, but he's not pushing as much damage as he's hoping. So he's throwing away a 2/1 for 7 damage. And, oh yes, and Meddling Youths gives him a clue. So this is a pretty good attack for him.
Yeah, he gets to recoup the card that he loses.
Yeah, either push Johan down to 7 if he wants to deal with a 2/1, or, he can, down to 11, sorry.
Yeah, Johan probably going to block the 2-1, I would assume, rather than the 4-5.
Yeah, blocking the 4-5 doesn't get him much traction, and it only saves him 2 life. But the thing is, he might not need that much more traction. If he can start triggering Chalk Outline, he's going to get more blockers than Damon can push through, and then it really narrows Damon down to burning him out, and then that 2 life could matter.
Damon's still representing shock here, although it's not much good against the 5 toughness Fairy Snoop. That +1/+1 counter is really going a long way.
Yeah, making a big difference.
Yeah, I'm thinking carefully about his block here.
Yeah, and Damon is also quite happy to throw away his 2-1 here because his 2-1's going to get so much worse over time.
Yep, and there we have Jan blocking it.
Yeah, he's also something I didn't note is Damon's Inside Source can pump up the Meddling Kids so that it can attack into the 5 toughness blocker. So he might have wanted to get that off the table, but he's actually just preserving his life total, taking 5, going to 13.
Yeah, as you said, those 2-1s are not getting any stronger.
No, and if he can trigger the Chalk Outline this turn, he might not have to worry about blocking on the ground for the rest of the game. So he's got a removal spell with Collect Evidence, which is going to give him 1 trigger.
And that's a great start.
Yeah. It hits a creature and an artifact, so he can take out 2 of Damon's creatures, make a 2/2, investigate.
Oof.
Yeah, it's gonna...
That's not gonna look good. Damon cracking his clue.
Notably, there's nothing really you can do to stop the trigger, even if the spell's countered, if you have a combat trick, whatever. As long as the creature's left your graveyard, you get the goods. He's got 3 mana here.
Playing out a face-down creature.
Yep.
We suspect it may be Dogwalker.
Ready with the dogs. And he's just passing the turn. He sees something's up. He knows things can go wrong. Jon might be considering, do I have to save this for Aurelia?
I think he's...
No, he's ready to fire it off.
Yeah, so I'll have these 2, thanks.
Yep. I'll make a 2/2, draw a card,
Kill
take out
2
2
of
of your
your
best
creatures.
creatures.
All that in the kitchen sink.
Damon making sure that this card exists.
Yep, that's a real one.
Yep. Unlike that card.
And there's Miles, the detective.
Representing a real one. Straight in the bin.
Damon in quite a tough spot here.
Yeah.
The value train is chugging away.
Yeah, the removal just matches up so well against these aggro draws. You know, if we were saying murder was bad earlier, but when you are going in on creatures in order to get through one big blocker, it just breaks so much up.
Yeah, trading up the murder, and it took out probably the best creature at the time as well, being the tracker, so that Jon can sacrifice his clues freely.
Yep. And now Jon's got a 5/5, a 3/3 reach that puts some counters on stuff.
And it gains Jon life.
Oh my goodness.
When they enter the battlefield, you gain life equal to the power, the highest power among creatures you control.
Wow.
Highest toughness. So Jon's going to gain 7 life there off his Fairy Snoop, or 6 life.
Yep, 6 life. Back up to 19. He's so comfortable, he's even sending in the 3/3.
Miles getting into attack here.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a big one. 7 mana spider there. I think tough spot for Damon.
Yep.
A 4/4 with a reach blocks Aurelia quite well.
Here's the tapper. Probably Damon's favorite card in the set.
It's a good one, yeah. Flip up your and yeah, he did hold up double white there, which was maybe a little obvious, although we didn't think to call it out.
Well, yeah, again, the heads up of if you hold up double white, it could be Dog Walker, it could be that. It could also be the Lifelink Flyer.
Damon's going to surveil here. Off the land. It doesn't look like he's super happy with what he sees.
No, I mean, his opponent's still having a reach creature. I hope... Yeah.
Leaving it on top, nevertheless.
So he's got the fish if he wants that card straight away. And I'm sure he's looking very much to, you know, his Aurelia can get him a little bit in the game.
Well, I mean, not terribly, because it's going to get blocked by that 4/4 with reach and just trade it off.
So his flyer is a detective, so he can turn into a 5/2. It's got a reasonable block, a reasonable attack into the spider. If Yon takes the trade, then suddenly, if he does draw Aurelia, Aurelia can attack into the 3/6 without dying. Draw Damon some extra cards. If Damon gets the board wide enough, he can start, you know, getting the second trigger. Oh, no, that's fine. Yeah, Damon is in the thinking about what he needs to draw to win mindset.
Yeah, what can I get off the top?
Which is vital. We've seen his previous games have been, you know, down to the wire. Players look like they're out, and then they're not out at all.
Yeah, his deck's got a lot of resilience if you draw the right stuff.
Yeah. And he's been doing a lot of work to line up these combat tricks so far.
So Damon coming in with a fish here.
A pre-combat fish.
And no, that
post-combat.
was a post-combat fish. He's passed the turn back to Yon with his fish hanging around.
So not taking advantage of the tapped flyer just yet. Still, he's going to try and get a little more something else going. He knows what's on top of his library, so whether or not he sacks the fish is going to tell us if he thinks it's something that'll, you know, make a big difference next turn.
He didn't seem super excited by it.
No.
But
you've got to keep your poker face on.
Yeah.
So Johan's drawn another removal spell, but it's the sacrifice one, so it's only going to hit the 3/2 flyer, and then it's going to trigger the chalk outline, which is what's huge about it.
Yeah, so there we go, collecting some more evidence. Then Johan's really quite on his way to cracking the Damon case here.
Yeah. There's a lot of evidence of what Johan's been doing in his graveyard.
Yeah, so there's another 2/2 and another clue.
Gonna have to start organizing the board.
Just counting out how much evidence we have collected here, and Johan, wanting to draw a conclusion to the game, he's attacking with a 3/3 and a 4/4.
Yep, he's got the means. You know, he's on a pretty healthy life total.
Damon going to double block the 4/4 with reach here. He's thinking about it.
He might just be blocking and sacking with the fish.
Well, I mean, if I was him, I'd want to take out the reach creature, but it does leave him, you know, on the wrong end of a 2-for-1.
Yeah, and knowing what's on top of his library, he might need to go a card deeper in his deck to start chaining stuff together.
He's weighing up whether or not he thinks that 4/4 is gonna stick around.
Yeah, and I mean, this is such a show of strength from Johan. He's not worried about the, you know, getting punked out by some attack back. He's
on 19.
Yeah, he's on 19, and Damon's best route to victory is drawing something ridiculous. So Johan just wants to limit the number of turns that Damon's alive.
Yeah, and you know, he's attacking with mana open too, so he's really representing a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe thinking about double blocking the 3/3 with a 2/2 and a 1/1 here.
Yep. Take no damage, draw a card. Lose all your creatures, but see if you can rip something off the top.
Yeah, it's a very tough spot to be put into. Be on the wrong end of a board wipe here.
Yeah.
And it looks like he might be opting to keep the fish.
Ah.
But double blocking the 3/3.
Maybe he's got something on top of his library that he needs the fish in play for.
He must do.
Yeah. It looks like this exile from graveyard enchantment deck, it's certainly shown its prowess in this match. I think it could be a feature of the format.
I mean, I'm definitely going to pick up Chalk Outline if I see it floating around.
Yeah.
It looks good.
That was a big underestimated card.
Is it a rare?
It's just, I think it's an uncommon.
It's an uncommon. All right. Well, we'll be sure to keep an eye out for that. That's a tip for you folks at home.
Yeah, I think the value in those 1/1 surveillors is also going to go up. People are going to cotton
that
into that.
+1/+1 counter did a lot of work.
Yeah.
Let alone the surveil too.
Yeah. Yeah, the surveil 2, got him 2 cards deeper. The chalk outline has gotten him 2 cards deeper again. All these cards Johan has are because of that. And now he's going to draw, I think, 4 cards off the top of Damon's deck.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough thing to be facing if you're Damon.
Yeah. I mean, also Damon communicated to Johan. He said, I need the fish and the top card of my deck. And now he only gets one of them.
Yeah, he can choose to draw the top card of his deck and sack the fish here. Or he can choose to let Damon see what he was planning and 3 other cards.
Yeah. One upshot of this, the cards that Johan steals don't go to Johan's graveyard, so he can't exile them later.
I fear he may just use them to kill Damon.
Yes, that is the other use of them.
Yeah. Alright, so sacking the fish, Damon's going to draw his card that he knew about, and then deal out 4 for Johan to do with as he pleases. And Johan's going to play a mountain and pass it back to Damon.
So Damon really liked the top card.
Oof.
Oh.
And he's drawn a mountain there. Is the top card profed? It looks like it might be.
Is profed in Damon's deck? No, it's a different impossible to read card.
Yes. these
I think this might be Agris Kos.
These cards are not super legible, and they all look quite white.
Yeah. Oh, this is Krenko.
Ah, Krenko.
So whenever an artifact goes to the graveyard, Damon can make a goblin.
Yes. Which will be good because it triggers off Johan's clues, right?
Yeah.
So,
eventually.
Yeah, he's going to make some 1/1s. And Johan's casting Damon's 4/4 here, putting a counter on the detective token and getting in and saying...
He's just going all in.
It's over for you, Damon.
Yep.
I have the higher ground here.
Your 3/3 with haste didn't even attack.
Yeah, Krenko may probably... I mean, would you block the 3/3 here with Krenko? Damon looks at the mountain that's in his hand.
You got to make him think.
Yeah, I do that all the time.
Yeah.
If I have a land in my hand, I'll look at it, pretend to read it.
Yep.
Read the artist's name. I don't think it does me any good. So yeah, trading off Krenko with the 3/3 detective there, and Damon's going to be hoping to rip off something pretty major now that he's down to 6.
Yep. So he's just looking for one ridiculously high impact card. He might be bluffing a Wrath just to stop Johan killing him quite as quickly.
And there's 2 lands, so Damon's going to concede.
That's the whole tournament.
Yeah, that's it, folks. Thanks so much for watching Johan on his way to victory. We may get Johan in the booth here to celebrate.
Yep.
And we're going to cut back to us. Hello.
Oh, so thanks. Congratulations, Johan.
Yes, congratulations, Johan. He's out celebrating right now.
Victor of the 2023 season.
Yeah, quite a dominating performance in the finals there.
Oh yeah, every time his deck was on camera, it just looked like he had no chance of losing.
He was doing it all. He had a lot of removal, a lot of card draw.
Great offense, great defense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could see him having trouble with some of the blue effects, you know, some of the really disruptive stuff, but...
Here he is.
All right.
Johan, congratulations. Here you are.
Okay.
I'd like
this is
to.
the first time I've actually sat on the table.
Oh yes.
I've been on the table all night.
Yeah, you've been very busy. Your matches went quite long.
Yes.
But here you are. Congratulations.
Wow.
Let's make sure we get that on camera. There we are. The champion.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Do you have anything you'd like to share? Your deck looked pretty dominating in that match.
I think I got lucky that Damon didn't have the curve.
Yeah, Damon was a little bit unfortunate in that first match.
Yeah, the first match for sure. And then the second one was, just need, like if he, already on the top or another removal or something, and just trying to keep up. And Damon is very hard to decipher what's he's going to do.
It's super
so
poker
he might
face.
attack even if he doesn't have anything.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I think your deck a lot of value. Drawing cards off Damon's deck. Drawing a lot of cards from clues, filling your graveyard. It seemed like it was really operating quite well. We saw a little bit of the match you played with Sam before as well.
Yeah. I think one of the MVP of the deck, despite the rares and everything that is in there, is the little one drop. The Maverick.
Oh yes, no, we talked about that quite a bit.
People have been trashing this card, and I want to dedicate this win to Maverick.
Okay, very good. What do you think's better, the Surveil 2 or the +1/+1 counter?
The Surveil 2.
Okay.
The fact it keeps, for most of the games, I had 2 lands in hand, and I'm like, I have a functional land if I draw my 3rd and 4th land, and Maverick allows you to do that.
Yeah.
Do Maverick on 1, make sure you get your...
It's always going to get you there, yeah. But I honestly was quite impressed with the +1/+1 counter as well. I mean, buffing up that Fairy Snoop really did a lot.
Yeah. The block sense of,
Absolutely. Yeah, so shout out to Maverick and shout out to you, Johan, for winning.
Thank you. Thanks for all the crew.
And a big shout out to our organizers, Alex and Val, who've got everything prepared for this, and shout out to all the players. Big congratulations to Damon as well for making it to the finals. And unless we have any other announcements, I think that might be it. We'll sign out. Thank you so much for tuning in, all the viewers at home and everyone watching the VOD later. We'll see you next year for another Magic Mates Cup.